Book One, The Family Council, Chapter 1, of A Family of Noblemen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN, translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. Book One, The Family Council, Chapter 1. Anton Vassilyov, the manager of a remote estate, was giving his mistress, Arina Petrovna Golovliov, an account of his trip to Moscow. He had gone there to collect the money due from those of her peasant serfs who bought the right to live in the city by paying her a tax. When he had finished with his report, she told him he might retire, but he lingered on irresolutely, as though he had something else to say, yet could not make up his mind to say it. Arina Petrovna knew her servants through and through. She knew the meaning of their slightest gestures. She could even divine their inmost thoughts. And her steward's manner immediately aroused her disquietude. "What else?" she asked, looking at him keenly. "That's all," he replied evasively. "Don't lie. There is something else. I can see it by your eyes." Anton Vassilyov still hesitated and continued to shift from one foot to the other. "What is it? Tell me," she shouted imperiously. "Out with it, out with it. And don't wag your whole body like a dog, Telltale." Arina Petrovna liked to call her managers and domestics by nicknames. She used Telltale for Anton Vassilyov, not because she had found him to carry gossip treacherously, but simply because he had a loose tongue. The center of the estate that he managed was an important trading village in which there were many taverns. He liked to take a glass of tea in a tavern and boast of his mistress's great power. And in the course of his boasting, he would sometimes unconsciously blab out secrets. His mistress was always with a lawsuit on her hands, so that her trustee's garrulousness sometimes brought her sly stratagems to the surface before they could be executed. "Yes, I have got something else to say," Anton finally mumbled. "What is it?" Arina Petrovna asked excitedly. An imperious woman with an extraordinarily lively imagination, she instantly pictured all sorts of disagreeable opposition and antagonism, and the thought so instantly took complete possession of her that she turned white and jumped up from her chair. "Stepan Vladimirych's house in Moscow has been sold," Anton said after a pause. "Well?" "It's been sold." "Why? How? Tell me." "For debts, I suppose. Of course it can't be because of something nice." "The police, the court sold it, I suppose?" "I suppose so. They say it was sold at auction for 8,000 rubles." Arina Petrovna dropped back heavily into her armchair and gazed fixedly at the window panes. She was so stunned by the news that she seemed to have lost consciousness for a while. Had she heard that Stepan Vladimirych had killed somebody, or that the Golovliov peasant serfs had risen in revolt and refused to render the service due her on her estates, or that serfdom had been abolished, she would not have been so shocked. Her lips trembled, her eyes stared vacantly into the distance, but she saw nothing. She did not even see the little girl Dunyashka run past the window carrying something hidden under her apron. She did not see the child stop suddenly on beholding her mistress and wheel round and then dart back guiltily to where she had come from. Such suspicious conduct at any other time would have led to a thorough investigation. Finally Arina Petrovna came to herself and managed to bring out, "A good joke, I must say." After which there again followed several minutes of ominous silence. "So the police sold the house for 8,000?" she asked again. "Yes, madam. So that's what he's done with his patrimony. Splendid, the blackguard!" Arina Petrovna felt that the news called for a prompt decision, but nothing occurred to her. Her thoughts ran confusedly in exactly opposite directions. On the one hand she thought, "The police sold it," But the police could not have sold it in a minute. An inventory must first have been taken, then an appraisal made, and then the sale must have been advertised. Sold for 8,000 when I myself 2 years ago paid 12,000 rubles for it, not a penny less. Had I only known it was going to be up for sale, I could have bought it myself for 8,000 rubles. Her other thoughts ran, the police sold it for 8,000. That's what he's done with his patrimony. To sell one's patrimony for 8,000 rubles. "Who told you?" she asked, realizing finally that the house had been sold and the chance to secure it cheaply was gone forever. "Ivan Mikhailov, the innkeeper." "Why didn't he let me know in time?" "I suppose he was afraid." "Afraid? I'll teach him to be afraid. I'll make him come here from Moscow, and the moment he comes I'll have him drafted into the army. He was afraid." Although on the decline, serfdom still existed. Anton Vasilyev had known his mistress to impose the most peculiar punishments. But even so, her present decision was so unexpected that it made him miserable. He thought of his nickname Telltale. Ivan Mikhailov was an upright peasant, and Anton never dreamed that misfortune would touch him. Besides, Ivan Mikhailov was his friend and godfather. Now all of a sudden he was to be made a soldier just because he, Anton Vasilyev, the Telltale, could not hold his tongue. "Forgive him, Ivan Mikhailov, I mean," he pleaded. "Go away, you mollycoddler," she shouted in a voice so loud that he lost all desire to intercede any further for his friend. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, Chapter 2a of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Family Council, Chapter 2a. Arina Petrovna was 60 years old, still of sound health, and accustomed to have her own way in everything. Her manner was severe. She lived alone and managed the huge Golovliov estate all by herself, without having to answer to anyone else. She calculated closely, almost parsimoniously, was not intimate with her neighbors, was gracious to the local authorities, and exacted implicit obedience from her children. They were not to do anything without first asking themselves, what would mamenka say about it? She was independent, inflexible, even stubborn, though her stubbornness was not so much native as due chiefly to the circumstance that there was not one person in the whole Golovliov family that could oppose her. Her husband was a trifling creature and drank. Arina Petrovna used to say of herself that she was neither a widow nor a married woman. Some of the children were in St. Petersburg, the others took after their father and were relegated to the class of horrid creatures who were unfit for household duties. In these circumstances, Arina Petrovna soon began to feel all left alone and grew totally disaccustomed to family life, although the word family was constantly on her lips, and outwardly she seemed to be exclusively guided in all her work by the desire to build up the family estate and keep the family affairs in order. The head of the family, Vladimir Mikhailych Golovliov, was known from his youth as a dissolute, quarrelsome fellow, with nothing in his character that would be sympathetic to a serious, active woman like Arina Petrovna. He led a lazy, good-for-nothing existence, usually stayed locked up in his room, where he imitated the warble of the starlings, the crowing of cocks, and the like, and composed ribald doggerel. In bursts of confidence he would boast that he had been a friend of the poet Barkov, intimating that the poet had blessed him on his deathbed. Arina Petrovna disliked her husband's verses from the very first. Nasty stuff. Trash, she called them. And since Vladimir Mikhailych's very object in marrying had been to have someone ever at hand to listen to his poetry, the result was that quarrels soon began, which grew worse and worse and more frequent until they ended with Arina Petrovna utterly indifferent and contemptuous of her clown husband, and Vladimir Mikhailych hating his wife sincerely, with a hatred considerably mixed with fear. The husband called the wife a hag and a devil. The wife called the husband a windmill and a balalaika without strings. They lived together in this way for more than 40 years, and it never occurred to either of them that there was anything unnatural in such a life. Time did not diminish Vladimir Mikhailych's quarrelsomeness. On the contrary, it took on a still sharper edge. Apart from the poetical exercising in Barkov's spirit that he did, he began to drink and to lie in wait eagerly for the servant girls in the corridors. At first, Arina Petrovna looked on this new occupation of her husband's with repugnance. She even got wrought up over it, not so much from jealousy as that she felt it to be an interference with her authority. After a while, however, she shrugged her shoulders and merely watched out that the dirty wenches should not fetch brandy for their master. From that time on, having said to herself once for all that her husband was not a companion, she directed her efforts exclusively to one object, the building up of the estate. And in the 40 years of her married life, she actually succeeded in multiplying her property tenfold. With astonishing patience and acumen, she kept her eye on the near and distant villages, found out in secret ways the relations that existed between the neighboring landowners and the board of trustees, and always appeared at the auctions like snow on the head. In this fantastic hunt for new acquisitions, Vladimir Mikhailych receded more and more into the background, turned seedy, and at last dropped out of social life completely. He was now a decrepit old man already, keeping his bed almost the whole time. On the rare occasions that he left his room, it was only to stick his head through the half-open door of his wife's bedroom and shout, "Devil!" after which he would go back and close himself up in his own room again. Arina Petrovna was not much happier in her children. She was of a celibate nature, so to speak, independent and self-sufficient, and her children were nothing to her but a useless burden. The only times when she breathed freely was when she was alone with her accounts and her household affairs, and when no one interfered with her business talks with her managers, stewards, housekeepers, and so on. In her eyes, children were one of the preordained things in life that she felt she had no right to protest against. Nevertheless, they did not touch a single chord in her inner being, which was given over wholly to the numberless details of the household. There were 4 children, 1 daughter and 3 sons. Of the oldest son and the daughter she did not even like to speak. Toward the youngest son she was indifferent. It was only for the middle one, Porfisha, that she cherished any feeling at all, a feeling not of love, but of something very akin to fear. Stepan Vladimirych, the oldest son, passed in the family by the name of Simple Simon, or the Saucebox. He was very young when he was put into the class of horrid creatures, and from childhood up played the rôle of half pariah, half clown. Unfortunately, he was a bright child, susceptible to the impressions of his environment. From his father he inherited an irresistible inclination to play tricks, from his mother the ability to divine the weak sides of people's natures. The first characteristic soon made him his father's favorite, which still further intensified his mother's dislike of him. Often, when the mother was absent on business, the father and the boy would betake themselves into the study, adorned with the portrait of Barkov, read ribald poems, and gossip, the chief butt of their raillery being the hag, that is to say, Arina Petrovna. The hag, instinctively divining their occupation, would drive up to the front steps very quietly, then tiptoe to the study door and listen to their fun making. The murderous punishment of Simple Simon followed swift and cruel. But Stiopka was not subdued. He was impervious either to blows or to admonitions, and in half an hour was back again at his tricks. He would cut up Anyutka's, the servant girl's, scarf, or he would stick flies into Vasyutka's mouth while he slept, or he would run into the kitchen and carry off a cake. Arina Petrovna kept her children half hungry, which he always divided with his brothers. "You ought to be killed," his mother said. "I'll kill you, and I won't have to answer for it either. Even God won't punish me for it." This humiliation, constantly put upon a nature soft, yielding and forgetful, did not remain without its effect. It did not embitter him, nor did it make him rebellious. It made him servile, disposed to buffoonery, with no sense of the fitness of things, and devoid of all foresight and prudence. Such natures yield to all influences and may become almost anything: drunkards, beggars, buffoons, even criminals. At the age of 20, Stepan Golovliov graduated from the gymnasium in Moscow and entered the university. But his student's life was a bitter one. In the first place, his mother gave him just enough money to keep him from dying of hunger. Secondly, he did not show the least inclination to work. Instead, he developed an accursed talent which expressed itself chiefly in mimicry, and he suffered from a desire for constant companionship. He hated to be alone a single instant. So he played the light rôle of hanger-on and parasite, and thanks to his readiness for any prank, he soon became the favorite of the rich students. However, though they received him into their society, they looked on him not as one of them, but as a clown, and the reputation clung to him. Once placed on such a plane, he naturally slid down lower and lower, and at the end of the fourth year was thoroughly confirmed in his clownship. Nevertheless, thanks to his receptive ability and good memory, he passed the examinations successfully and received his bachelor's degree. When he appeared before his mother with the diploma, she merely shrugged her shoulders and said, "Well, that's funny." Then, after letting him spend a month in the country, she shipped him back to St. Petersburg with an allowance of 100 rubles a month. Now there began for him endless visits to various government offices. He had neither patrons nor the determination to make his own way by hard work. The lad's mind had lost so completely the habit of concentration that bureaucratic tasks such as the drawing up of briefs and case abstracts were beyond his power. After 4 years of struggle, Stepan was forced to admit that there was no hope of his ever rising above the rank of a government clerk. In reply to his lamentations, Arina Petrovna wrote him a stern letter which began with the words, "I was sure that would happen," and wound up with a command to return at once to Moscow. There, at the conclave of Arina Petrovna's favorite peasants, it was decided to place Simple Simon in the Aulic Court, entrusting him to the care of a pettifogger who from time immemorial had been the legal advisor of the Golovliov family. What Stepan Vladimirych did in the Aulic Court and how he behaved there is a mystery. What is certain is that at the end of the third year he was there no longer. Then Arina Petrovna took a heroic measure. She threw her son a bone, which was also supposed to fill the part of the parental blessing, that is to say, the patrimony. The bone consisted of a house in Moscow, for which she had paid 12,000 rubles. For the first time in his life, Stepan Golovliov breathed freely. The house promised to bring him an income of 1,000 silver rubles, a sum which in comparison with his former income seemed like genuine prosperity. He kissed his mamma's hand effusively and promised to justify her kindness. Whereupon Arina Petrovna said, "That's better. But mind you, you numbskull, that's all you get from me." But alas, so little was he used to handling money, so absurd was his estimation of real values in life, that before long what he thought to be a fabulous revenue proved insufficient. In 5 or 6 years he was totally ruined, and was only too glad to enter the militia which was then being organized. No sooner, however, did the militia troops reach Kharkov than peace was concluded, and Golovliov went back to Moscow, dressed in a somewhat threadbare uniform and high boots. By this time his house had already been sold, and the only thing he owned was 100 rubles. He began speculating with this capital, that is, he tried his luck at cards, but in a short time he lost all he had. Then he conceived the plan of visiting his mother's well-to-do peasants who lived in Moscow. Some of them invited him to dinner, others, yielding to his importunings, gave him tobacco or lent him small sums of money. At last the hour came when he found himself before a blind wall, as it were. He was already almost 40 years old and had to confess to himself that his nomadic existence was too much for his strength. There was only one thing left to him, to take the road leading to Golovliovo. After Stepan Vladimirych, the oldest child, came Anna Vladimirovna, about whom Arina Petrovna did not like to speak either. The truth of the matter was, the old lady had placed definite expectations in Annushka, but she, far from fulfilling her mother's hopes, had perpetrated a scandal which set the whole district agog. When Annushka left the girls' boarding school, Arina Petrovna installed her at the village, hoping to make of her a sort of unpaid private secretary and bookkeeper. But instead, Annushka eloped one fine night with Cornet Ulanov and married him. "They have married like dogs without a parent's blessing," complained Arina Petrovna. "Lucky, though, that he submitted to a wedding ceremony at all. Another man would have taken advantage of her and vanished into thin air. A fine chance for catching a bird." With her daughter Arina Petrovna dealt as peremptorily as she had with her hated son. She bestowed a boon upon her, too, in the shape of 5,000 rubles and a wretched little village of 30 souls and a manor house going with it, so dilapidated that the wind blew through the gaping paneless windows and there was not one sound board in the flooring. In 2 years the young couple had gone through the money and the cornet took himself off, deserting his wife and 2 twin girls, Anninka and Lubinka. 3 months later the mother died, and Arina Petrovna willy-nilly had to take the little orphans into her own house. She installed them in a side wing and entrusted them to the care of Palashka, old and one-eyed. "The Lord's mercy is great," remarked Arina Petrovna. "The little orphans won't eat much of my bread, but they'll be a solace to me in my old age. God has given me 2 daughters instead of 1." At the same time, she wrote to her son, Porfiry Vladimirych, "Your dear sister died as she lived, indecently, and now her 2 children are hanging round my neck." What we are going to say may seem cynical, but we feel it our duty to state that the granting of the heritage to Stepan and Anna did not by any means impair Arina Petrovna's financial condition. On the contrary, in reducing the number of shareholders, it contributed indirectly to the rounding out of the family estate. For Arina Petrovna was a woman of strict principles, and once having thrown them a bone, she considered her obligations toward her unloved children completely and definitely settled. In regard to her grandchildren, it never entered her mind that in due time she would have to part with something for them. All she cared for was to draw all the income possible from the small estate of her deceased daughter and deposit it in the chamber of trustees. "There I am," she would say, "laying by money for the orphans. For feeding and bringing them up, I take nothing from them. For the bread they eat, it is God who will pay me." As for the younger children, Porfiry and Pavel, they served in St. Petersburg, the former in a civil capacity, the latter in the army. Porfiry was married, Pavel was an old bachelor. End of Book 1, Chapter 2a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Family Council. Chapter 2b, Of a Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Family Council, Chapter 2b. Porfiry Vladimirych was known in the family by 3 nicknames: Yudushka, diminutive of Judas, Bloodsucker, and Goody Goody Boy, which had been invented by Simple Simon. From his early childhood, Porfiry had been oddly intent upon currying favor with his dear mamma and showed a tendency to play the sycophant. He would open the door of his mother's room softly, creep noiselessly into a corner, and sit there as if entranced, with his eyes fixed on his mother while she wrote or busied herself with accounts. Even in those days, Arina Petrovna regarded her son's efforts to insinuate himself into her good graces with vague suspicion. His stare puzzled her. She could not decide what his eyes expressed, whether venom or filial reverence. "I cannot make out what is in his eyes," she sometimes argued with herself. "His glance is like a noose which he is getting ready to throw. He might look like that handing a person poison or enticing him into a pitfall. In this connection she often recollected highly significant details of the time she was carrying Porfisha. An old man called Porfisha the Saint was at that time living in the manor. He had the reputation of a seer, and Arina Petrovna turned to him whenever she wanted to learn something about the future. She had asked him when she would be delivered of the child and whether it would be a boy or a girl. But the pious old man gave no direct answer. Instead, he crowed 3 times like a cock and then mumbled, "Cockerel, cockerel, sharp claw. The cock crows and threatens the brood hen. The brood hen, clock, clock, but it will be too late." That was all he said. 3 days later the seer crowed 3 times Arina Petrovna gave birth to a son, cockerel, cockerel, and named him Porfiry in honor of the old soothsayer. The first half of the prophecy had been fulfilled. But what could be the hidden meaning of the mysterious words, "The brood hen, cluck, cluck, but it will be too late"? Arina Petrovna often pondered over it, whenever her eyes fell on Porfisha, who sat in his nook with his enigmatic gaze fixed on her. Meanwhile, Porfisha kept on staring, quiet and meek, staring so intently that his wide open, motionless eyes began to swim in tears, as if he vaguely sensed the doubts that tormented his mother's soul, and wished to behave so as to disarm her most persistent suspicion. At the risk of annoying his mother, he constantly hovered about her, and the expression in his eyes seemed to say, "Look at me. I conceal nothing from you. I am all obedience and devotion, and, mind you, I am obedient and devoted not only from fear, but also from loyalty." And although an inner voice constantly sounded warning that the young scoundrel was dangerous in spite of his wheedling and fawning, her heart could not resist such unremitting devotion, and her hand involuntarily felt for the best piece in the dish to bestow upon the affectionate child. And yet the very sight of him at times awakened a vague fear of something puzzling and eerie. The exact opposite of Porfiry was his brother Pavel, the most perfect embodiment of absolute passivity. As a boy he manifested no inclination whatever for study or games or playing with other boys, but liked to keep to himself. He would get into a corner, pout, and set to work building air castles, dreaming that he had gorged himself with oatmeal so that his legs had become thin and he had no lessons to learn, or else that he was Davidka the shepherd with a growing lump on his forehead just like David's, and cracked a whip and had no lessons to learn. Arina Petrovna would gaze at him for a long time, and then her motherly feelings would well up. "Why do you sit there like a mouse on groats?" she would scold. "Is the poison working in you already? Why don't you come over to your mother and say, 'Mamenka, darling, hug me?'" Pavel would leave his place of refuge and slowly approach his mother as if someone were pushing him from behind. "Mamenka, darling," he would repeat in a bass voice unnatural in a child, "hug me." "Get out of my sight, you sneak. You think if you get into your corner I don't understand. You are mistaken, my darling. I see through and through you. Your plans and projects are as clear as if they were spread on the palm of my hand." And Pavel would just as slowly retrace his steps and bury himself again in his corner. Years passed by, and Pavel Vladimirych gradually developed that apathetic, unaccountably gloomy character which often goes with absolute passivity. He was perhaps good, but he had done nobody any good. He was perhaps not without some intelligence, but he had not achieved anything intelligent in his life. He was hospitable, but people did not like to avail themselves of his hospitality. He spent money readily, but nothing good or pleasant came of his lavishness to anybody. He never harmed anybody, but that was not considered a merit. He was honest, but no one had ever heard it said, "How honorably Pavel Golovliov dealt in that affair." It must be added that sometimes, not often, he snarled at his mother, although he feared her like poison. I repeat, he was an ill-tempered person, but back of his moroseness was nothing but sheer inertness. When the brothers reached maturity, the difference in their characters was most conspicuous in their relation to their mother. Yudushka, punctually every week, sent a lengthy epistle to "Mother dear," in which he informed her in the greatest detail of all the minutiae of his life in St. Petersburg, and assured her of his disinterested filial devotion in the most carefully selected terms. As for Pavel, he wrote rarely, laconically, and sometimes even enigmatically, pulling every word out of himself with a pair of tongs, as it were. "My adorable friend and dear mother," is what Porfiry Vladimirych wrote, for instance. "I have received the money from the peasant Yerofeyev, and I send you my most heartful thanks for forwarding the sum, which according to your gracious wish, dearest mamenka, is to be spent for my maintenance. I also kiss your hands with sincere filial devotion. What worries and grieves me is the thought that you are straining your precious health all too much by your ceaseless efforts to satisfy not only our needs, but our whims as well. I don't know what brother thinks, but I," etc., etc. As for Pavel, what he wrote on a similar occasion was: "Dear mother, am in receipt of the money, and according to my calculations, you still owe 6½ rubles, for which I beg to be graciously forgiven." When Arina Petrovna wrote reprimanding the children for their extravagance she did so rather frequently, although there was no serious necessity for it Porfisha invariably received her rebuke submissively and replied: "I am well aware, my dearest friend and mother, that you bear the heaviest burdens for the sake of us, your unworthy children. I know that often our behavior does not justify your motherly solicitude, and what is worse, erring humans that we are, we often forget it, for which I apologize most devotedly and sincerely in the hope that in the course of time I will overcome my weakness and be more prudent in my expenditure of the funds that you send, my adorable friend and mother, for my maintenance and for other purposes." Pavel would answer back: "Dearest mother, though you have not as yet paid any of my debts, I accept most submissively the name of spendthrift which you choose to bestow upon me, whereof I beg most sincerely to accept my assurance." Even the replies that the brothers made to the letter announcing the death of their sister, Anna Vladimirovna, were quite different from each other. Porfiry Vladimirych said: "The news of the death of my dear sister and good playmate, Anna Vladimirovna, has filled my heart with sorrow, a sorrow aggravated by the thought that a new cross has been given you to bear, dearest little mother, in the shape of two little orphans. Is it not sufficient that you, common benefactress to us all, deny yourself everything, and without sparing your health, concentrate all your power on the sole object of assuring the family not only the necessaries of life, but also the luxuries? Believe me, it is a wicked thing to do, but now and then, I confess, I cannot refrain from grumbling. As far as I can see, the only solace for you, my dearest, in this state of affairs, is to remember as often as you can all that Christ himself had to undergo." Pavel's reply ran: "The news of my sister who has fallen a victim I have received. I hope, however, that the Most High will rest her in his celestial tent, although this is uncertain." Arina Petrovna, reading these letters, would try to guess which of the two sons would be her destruction. At times she felt certain the danger was coming from Porfiry Vladimirych. "Look how he wags his tongue. A regular fiend at writing," she would exclaim. "Simple Simon's nickname suits to a T, Yudushka. Not a word of truth in all this stuff about my burdens, my cross, and the rest. Sheer lies. Not an ounce of feeling in his heart." At other times Pavel Vladimirych seemed to be her real enemy. "A fool, and yet look how deftly he tries to make love to mother on the sly. Whereof I beg most sincerely to accept my assurance. Wait a while. I'll teach you what 'accept assurances' means. I shall deal with you as I did with Simple Simon, and you'll find out what I mean by your assurances." In the end a truly tragical cry would burst from her lips. "And for whom am I hoarding all this wealth? For whom am I gathering all this? I deny myself sleep and food. For whom?" Such were the domestic circumstances of the Golovliovs at the time that the bailiff, Anton Vasilyev, reported to Arina Petrovna that Simple Simon had dissipated the bone flung to him, which in view of its loss might now be called with especial significance the parental blessing. Arina Petrovna sat in her bedroom, all her senses dazed. A vague, unaccountable feeling stirred within her, whether pity, born suddenly and miraculously for her hated offspring, who after all was her son, or whether merely thwarted despotism, the most expert psychologist would have been unable to decide. Her sensations were utterly confused and succeeded each other with bewildering swiftness. Finally, out of the welter of her thoughts there crystallized one emotion, the fear that the horrid creature would again be hanging round her neck. "Anyutka has forced her whelps on me, and now this dunderhead is coming here," she pondered deeply. Long she sat silent, her eyes fixed and intent. Dinner was brought in, but she hardly touched it. A servant came and said the master wanted brandy. Without looking up, she threw him the keys of the storeroom. After the meal, she ordered the bath to be prepared for her. Then she went into the oratory, ordered all the image lamps to be lit, and shut herself in. These were all clear signs that the mistress was in a temper, and so the house turned as quiet as a courtyard. The chambermaids walked on tiptoe. Akulina, the housekeeper, ran back and forth like a lunatic. The preparations for preserving had been set for after dinner, the berries had been rinsed and made ready, but the mistress gave no orders either to go ahead or to wait. The gardener, Matvey, came to ask whether it was time to gather the peaches, but such was his reception in the maids' room that he fled precipitately. Prayers and bath over, Arina Petrovna felt almost reconciled with the world, and had the bailiff summoned again. "Now tell me, what is the numbskull doing?" she asked. "Well, Moscow is big. It would take more than a year to walk through it." "But he needs something to fill his stomach with, doesn't he?" "Our peasants feed him. He eats with one, gets money for tobacco from another." "And who permits them to give him anything?" "Goodness me, madam, the people don't complain. They give alms to strangers. Should they refuse a mite to their own master's son?" "I'll teach them to give mites. I'll have the blockhead deported to your estate, and the community will have to maintain him at its own expense." "As you command, madam." "What? What did you say?" "As you command, my lady. If you order it, we shall feed him." "That's better. But talk sensibly." A pause ensued. Then the bailiff, true to his nature and his nickname, lost patience and began to shift from one leg to another, obviously burning with the desire to unburden his mind of something. "He's a clever one, though," he finally blurted out. "People say he brought back 100 rubles from the campaign. It isn't a fortune, but still one can live on it for a time." "Well?" "He thought he might improve his situation and went in for a shady business." Go on, and don't give me any lies." "He went to the German club. He thought he would find a fool to beat at cards, but instead he happened on a cunning hawk. He tried to get away, but was held up in the lobby. Of course he was plucked clean." "I suppose he was roughly handled, too." "Of course. The next morning he came to our man, Ivan Mikhailych, and told the tale himself. It's queer, he was in high spirits and laughed as if they had treated him like a lord." "Things run from him like water off a duck's back. But I won't grieve over it, provided he does not come within sight of me." "But I believe he will." "Nonsense. I will not allow him to cross my threshold." "But I'm sure he will," insisted Anton Vasilyev. "He said so in plain words to Ivan Mikhailych. 'Enough,' he says. 'I am going back to the old woman to eat her dry crusts.' And madam, to speak the truth, where can he lay his head but here? He cannot keep on forever feeding on our men in Moscow. And besides, he needs clothing and comforts." That was exactly the thing Arina Petrovna dreaded. It was the very essence of the obscure thought that had so deeply alarmed her. "Yes, he will turn up," she said to herself. "He has no other place to go to. There's no doubt of it. He would always be there, within her sight, that accursed, hated stranger of a son. What had been the good of throwing his portion to him? She had thought that, having received his due, he would drop into eternity, and there he was, rising from the dead. He would come, make insolent demands, and hang on like a leech, shocking everybody by his beggarly appearance. And she would have to meet his demands because he was a brazen-faced bully, capable of any violence. You cannot put such a man under restraint. He is capable of parading in tatters before strangers, of the wildest debauchery, of running away to the neighbors and telling them the ins and outs of the family affairs. Should she have him deported to the Suzdal monastery, which was said to be a place for ridding parents in distress of the sight of their refractory children? But the Lord knows whether that fabulous institution existed at all. People said there were such things as houses of correction, but how could one get an overgrown dolt into one of them? In short, Arina Petrovna was altogether upset by the thought of how the arrival of Simple Simon was going to disturb her peaceful existence. "I shall billet him upon you," was her threat to the bailiff. "Feed him at your own expense." "Why so, madam?" "Because you stand there croaking, 'He's sure to come,'" she mimicked. "Get out of my sight, you raven." Anton Vasilyev turned to go, but Arina Petrovna stopped him. "Wait a minute. Is it true that he is starting out for Golovliovo?" "I'm not in the habit of telling lies, madam. He said so plainly. I am going back to the old woman to eat her dry crusts." "He'll soon find out what kind of crusts the old woman has prepared for him." "But, madam, he won't live with you long." "Why not?" "Well, madam, he coughs very badly and keeps on clutching the left side of his chest. He won't live long." "That kind generally lives very long. He'll outlive us all. The coughing doesn't hurt him. Well, we shall see about it later. Leave me now. I have several matters to attend to." Arina Petrovna spent the whole evening pondering over this problem. Finally she found it best to convoke the family council for the purpose of deciding what was to be done with Simple Simon. Such constitutionalism was not her habit. She made up her mind to digress from the traditions of autocracy solely for the purpose of shielding herself from public censure. And as she did not doubt the outcome of the conference, she sat down with a light heart to write to Porfiry and Pavel asking them to come to Golovliovo immediately. End of chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, Chapter 3a of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Family Council, Chapter 3a. Meanwhile, the cause of all this mess, Simple Simon, was on his way to Golovliovo. In Moscow he engaged a seat in one of the so-called diligences in which small merchants and peasant traders used to travel, and which are still seen in some districts. The diligence had the city of Vladimir as its point of destination, and Stepan was enabled to travel in it through the liberality of the aforesaid innkeeper, Ivan Mikhailych, who also paid for his master's meals on the journey. "Listen," said Ivan Mikhailych with the air of an accomplice. "Do this. Get off at the station and go straight up to your mother just as you are." "Yes, yes, yes," answered Stepan Vladimirych approvingly. "The house is only about 15 versts from there. I can walk it in no time. I shall appear before her all dirty and dusty." "When your mother sees you in that rig, perhaps she'll take pity on you." "She will, she will. Mother, after all, is a kindly old woman." Stepan Golovliov was not quite 40, but he looked like 50. Life had so thoroughly worn him out that there was not a vestige of his noble origin left, not a single trace of his university education, nor of the enlightening word of science which in days bygone had been addressed to him too. He was tall as a maypole, racked by hunger, unkempt, untidy, with a sunken chest and long bony arms. His bloated face, his disheveled hair, streaked with gray, his loud, hoarse voice, his bulging, bloodshot eyes were unmistakable signs of heavy drinking and a weather-beaten life. He wore an old, threadbare uniform with the galloons gone (they had been sold to a smelter) and a pair of reddish boots, patched and sadly worn. Beneath his coat, when unbuttoned, peeped a dirty shirt as black as if it had been smeared with soot. With the cynicism of a militiaman, he called it a flea nest. His glance was stealthy and gloomy, the expression not of inner discontent, but rather of a vague anxiety which seemed to come from an ever-present fear of death by starvation. He talked ceaselessly and disconnectedly, passing without transition from one subject to another. He spoke whether Ivan Mikhailitch listened or dozed off under the soporific of his garrulousness. He was dreadfully uncomfortable, because there were 4 people in the diligence and he had to sit with his legs bent, so that at the end of 3 or 4 versts he had an intolerable pain in his knee joints. Nevertheless, the pain did not prevent him from talking. Clouds of dust entered through the side windows of the vehicle, at times flooded by a flaming, scorching sheet of sunlight. But Stepan Golovliov kept on talking. "Yes, brother," he held forth, "I have lived hard all my life. It is high time to rest. I shan't be eating her out of house and home, shall I? She has enough and to spare. What do you think, Ivan Mikhailych?" "Oh, your mother has plenty to eat." "Yes, but not for me, you mean to say?" "Yes, friend, she has heaps of money, but not a copper for me. And to think the hag has always hated me. Why? But now I'll sing her a different song. I've made up my mind. I'm desperate. If she tries to drive me out, I won't go. If she doesn't give me food, I'll take it. I've served my country, brother. Now it's everyone's duty to help me. There's only one thing I'm afraid of, that she won't give me tobacco." "Yes, you'll have to say good by to tobacco." "Then I'll put the screw on the bailiff. The devil can well afford to give his master a present now and then." "Oh, yes, he may do that. But what if your mother forbids him to?" "Well, in that case, I'll be done for. Tobacco is the only luxury that has remained of my former style. When I had money, I used to smoke not less than a quarter of a pound of Zhukov's tobacco every day." "I guess you'll have to do without brandy, too." "Another calamity. Brandy does me a lot of good. It breaks up my phlegm. When we were marching to Sebastopol, we had hardly reached Serpukhov when each man had already been given 3 gallons of brandy." "You must have lost your senses." "I don't remember. We marched as far as Kharkov, but I'll be hanged if I remember anything else. The only thing I can recall is that we passed through villages and towns, and that at Tula an Otkupshchik made a speech. He shed tears, the scoundrel did. Yes, our holy mother Russia drank from the cup of sorrow in those days. Opkuchtiki, contractors, receivers. It's a wonder God succeeded in saving the country from them." "Oh, your mother came in for some of the profits. In our village hardly half of the soldiers returned home. A recruit's receipt is now given for each man lost in the campaign, and government rates such a quittance at more than 400 rubles." "Yes, my mater is a cunning blade. She ought to be a minister of state instead of housekeeper at Golovliovo. Let me tell you, she has been unjust to me and she has insulted me. But I respect her. The main thing is, she's clever as the devil. If not for her, where would we have been now? We would have had nothing but Golovliovo with its 101.5 souls. Just think what an enormous pile she has made." "Well, your brothers will certainly be rich." "Yes, but I'll have nothing, that's just as certain. Yes, friend, I've gone to rack and ruin. But my brothers, they'll be rich, especially the bloodsucker. He can ensnare a person in no time, and it won't be long before he'll undo her, too. He'll pump the estate and the money out of her. I have an eye for these things. But Pavel, he's a fine chap. He will send my tobacco on the sly. You'll see if he doesn't. As soon as I reach Golovliovo, I'll send a note off to him. 'Dear brother, it's so and so with me. Ease my soul.' Ah, if I were rich." "What would you do?" "In the first place, I'd make you roll in wealth." "Why me? First think of yourself. I'm contented, living as I do under your mother's rule." "Oh, no, brother. Attendez. I would make you the chief marshal of all my estates. Yes, my dear friend, you have fed and warmed a soldier. Accept my thanks. If not for your generosity, I should now be footing it all the way to the home of my fathers. And of course I would free you on the spot and open up all my treasury to you. Drink, eat, and be merry. What did you think I would do?" "You'd better stop worrying about me, sir. What else would you do if you were rich?" "In the second place, I'd get a mistress at once. At Kursk I went to mass once and saw one, a queen. She was very fidgety and restless." "But maybe she would object to becoming your mistress." "And how about hard cash? What's the filthy lucre for? If 100,000 is not enough for her, she'll take 200,000. If 100,000 is not enough for her, she'll take 200,000. When I have money, no expense is too great for me, if it is a question of getting a bit of pleasure out of life. I must confess that at the time I let her know through our corporal that I would give her 3 rubles, but the wench asked 5. Oh, that was too much for you, of course. Well, I can't tell. As I said, I was in a dream the whole time. Maybe she came to me, but I forget. Those 2 months of marching have gone completely out of my mind. No such thing has happened to you, I suppose?" Ivan Mikhailych was silent. Stepan Vladimirych looked at him attentively and discovered that his fellow traveler was sound asleep. "Umph," he said. "He has nodded off, the sleepy-head. You have grown fat, brother, on the tea and fare of your eating house. I can't sleep, not a wink. A good chance for a lark." Golovliov looked around and saw that everybody was asleep. The merchant at his side was constantly striking his head against a crossbeam, but kept on sleeping. His face shone as if veneered, and flies swarmed about his mouth. A splendid idea, Stepan thought, to cram all the flies down the merchant's throat. His hand began to move toward the merchant, but halfway he repented and gave up the idea. "No more pranks," he said. "Enough. Sleep, friends, and rest." Meanwhile, where had he hidden the bottle? "Here, the darling. Let me see you. Lord, save thy creatures," he hummed, taking out a bottle from a bag fastened to the side of the vehicle and applying it to his mouth. "Ah, that's better. It warms your insides, you know. Shall I have some more? Well, no. The station is about 20 versts from here. I'll have time to get as drunk as a lord. But shan't I have just 1 drop more? The deuce take it, the vodka. The bottle simply acts like a charm. It's wicked to drink, but how can you help it if it is the only way of getting some sleep? I wish the vodka, the deuce take it, would do for me quick." He gulped down some more vodka, returned the bottle to its place, and began to fill his pipe. "We are all right," he said, talking to himself. "First we had a sip, and here we are smoking. She won't let me have any tobacco, the old hag. Sure as fate she won't. The man is right. Will she give me food? She may send me what is left over from her meals. Well, we too had money, but now we have none. Such is life. Today you eat and drink your fill, you enjoy yourself and smoke a pipe, and tomorrow, where art thou, man? Still, it would not be a bad thing to have a bite now. I drink like a fish, and I hardly ever have a square meal. Doctors say drinking does you good only when followed by a hearty meal, as the most reverend Smaragd said when we passed through Oboyan. Was it Oboyan? The deuce knows, it may have been Kromy. But that's immaterial now. The main question is how to get something to eat. I recollect that my man put a sausage and 3 rolls into the bag. Caviar is too expensive for the rascal. Look at the fellow. Sleeps like a log and sings through his nose. I wouldn't be surprised if he were sitting on the bag." He rummaged about in search of the bag, but could not find it. "Ivan Mikhailych! Ivan Mikhailych!" he shouted to the sleeping innkeeper. The man woke up and for a while could not make out where he was and how he happened to be sitting opposite his master. "I was just beginning to nap," he said finally. "Sleep, friend, sleep. I only want to know where the bag with the food is." "Are you hungry? But you would like a drink first, I suppose." "Right. Where is the bottle?" Stepan Vladimirych took a drink and then attacked the sausage, which happened to be as salty as salt itself and as hard as stone, so that he had to use the point of his knife to pierce it. "Some whitefish would taste good now," he remarked. "Oh, excuse me, sir, I clean forgot about the whitefish. All morning I kept saying to my wife, 'Be sure to remind me of the whitefish.' I am very sorry." "Oh, it doesn't matter. The sausage is good enough for me. When we were on the campaign, we ate worse things. Father used to tell that 2 Englishmen made a bet. One of them was to eat a dead cat, and he ate it." "You don't say!" "He did, and he was as sick as a dog afterwards. He cured himself with rum. He guzzled 2 bottles as fast as he could, and that set him right at once. Another Englishman made a bet that he would live a whole year on nothing but sugar." "Did he win?" "No. He kicked the bucket 2 days before the end of the year. And how about you? Why don't you take a drink?" "Oh, I never touch it." "So you swill nothing but tea. No good, brother. That's why your belly has grown so big. One must be careful with tea. A cup of tea must be followed by a glass of vodka. Tea gathers phlegm, vodka breaks it up. Isn't that so?" "Well, I don't know. You are learned, you know better." "True. On the campaign we had no time to bother with tea or coffee, but vodka that's a holy affair. You unscrew the flask, pour the vodka into a cup, drink, and that's all. At that time we had to march so fast that for 10 days I went without washing." "You certainly roughed it, sir." "Yes. Marching on the high road is not a joke. Still on our way forward it was not so bad. People gave us money, and there was plenty to eat and drink. But when we marched back, there was no more fetting." Golovliov gnawed at the sausage and finally chewed up a piece. "It is very salty, this sausage is," he said. "But I'm not squeamish. After all, mother won't feed me on tidbits. A plate of cabbage soup and some gruel, that's all she'll let me have." "God is merciful. Maybe she'll give you pie on holidays." "No, I imagine there'll be no tea, no tobacco, no vodka. People say she has become fond of playing fool, so she may call me in to take a hand at the game and give me some tea. As for the rest, there is no hope." There was a 4-hour rest to feed the horses. Golovliov had finished the bottle and was tormented by hunger. The travellers entered the inn and settled down to a hearty meal. Stepan Vladimirych took a stroll in the court, paid a visit to the back yard, the stables and the dovecote, and even tried to sleep. Finally he came to the conclusion that the best thing for him to do was to join his fellow travelers in the inn. There the cabbage soup was already steaming, and on a wooden tray on the sideboard lay a great chunk of beef, which Ivan Mikhailych was just then engaged in carving. Golovliov seated himself a little way from the table, lighted his pipe, and sat silent for quite a while, pondering over the way in which he could allay the pangs of hunger. "I wish you a good appetite, gentlemen," he said finally. "The soup seems to be good and rich." "The soup is all right," answered Ivan Mikhailych. "Why don't you order a portion for yourself?" "Oh, it was only a remark on my part. I'm not hungry." "Impossible. All you've eaten is a bit of sausage, and the damned thing only teases one's appetite. Please eat something. I'll have a separate table laid for you. My dear woman," he turned to the hostess, "a place for the gentleman." The passengers silently attacked their meal and now and then exchanged meaningful looks. Golovliov felt his fellow travelers suspected how matters stood, although he had played master throughout the journey, not without some arrogance, and had addressed the faithful innkeeper as if he had merely entrusted him with his cash. His brows knitted and a thick cloud of smoke escaped from his mouth. In the depths of his heart he felt he ought to refuse, but so imperative are the dictates of hunger that he set upon the bowl of cabbage soup like a beast of prey and emptied it in a trice. Along with satiety came his customary self-assurance, and, as if nothing were the matter, he said, turning to Ivan Mikhailych, "Well, my cashier, you will pay up for me, and I am off for the hayloft to have a talk with Mr. Kropovitsky." He jogged over to the hayloft, and as his stomach was full, he was soon fast asleep. He woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Noticing that the horses stood at their empty bins, rubbing their noses against the edges, he roused the driver. "He sleeps like a top, the rascal," he shouted. "We're in a hurry, and he's having pleasant dreams." End of Book 1, Chapter 3a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, Chapter 3b. Of a Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1. The Family Council. Chapter 3b. Soon the travelers reached the station at which the road turned off to Golovliovo. Here at last Stepan Vladimirych lost some of his devil-may-care attitude and became crestfallen and taciturn. Ivan Mikhailych tried to cheer him up and insisted that he part with his pipe. "You'd better throw the pipe into the nettles, sir, when you come to the manor house," he coaxed. "You will find it later on." Finally the horses that were to take the innkeeper to the end of his journey were ready, and the moment of parting came. "Good by, brother," said Golovliov in a tremulous voice, kissing Ivan Mikhailych. "She'll plague the life out of me." "The Lord is merciful. Keep up a stout heart." "She'll eat me up alive," repeated Stepan Vladimirych, with such conviction that the innkeeper involuntarily lowered his eyes. With these words Golovliov turned sharply along the country road, walking in a shuffle and leaning on a gnarled stick which he had cut off a tree. Ivan Mikhailych followed him with his eyes for a while, and then ran after him. "Listen, master," he said. "When I was cleaning your uniform a few minutes ago, I saw 3 rubles in your side pocket. Please don't lose them." Stepan Vladimirych was visibly irresolute and could not make up his mind how to act in this contingency. Finally he stretched out his hand to the peasant and said with tears in his eyes: "I understand. To buy tobacco for the old trooper? Thanks. But she'll eat me up alive, friend, sure as hell." Golovliov found the country road again, and several minutes later his gray soldier's cap showed afar off, now vanishing, now appearing above the young wood. It was early in the day. The morning mist, touched into gold by the first rays of the sun, hovered above the country road. The grass glistened with the dew, and the air was redolent of fir trees, mushrooms, and wild berries. The road meandered across a plain swarming with birds. Stepan Vladimirych, however, noticed nothing of the beauty about him. All his frivolity had suddenly gone, and he walked as if to the Last Judgment. One thought filled his mind to the exclusion of everything else. In 3 or 4 hours he would have reached his goal. He recalled his life at Golovliovo, and he felt as if the doors of a damp cellar were opening to let him in, and no sooner would he penetrate into the gloomy interior than the doors would close behind him and everything would be over. Memories prophetic of what awaited him at Golovliovo surged in his mind. There had been Uncle Mikhail Petrovich, popularly known as Mishka the Squabbler, one of the horrid members of the family, whom grandfather Piotr Ivanich had exiled to Golovliovo, where he had lived in the servants' quarters and eaten out of the same dish with Trezorka, the house dog. There had been Aunt Vera Mikhailovna, who had lived on the estate by her brother's favor and died of "moderate living," for Arina Petrovna had begrudged her every mouthful at dinner and every billet of wood for the stove in her room. And a similar fate awaited him. He foresaw an endless succession of joyless days losing themselves in a gray, yawning abyss, and he involuntarily shut his eyes. Henceforth he would have to be alone with a wicked old woman, half dead in the stagnation of despotism. She would be the death of him before long, as sure as fate. Not a soul to speak to, not a place to visit. She would be everywhere, scornful, despotic, deadening. The thought of that inevitable future made his heart so heavy that he stopped under a tree in desperation and struck his head against it several times. His entire life, with all its farcical strutting, idleness and buffoonery, loomed up as if flooded with sudden light. Then he started on his way again. He felt there was nothing else left for him. The least of men can make some effort, can earn his bread. He alone was helpless. It was a new thought. He had been accustomed in thinking of his future to picture various prospects, but always prospects of wealth coupled with idleness, never prospects of work. And now the time had come when he had to pay for the wickedness and aimlessness of his existence. It was a bitter settlement, summed up in the terrible phrase, "She will be the end of me." It was about 9 o'clock in the morning when the white Golovliovo belfry showed above the forest. The traveller's face grew pale and his hands began to tremble. He took off his cap and crossed himself. The parable of the prodigal son and his return occurred to him, but he at once rejected the idea as a bit of self-delusion. Finally he noticed the boundary post standing by the wayside, and presently he was treading the Golovliovo soil, the hateful soil that had borne him, an unloved child, that had reared him, sent him hated into the wide world, and was now receiving him, the unloved one, back into its arms again. The sun was high in the heavens and was ruthlessly scorching the boundless fields of Golovliovo. But Stepan Vladimirych was growing paler and shivering with ague. At length he reached the churchyard, and here his courage failed utterly. The manor house looked out from behind the trees as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened there. Yet the sight of it worked on him like the vision of a Medusa head. His paternal abode seemed to be a tomb. A tomb, 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 he repeated unconsciously. He had not the courage to go straight to the house, but first called on the priest and sent him to break the news of his arrival and inquire whether his mother would receive him. The priest's wife was very sympathetic and hastened to prepare an omelet. The village children gathered about him and stared at the master with wondering eyes. The peasants passing by lifted their hats in silence and looked at him curiously. One old servant ran up with the intention of kissing the master's hand. Everyone understood that a wastrel was before them, an unloved son who had returned to his hated home, never to leave it except for the graveyard. At the thought of it, the people were overwhelmed with a mingled feeling of pity and dread. At last the priest returned and announced that the lady of the manor was ready to receive Stepan Vladimirych. 10 minutes later he was standing in her presence. Arina Petrovna met him severely and solemnly and measured him icily from head to foot, but allowed herself no useless reproaches. She received him not in the living room, but on the porch, and ordered the young master to be taken to his father through another entrance. The old man was dozing in his bed under a white coverlet in a white nightcap, all white like a corpse. When he felt the presence of his son, he woke up and began to laugh idiotically. "Well, friend, so now you are under the hag's paw," he cried, while his son kissed his hand. Then he crowed like a cock, burst out laughing again, and repeated several times, "She'll eat him up! She'll eat him up!" The phrase found echo in Stepan's soul. His fears were justified. He was installed in a separate room in the wing that also housed the counting room. He was given homespun underwear and an old discarded dressing gown of his father's, which he put on immediately. The doors of the burial vault had opened, let him in, and closed again. There now began a long succession of dull, ugly days, which time's gray, yawning abyss swallowed up one after the other. Arina Petrovna never received him, nor was he allowed to see his father. 3 days after his arrival, his mother informed him through Finogey Ipatych, the bailiff, that he would receive board and clothing, and also a pound of Faller's tobacco monthly. Stepan Vladimirych listened to the bailiff and merely remarked, "The hag! She's found out that Zhukov's tobacco costs 2 rubles, while Faller's is only 1 ruble 90 kopecks a pound. So she pockets 10 kopecks a month." The symptoms of the moral sobering that had appeared during the hours of his approaching Golovliovo on the country road vanished. Frivolity reasserted its rights and was followed by an acceptance of the conditions his mother imposed upon him. The disquieting thought of the hopeless future, which had once pierced his mind, faded gradually away and finally was no more. The day and the evil thereof, the petty interests of existence in all its undisguised ugliness absorbed his entire being. What part, indeed, could his intentions and opinions play when the course of the rest of his life in all its details was laid out in advance in Arina Petrovna's brain? All day long he walked to and fro in his room, pipe in mouth, humming bits of songs, passing unaccountably from church tunes to boisterous airs. If the village clerk happened to be in the office, he went up to him and engaged in a conversation, of which the chief topic was Arina Petrovna's income. "What does she do with all her wealth?" he would exclaim wonderingly, having reached the sum of more than 80,000 rubles. "My brother's allowances are rather poor, she herself lives shabbily, and she feeds cured meats to father. She deposits the money in the bank, that's what she does with it." On one occasion Finogey Ipatych came to deliver the taxes he had gathered, and the table was littered with paper money, and Stepan's eyes glittered. "Ah, what a heap of money!" he exclaimed. "And it all flows right down her throat. As for giving her son some of these nice greenbacks, no, she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't say, 'Here, my son, you who are visited by sorrow, here is some cash for wine and tobacco.'" This was usually followed by endless cynical talks about how he could win over his mother's heart. "In Moscow," he held forth, "I used to meet a man who knew a magic word. If his mother refused to give him money, he would utter the word, and she instantly got cramps in her hands and feet, in fact, all over. "It must have been a spell, I suppose," remarked the village clerk. "Well, whatever it may have been, it is gospel truth that there is such a word. Another man told me this: 'Take,' he says, 'a frog and put it into an anthill at midnight. By morning the ants will have gnawed it clean, so that only its skeleton will be left. Take the skeleton, and when it is in your pocket, ask anything you wish of any woman, and she won't refuse you.'" Well, that's easy. "The trouble is, one must first damn oneself forever. If it weren't for that, the old hag would be cringing before me." Hours on end were spent in such talk, but no remedy was found. The preliminary condition was that you either had to call a curse down on yourself or sell your soul to the devil. There was no help. Stepan Vladimirych had to go on living under his mother's rule, the only relief coming in the small voluntary contributions that he raised from the village officials, in the form of tobacco, tea, and sugar. His fare consisted mainly of what remained from his mother's table, and as Arina Petrovna was moderate to the point of avarice, his board was meager, to say the least. Which was all the more painful because ever since vodka had become unattainable, his appetite had grown considerably keener. All day long hunger gnawed at him, and his sole preoccupation was how to fill his stomach. He awaited the hour when his mother would retire for a rest, then sneaked into the kitchen and looked into the servants' quarters, snatching a bit here, a bit there. Sometimes he would sit at his open window watching for passers by. If one of the serfs came along, he stopped him and levied toll in the form of an egg, a curd cake, and the like. At the first meeting between mother and son, Arina Petrovna briefly explained the whole program of his life. "Live here," she said. "Here is a shelter for you in the counting house. Your meals you will get from my table. In other matters you will have to put up with things as they are. There were never any dainties in the house, and I shan't change my ways for your sake. Your brothers will soon arrive. Whatever they will decide about you, I shall carry out. I shall take no sin upon my soul. Let them dispose of your fate." He looked forward to his brothers' arrival with impatience. Not that he reflected on the influence their arrival might have on his existence, as he had evidently decided that the matter was not worth his thought. The only thing that interested him was whether Pavel would bring him tobacco and how much. "Maybe he'll hand me over some coin, too," he mused. "Porfishka the Bloodsucker, he won't, but Pavel, I'll say to him, 'Brother, give a soldier some cash for wine.' He'll give me some, he's sure to." He did not notice the passage of the days, nor did he feel the weight of his absolute idleness. The only time he was lonesome was in the evenings, because the constable left at 8, and Arina Petrovna did not allow her son any candles, on the ground that one can walk to and fro without light. He soon became accustomed to the dark and even began to love it, for in the darkness his imagination had free play and carried him far, far away from the dreary place which was his home. In those hours only one thing disturbed him. He had a dull pain in the chest, and his heart palpitated queerly, especially when he went to bed. Sometimes he jumped out of bed and ran about the room, clutching the left side of his chest. "I wish I would die," he thought at such moments. "But no, I shan't die. But maybe I shall." One morning, when the village clerk, with an air of mystery, reported that his brothers had arrived the night before, he shuddered and grew pale. Something childlike suddenly awoke in him. He felt like running to the house to see how his brothers were dressed, and find out what beds had been prepared for them, and whether they had traveling cases like one he had seen a militia captain carrying, and hear how they would talk to mother, and spy out what would be served at dinner. In short, a desire once more arose in him to return to life, which so persistently rejected him, to fall at dear mamma's knees and obtain her pardon. Then perhaps he would eat the fatted calf and be merry. The house was still quiet, but he had already visited the kitchen and found out that the following courses had been ordered for dinner: soup with fresh cabbage, also some soup left over from yesterday, cured meat served with cutlets of chopped meat for entrée, fried mutton chops and 4 snipes for the roast, and raspberry pie with cream for dessert. "Yesterday's soup, cured meat, and the chops. That, brother, is for me," he said to the cook. "There will be no pie for me, I guess." "For your mother to say, sir." "Ah, friend, there was a time when I ate snipe. Yes, I did. Once I made a bet with Lieutenant Gromykin that I would eat 15 snipes one after the other, and what do you think? I won the bet. After that I couldn't look at snipe for a month." "But you won't refuse to have some now?" "She wouldn't let me have any. I can't see, though, what makes her so stingy. A snipe is a free bird. You don't have to feed it or look after it. It is self-supporting. She doesn't buy snipes any more than she buys sheep, and yet the hag knows snipe tastes better than mutton. That's why she won't let me have it. She'd rather let it rot than give it to me. What's ordered for breakfast?" "Liver, mushrooms in sour cream, and custard." "Why not send me a custard? Do, brother." "Well, I'll try hard. Let me tell you, sir, when the brothers sit down to breakfast, you send the village clerk here. He'll fetch you a couple of custards under his coat." Next day Stepan Vladimirych waited the entire morning for his brothers, but they did not arrive. Finally, about 11 o'clock, the village clerk brought the 2 promised custards and reported that the brothers had just finished breakfast and were closeted with Arina Petrovna in her bedroom. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, Chapter 4 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Family Council. Chapter 4. Arina Petrovna received her son solemnly, weighed down by grief. 2 maids supported her under the armpits. Her gray locks streamed out from under her cap, her head drooped and shook from side to side, and her limbs seemed hardly able to support her. She always liked to play the part of a venerable, careworn mother before her children, moving with difficulty and getting her maids to assist her. Simple Simon called such solemn receptions High Mass, herself a bishop, and the maids Polka and Yulka, mace bearers. As it was late at night, the interview was almost a silent one. Without saying a word, she gave her sons her hand to kiss, kissed them in turn, and made the sign of the cross over them. And when Porfiry Vladimirych made it clear that he would gladly spend the rest of the night with Mother dear, she merely waved her hand and said, "Come now, take a rest. You must be tired after the journey. This is not the time for discussion. We shall talk tomorrow." Next morning the 2 sons went to kiss Papa's hand, but Papa refused his hand. He lay on his bed with closed eyes, and when they entered, he cried out, "Have you come to judge the toll gatherer? Get out, Pharisees, get out!" But in spite of this reception, Porfiry Vladimirych emerged from Papa's room agitated and with tears on his eyelids, while Pavel Vladimirych, like the heartless dolt that he was, merely picked his nose. "He is very weak, mother dear, very weak," exclaimed Porfiry Vladimirych, throwing himself on his mother's breast. "Is it so bad?" "Yes, very bad. He won't live much longer." "Oh, well, it isn't as bad as that." "No, dear, no. And although your life has never been too joyful, yet as I think how fate deals you so many blows at once, upon my word, I wonder where you get the strength to bear up under it all." "Well, my friend, the strength comes if such is the Lord's will. You know what it says in the Scriptures, 'Bear one another's burdens.' It seems that our Heavenly Father has chosen me to bear the burdens of my family." Arina Petrovna shut her eyes. So delightful was this vision of the family finding their tables covered for them, and of her toiling for them and bearing their burdens. "Yes, my friend," she said after a minute's pause, "it's a hard life I lead in my old age. I have provided for my children, and it is time for me to rest. It's no joke, 4,000 souls. At my age, to take care of such an estate, to have an eye on everybody and everything, to run back and forth. As for all those bailiffs and managers, they look you straight in the eye, but believe me, they are the most faithless kind. And you," she interrupted herself, turning to Pavel, "what are you digging in your nose for?" "What have I to do with it?" snarled Pavel Vladimirych, disturbed in the very midst of his absorbing occupation. "What do you mean? After all, he's your father. You might find a word of pity for him." "Well, a father like any other father. He has been that way for 10 years. You always make things unpleasant for me." "Why in the world should I, my boy? I am your mother. Here is Porfisha. He has found words of affection and pity for me as befits a good son. But you don't even look at your mother properly. You look at her out of the corner of your eye, as if she were not your mother but your foe. Please don't bite me." "Well, what? Stop! Hold your tongue for a minute. Let your mother say a word. Do you remember the commandment, 'Honor thy father and thy mother, and all will be well with thee'? Am I to understand that you don't wish to be well?" Pavel Vladimirych kept silence and looked at his mother in perplexity. "You see, you're silenced," went on Arina Petrovna. "You are guilty. But I shall let you alone. For the sake of this joyful meeting, we shall dispense with this talk. God, my child, sees everything. As for me, I see you through and through, and I always have. Children, children, you will remember your mother when she lies in her grave. You will remember her, but it will be too late." "Mamma dear," interposed Porfiry Vladimirych, "away with such black thoughts, away with them." "We must all die," said Arina Petrovna sententiously. "These are not black but pious thoughts. I'm growing weak, children, oh, how weak. Debility and ailments are the only things left of my former strength. Even the maids have noticed it, and they don't care a rap for me. If I say one word, they have 10 in reply. I have only one threat, that I shall complain to the young masters. That works sometimes." Tea was served and then breakfast, during which Arina Petrovna continued her complaining and self-pitying. After breakfast she invited her sons to her bedroom. When the door was locked, she went straight to the business for which she had convoked the family council. "Simple Simon is here," she began. "Oh, we heard about it, mamma dear," said Porfiry Vladimirych, and it was hard to say whether it was irony or the calm complacency of a man who has just eaten a hearty meal that sounded in his voice. "He has come here as if that were the proper thing to do. Whatever he may have done, he seems to think the old mother will always have bread for him. Think of all his hatred for me, of all the trouble his tricks and buffoonery have caused me. And what have I not done to get him a good berth? It all ran off like water from a duck's back. At last I made up my mind. Goodness, if he cannot take care of himself, am I to ruin my life on account of the big lout? I'll give him a piece of the property, I decided. Perhaps, I thought, once an independent proprietor, he'll sober down. No sooner said than done. I myself found a house for him and paid out 12,000 silver rubles for it with my own hands. And what's the upshot? After less than 3 years, he's hanging round my neck again. How long am I to stand such insults?" Porfisha lifted up his eyes and shook his head sorrowfully, as if to say, "Ah, fine doings! Why disturb mother dear so ruthlessly? Why not live peacefully and quietly? Then dear mamma would not be angry. Fine doings!" But Porfisha's gestures did not please Arina Petrovna, who objected to any interruption to the course of her thoughts. "Wait a minute," she said. "Don't shake your head. Listen first. Think of my feelings when I learned that he had thrown away his parental blessing like a gnawed bone into a cesspool. Think how he outraged me. Me, who for years refused myself sleep and food. He has done to his patrimony what one would do to a bauble bought at a fair." "Oh, mother dear, what a shame, what a shame!" began Porfiry Vladimirych, but Arina Petrovna stopped him again. "Wait a minute. Let me have your opinion when I order you to. If at least the scoundrel had come to me in time and said, 'I am guilty, dear mamma, I couldn't restrain myself,' I might have bought the house back for a song. The unworthy son did not know how to make use of the property. Perhaps the worthier children would. The house easily brought in 15% income yearly. Maybe I would have thrown him out another 1,000 rubles in his distress. But instead, he disposed of the property without so much as saying a word to me. With my own hands, I paid out 12,000 rubles for the house, and it was sold at auction for 8,000 rubles." "The main thing, dear mamma, is that he has dealt so basely with the parental blessing," Porfiry interjected hastily, as if afraid of being stopped again. "Oh, yes, that's so, too. My money does not come lightly. I have earned it with the sweat of my brow. When I married your father, all he owned was the estate of Golovliovo with 101 souls, and a few more souls scattered in distant estates, 150 in all. As for me, I had nothing at all. Now look what an estate I have built up on that foundation. There are 4,000 souls, not a single one less. I can't take them into the grave with me. Do you think it was an easy task to scrape 4,000 souls together? No, dear child, not easy. Far from easy. I spent many a sleepless night trying to work out a good business scheme so that no one should smell it out and stand in my way. And what have I not endured in my business travels? I have had plenty of hard road and bad weather and slippery ice. It is only lately that I allow myself the luxury of a coach. In former times I rode in a plain two-horse peasant's cart with a cover put on extra for me. It was in nothing but a cart that I used to go to Moscow. And the filth and stench I had to put up with in the Moscow inns. I begrudged myself the dime for the cabby, and I walked all the way from Rogoshkaya Street to Solyanka. The house porter would say to me wonderingly, "Mistress, they say you are young and well-to-do. Why do you work so hard?" But I was silent and patient. At first all I had at my disposal were 30,000 rubles in banknotes. I sold your father's remote estates with their 100 souls, and with what I realized from the sale, I set out to buy a property with 1,000 souls. I had a mass said at the Iverska church and went to Solyanka to try my luck. What do you think happened? The Holy Virgin must have seen my bitter tears. She helped me buy the estate. It was like a miracle. The instant I bid 30,000 rubles, the auction came to an end. There had been a lot of noise and excitement, but then the people stopped bidding and it was as quiet as could be. The auctioneer got up and congratulated me. I was dumbfounded. Ivan Nikolaich, the lawyer, came over to me and said, "Let me congratulate you, madam, on your purchase." But I stood there stiff as a post. How great is God's mercy! Think of it, if in my confusion someone had called out just for spite, "I bid 35,000," I should certainly have offered every bit of 40,000. And where would I have gotten the money from? Many a time before had Arina Petrovna regaled her children with the epical beginnings of her career of acquisition. It had never lost the charm of novelty for them. Porfiry Vladimirych listened smiling, sighing, turning up his eyeballs, lowering them, to the tune of the rapid changes through which the tale passed. As for Pavel Vladimirych, he sat with wide open eyes, like a child, listening to a familiar yet ever fascinating fairy tale. "Do you think your mother built up her fortune without trouble?" went on Arina Petrovna. "It takes trouble even to make a pimple on your nose. After the first purchase I was laid up with fever for 6 weeks. So judge for yourselves how it must make my heart ache to see my hard-earned money, money I went through torments to get, you may say, thrown out into the gutter for no earthly reason." There was a minute's pause. Porfiry Vladimirych was ready to rend his garments, but refrained, fearing there would be no one in the village to mend them. Pavel Vladimirych, as soon as the fairy tale was over, fell back into his wonted apathy, and his face resumed its customary dull expression. "That is why I asked you to come here," began Arina Petrovna anew. "Now judge us, me and the villain. Whatever you decide will be done. If you condemn him, he will be guilty. If you condemn me, I shall be guilty. Only I shall not allow the rascal to get the better of me," she added quite unexpectedly. Porfiry Vladimirych felt his turn had come, and he prepared to hold forth, but approached the subject in a roundabout way. "If you will permit me, dearest mother, to express my opinion," he said, "here it is in 2 words. Children must obey their parents, blindly do their bidding, cherish them in their old age. That's all. What are children, dear mother? Children are loving creatures who owe their parents everything, from their persons to the last rag they possess. Therefore, parents may judge children, while children may never judge parents. Children are in duty bound to respect, not to judge." "You say, 'Judge us.' That is magnanimous of you, dear mother, magnificent. But how can we think about it without fear? We whom from the first day of our birth you have been clothing with kindness from head to foot. Say what you may, it would not be judgment, but blasphemy. It would be such blasphemy, such blasphemy." "Stop, wait a minute. If you say you cannot sit in judgment on me, acquit me and condemn him," Arina Petrovna interrupted. She was listening and trying to search his meaning, but could not make out what new plot was back of the Bloodsucker's mind. "No, mother dear, even that I cannot do, or rather I don't dare to. I have no right to. I can neither acquit nor condemn. I simply cannot judge. You are the mother. You alone know how to deal with us children. You have the right to reward us if we deserve it, and chastise us if we are guilty. Our duty is not to criticize, but to obey. And if at the moment of parental wrath you exceed the measure of justice, even then we dare not grumble, for the ways of Providence are hidden from us. Who knows? Perhaps it was necessary. Our brother Stepan has acted basely, unspeakably, but you alone can determine the degree of punishment he deserves." "Then you refuse to help me? You would have me get out of this affair as best I can?" "Oh, dearest, dearest, how you misunderstood me! Goodness, goodness! I said that however you might be pleased to dispose of brother Stepan's fate, so shall it be. And you what horrible thoughts you ascribe to me!" "All right. And you?" She turned to Pavel Vladimirych. "Do you want my opinion? But what's my opinion to you?" said he, as if only half awake. However, he braced himself unexpectedly and went on: "Of course he's guilty. Have him torn to pieces, ground to dust in a mortar. It's settled in advance. What am I in this?" Having mumbled these incoherent words, he stopped and stared at his mother, his mouth wide open, as if not trusting his own ears. "Well, my dear, I shall speak to you later," Arina Petrovna cut him off coldly. "I see that you are anxious to tread in Stiopka's tracks. Take care, my child. You will repent, but it will be too late." "Why, what's the matter? I'm not saying anything. I say just as you please. What is there disrespectful in that?" said Pavel Vladimirych faintly. "I'll talk with you later on, my boy, later on. You think because you are an army officer you can run wild. You are greatly mistaken. Then neither of you wants to sit in judgment?" Dearest mother " "What am I in this?" said Pavel Vladimirych. "I don't care. Have him torn to pieces." "Hold your tongue, for Christ's sake, you wicked man!" Arina Petrovna felt she was fully entitled to call her son "scoundrel," but refrained in deference to the joyous meeting. "Well, if you refuse to judge him, I shall. Here is my verdict. I shall try to treat him kindly once more. I shall hand over to him the little Vologda village, have a cottage built there, and let him live there and be fed by the peasants." Although Porfiry Vladimirych had refused to sit in judgment on his brother, his mother's generosity was so amazing that he felt he simply had to point out the dangerous consequences of her project. "Dearest mamma," he exclaimed, "you are more than magnanimous. You are confronted by a deed, well, the vilest, meanest deed, and then you forget and pardon. Magnificent! But forgive me, I am afraid for you, dearest. Think what you will of me, but if I were you, I wouldn't do it." "Why not?" "I don't know. Perhaps I lack your magnanimity, that motherly feeling of yours. But one thought comes back to me all the while. What if brother Stepan does the same with his second legacy as he did with his first?" Arina Petrovna had already thought of that, yet in the back of her mind was another consideration. "The Vologda estate is father's property. It belongs to the patrimony," she said through her teeth. "Sooner or later a portion of the patrimony will have to be doled out to him." "I understand that very well, mother dear." "Then you also understand that on giving him the Vologda village, we can make him sign a document to the effect that he has received his full share and that he renounces all further inheritance claims." "I understand that too, dearest mother. Your excessive kindness caused you to commit a grave mistake. At the time you bought him the house, you ought to have made him give you such a document then." "Yes, that was a blunder." "At that time, in his joy, he would have signed any document. But you, dearest, in the kindness of your heart goodness, what a mistake! What a mistake!" "Don't talk of it any more. Why didn't you speak up before it was too late? Now you are ready to blame everything on your mother, but when it comes to business, you are not there. However, it isn't the document I have in mind. I can make him sign it even now. Papa, I suppose, isn't going to die at once. Until his death, the blockhead must live on something. In case he refuses to sign, we can chase him out and bid him wait for papa's death. No, what I want to know is, do you dislike my idea of giving him the Vologda estate? He will squander away the village, darling, as he did the house. If he does, let him blame himself. He'll come back to you again, to no one else. Oh, no, I won't stand for it. I won't let him come near my threshold. There won't be a drink of water for him in my house. And people won't condemn me for it, nor will God punish me. To squander away first a house, then an estate? Am I his slave? Is he the only one I have to provide for? Have I not other children? Still, it is to you that he will come. Isn't he brazen-faced enough to do that, darling mamma? I tell you, I won't let him come near my threshold. Why do you sit there croaking, 'He'll come, he'll come'? I won't let him in." Arina Petrovna grew silent and fixed her gaze on the window. She herself vaguely realized that the Vologda estate would only temporarily free her from the horrid creature, that in the end he would dispose of it, too, and would return to her again, and that as a mother she could not refuse him a corner in her house. But the thought that the odious fellow would always be with her, that even though locked up in the counting house he would be preying on her imagination like a spook, was so appalling that she shuddered involuntarily. "Not for the world!" she exclaimed, striking the table with her fist and leaping to her feet. Meanwhile, Porfiry Vladimirych kept on staring at mother dear and shaking his head rhythmically in token of condolence. "I see you are angry, dearest mamma," he said at last, in a tone so sugared that he seemed to be getting ready to tickle Arina Petrovna. "What would you have me do? Dance a jig?" "Excuse me, darling, but what do the scriptures say about patience? In patience, it says, 'Possess ye your souls.' In patience. That's the word. Do you think God does not see? He sees everything, mother dear. We perhaps don't suspect anything. We sit here proposing this and planning that, while He may already have disposed. Oh, dearest mamma, how unjust you are to me!" But Arina Petrovna was fully aware that the Bloodsucker was throwing a snare, and she flew into a rage. "Are you making sport of me?" she shouted. "I am discussing business, and he's trying to hoax me. Don't pull the wool over my eyes. Speak plainly. Do you want him to remain at Golovliovo, hanging round his mother's neck?" "Just so, dearest mother, if you please. Let him be where he is, and make him sign a paper about the heritage." "So. I knew what it was that you would advise. All right. God alone knows how it will pain me always to be having that creature around. However, it seems nobody will take pity on me. When I was young, I bore my cross. Shall I refuse it in my old age? But there is still another point. While papa and I are alive, he'll live at Golovliovo, and we won't let him starve. But how about afterwards?" "Dearest mother, darling, why such melancholy thoughts?" cried the Bloodsucker. "Melancholy or not, still one has to provide a head. We aren't babies. When we die, what will become of him?" "Dearest mother, can't you count on us, your children? Have we not been properly brought up by you?" Porfiry Vladimirych flashed on her one of those puzzling glances which had always made her uneasy, and went on: "The poor man, dear mamma, I shall help with greater joy than the rich. The rich man, Christ be with him, the rich man has enough of his own, but the poor man, you know what Christ said of the poor." Porfiry Vladimirych got up and kissed his mother's hand. "Dearest mamma, allow me to present my brother with 2 pounds of tobacco," he said entreatingly. Arina Petrovna did not answer. She looked at him and reflected: "Is he really such a bloodsucker that he would turn his own brother out on the streets?" "Well, do as you please. Let him live at Golovliovo," she said finally, turning to Porfiry. "You have trapped me. You started with 'just as you please, dearest mamma,' and finished by dancing me on your wire. But let me tell you this, I hate him, and he has disgraced and pestered me all his life. He has even dishonored my motherly blessing. Nevertheless, if you turn him out into the streets or make a beggar of him, you shall not have my blessing. No, no, no. Now you two go to him. The idiot is wearing out his silly eyes looking for you." The sons left. Arina Petrovna rose and watched them stride over the front yard to the counting house without exchanging a word. Porfiry was constantly taking off his cap and crossing himself, now at the sight of the church, which shimmered afar off, now before the chapel, now before the wooden post to which a charity box was attached. As for Pavel, he seemed unable to take his eyes off his boot tips shining in the sunlight. For whom have I been accumulating riches? Refused myself sleep and food. For whom?" she cried bitterly. End of Book One, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book One, Chapter 5 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book One, The Family Council, Chapter 5. The brothers departed, and the manor house of Golovliovo was deserted. With renewed energy Arina Petrovna took up her work again. The clatter of the knives in the kitchen ceased, but activities in office, storehouses, cellars were redoubled. Summer, the great provider, was nearly over. Preserving, canning, pickling, storing were in full swing. Winter provisions flowed in from all quarters, dried mushrooms, berries, eggs, vegetables. This requisition in kind, imposed upon the peasant women, came in wagons from all the various family estates. Everything was measured and added to the stores of former years. Not in vain had the lady of Golovliovo had a long row of cellars, storehouses, and granaries built. They were full to the brim. Quite a good deal of damaged material was along with the rest and smelt foully. At the end of summer the stuff was all sorted, and what was suspicious was sent to the servants' quarters. The pickles are still in good condition, only the skin is coming off in some places and they smell a little. "Well, let the servants enjoy a dainty bit," Arina Petrovna would say, pointing out the barrels to be put aside. Stepan Vladimirych adapted himself admirably to his new condition. At times he felt a strong craving to get drunk as a piper. He had money for the purpose, as we shall see later, but he restrained himself stoically, as if considering that the time had not yet arrived. He was always busy now, for he took a lively part in the provisioning, rejoicing in its successes and regretting its failures in a wholly disinterested manner. In a sort of ecstasy, hatless, clad in his dressing gown, he scurried from the office to the cellars, hiding from his mother behind trees and various small buildings that crowded the courtyard. Arina Petrovna noticed him in this garb many times and felt an itching in her motherly heart to give Simple Simon a severe scolding, but on second thought she left him alone in his escapades. In the cellars, Stepan Vladimirych, with feverish impatience, watched how the carts were unloaded, how jars, barrels, and tubs were brought in from the estate, and everything was assorted and finally sent off into the yawning abyss of cellars and storehouses. He felt satisfied in most instances. Today 2 wagons of mushrooms came from Dobrovino. "Ripping fine mushrooms, brother," he informed the village clerk rapturously. "And we were afraid we should have to get along without mushrooms this winter. Bravo, Dubrovino fellow, much obliged. Fine fellows they are. They have helped us out." On another occasion he said, "Today mother gave an order to catch some carps in the pond. You ought to see them, some 3 feet long. It looks as if we were going to live on carp the whole week." Sometimes he was worried. "The cucumbers failed completely this season. There is not a good one among them, all crooked and spotty. They're just good enough to be sent to the servants' quarters. We shall have to use last year's." He did not approve of Arina Petrovna's management. "Goodness, what heaps of provisions she allows to rot. Just now she's having cured meat, pickles, fish, and what not hauled to the servants' quarters. Is that what you call good business? Is that the right way of doing things, I'd like to know? There are lots of fresh provisions, but she will not touch them until the old rot is eaten up." The confidence entertained by Arina Petrovna that it would be easy to induce Simple Simon to sign any paper proved wholly justified. Not only did he not object to signing all the papers that his mother sent him, but the same evening he even boasted about it to the village clerk. "Well, brother, today I have been doing nothing but signing papers. I have renounced all my rights of inheritance. I am cleaned out. Not a cent to my name and none coming. I have set the old woman at ease." He parted with his brothers peaceably and was in raptures over his big supply of tobacco. Of course he couldn't help calling Porfisha Bloodsucker and Yudushka. but the disparaging terms were drowned in a deluge of incoherent, meaningless chatter. In taking leave the brothers became liberal and even gave him money. Porfiry Vladimirych accompanied his gift with the following speech: "This money will be handy in case you need oil for the ikon lamp, or if you want to set up a candle in the church. That's how it is, brother. Be good and gentle, and our dear mother will be satisfied. You will have your comforts, and all of us will be merry and happy. Our mother is a kindly soul, you know." "There is no denying that she is kindly," agreed Stepan Vladimirych. "Only she feeds me on rotten pickled meat." "Whose fault is that? Who treated mother's blessing with disrespect? It is your own fault that you lost your estate. What a nice little estate it was! If you only knew how to behave yourself and live modestly, you would now be eating beef and veal and even ordering sauce with them. You would have plenty of everything, potatoes, cabbage, peas. Am I not right, brother?" Had Arina Petrovna heard this harangue, it would have made her impatient, and she would have let the orator know that it did. But Simple Simon was fortunate that his mind could not, as it were, retain other people's words, and not a syllable of Yudushka's speech reached its destination. So Stepan Vladimirych parted with his brothers amicably, and there was some vanity in his showing Yakov, the village clerk, two 25-ruble notes that had been left in his hands after the brothers had departed. "This will last me a long time," he said. "We've got tobacco, we're well provided with tea and sugar, nothing is missing but vodka. However, should we want vodka, we'll get vodka too. Nevertheless, I will restrain myself for a little while yet. I am too busy now, I have to keep an eye on the cellars. Weaken your watch for a single instant and everything will be pillaged. She saw me, brother, she saw me, the hag, once when I was gliding by along the kitchen wall. She stood at the window looking at me, and I bet she thought, 'Well, well, so that's why I missed so many cucumbers.'" Then came October. It began to rain, the road turned black into an impassable stream of mud. Stepan Vladimirych could not go out because his only garments were his father's old dressing gown and worn slippers. He sat at his window watching the humble, tiny village drowned in mud. There, in the gray autumn mist, men were moving about briskly, looking like black dots. The heavy summer work was still in full swing, but now its setting was no longer the jubilant sun-flooded hues of summer, but the endless autumn twilight. The corn kilns emitted clouds of smoke far into the night. The melancholy clatter of the flails resounded in the air. Thrashing was also going on in the manorial barns, and in the office they said it would hardly be possible to get through with the whole mass of grain before Shrovetide. Everything looked gloomy and drowsy. Everything spoke of oppressiveness. The doors of the counting house were no longer ajar, and inside the air was filled with a bluish fog rising from the wet fur cloaks. It is difficult to say what impression this spectacle of a toilsome rural autumn made on Stepan's mind, and whether he was at all aware of the labors going on in the incessant rain out in the boggy fields. One thing is certain, that the drab, tearful autumn sky oppressed him. It seemed to hang close down over his head and threaten to drown him in a deluge of mud. All he had to do was to look out through the window and watch the heavy masses of clouds. From the dawn on they covered the heavens, hanging motionless as if spellbound. Even after several hours they were still in the same place, without the slightest apparent change in hue or outline. In the morning, one cloud, heavy and black, had a ragged shape resembling a priest in a cassock with outstretched arms. It was clearly outlined on the pallid background of the upper clouds, and at noon it still had the identically same form. The right hand, it is true, had become shorter, and the left was stretched out in an ugly fashion and was sending down such a flood of rain that against the dark background of the sky there formed a streak still darker, almost black. Another huge, shaggy lump of a cloud a little farther up hung over the village, threatening to smother it, you would think. Hours later it was still hanging in the same place, the same shaggy monster with outstretched paws, as though ready to pounce upon the earth. Clouds, clouds, nothing but clouds. Around 5 o'clock a change took place. Darkness gradually enveloped heaven and earth, and soon the clouds disappeared completely, vanishing beneath a black shroud. They were the first to go, next followed the forest and the village, then the church, the chapel, the hamlet, the orchard, and finally the manor house, several yards away. It has already become quite dark in the room, and there is no light. So what can one do but pace up and down? A morbid languor seizes Stepan's brain. His entire body, despite its idleness, is filled with an incomprehensible, indescribable feeling of fatigue. Just one thought moves in him and sucks at him: the grave, the grave, the grave. Those black dots which have recently been moving busily on the dark background of the boggy soil and near the village barns are not oppressed by that thought. They will not perish under the burden of despondency and weariness. If they do not challenge the sky directly, at least they struggle, build, make enclosures, repair their houses. Stepan did not question whether all this bustle was worth the while, but he was aware that even the nameless dots were incomparably superior to him, that he couldn't even struggle, that he had nothing to build, nothing to repair. He spent the evenings in the counting house because Arina Petrovna refused to supply him with candles. Several times through the bailiff he asked for boots and a fur coat, and was invariably told that boots were not kept in store for him, but that he would be given a pair of felt shoes as soon as the cold spells arrived. Evidently Arina Petrovna intended to fulfill her program literally, that was, to sustain her son in such a manner as barely to keep him from starvation. At first he abused his mother, but then behaved as though he had forgotten all about her. Even the light of the candles in the counting room annoyed him, and he began to lock himself in his room and remain all alone in the darkness. There was just a single refuge left, one that he still dreaded, but that attracted him irresistibly: to get drunk and forget deeply, irrevocably, to plunge into the sea of oblivion and never emerge again. Everything drove him to it: the debauchery of the past, the enforced idleness of the present, his ailing body with the torturing cough, the unbearable asthma, and the constantly increasing pains in his heart. At last the hour came. "You must fetch me a bottle of vodka for tonight," he said once to the village clerk in a voice boding little good. That one bottle of vodka was followed by a long succession of other bottles. After that he got drunk every night. At 9 o'clock, when the light in the counting house had been put out and the servants had retired to their quarters, he placed a bottle of vodka and a slice of rye bread thickly strewn over with salt on the table. He did not attack the liquor at once, but approached it stealthily, as it were. Everybody on the place was fast asleep. The mice scudded behind the wallpaper, and the clock in the counting house ticked ominously. Stepan threw off his dressing gown and began to stride back and forth in the overheated room with nothing but a shirt on his back. At times he stopped, went over to the table, searched for the bottle in the darkness, then resumed his restless pacing. The first tumblers he emptied in a sort of passion, voluptuously swallowing down the burning liquid. But little by little his heart began to beat faster, the blood mounted to his head, and he mumbled incoherently. His feeble imagination tried to create images, his blunted memory attempted to pierce the mists of the past, but the images were broken and meaningless, and the past remained dim and formless. There was no recollection, either bitter or sweet, as though an impervious wall separated the past from the present. He was completely filled by the present, which seemed like a prison cell, in which he would be locked up for eternity without consciousness of time or space. His mind took in nothing but the room, the stove, the 3 windows in the front wall, the squeaking wooden bed with its mattress worn thin, and the table with the bottle. As the contents of the bottle decreased and his head grew hotter and hotter, even this boresome sense of the present gradually faded. His mumblings, to which at first there had been a bit of form, now lost all meaning. His pupils dilated in the attempt to pierce the engulfing darkness. Finally the darkness itself vanished, and its place was taken by a phosphorescent sheen. It was an endless void, with not a color or a sound, but radiant with sinister splendor. The void followed him in his wanderings, trod on his heels at every step. There were no walls, no windows, nothing but this endless vacant splendor. Dread fell on him, coupled with an irresistible impulse to annihilate even the void. A few more efforts and his goal was reached. His stumbling legs carried a benumbed body, his chest gave forth not a murmur but an inarticulate cry, his very existence seemingly ceased. A strange stupor took possession of him, in which conscious life had no part, which plumbed the depths of a life independent of and beyond the boundaries of normal existence. Groans burst from his chest without in the least disturbing his sleep. His organic disease continued its destructive work without apparently causing him any physical pain. He rose early in the morning filled with agonizing longing, disgust, and hatred. It was an inarticulate hatred without either cause or definite object. His bloodshot eyes rolled restlessly, his limbs trembled, his heart worked with sickening irregularity, now stopping altogether, now hammering with such violence that his hand involuntarily clutched at his breast. Not a thought, not a desire. Objects of immediate perception filled his mind so completely that it was closed to other impressions. He filled his pipe and lighted it. It dropped from his nerveless fingers. His tongue mumbled something, but seemingly by force of habit only. He sat in silence and stared at one point. He felt an intense craving to raise the temperature of his body so that he would feel the presence of life for at least a short while. But he had no way of getting vodka in the daytime. He had to wait for night to attain those blissful moments when the ground vanished from under his feet and the four odious prison walls were replaced by a shoreless, shining void. Arina Petrovna had not the slightest idea of how Simple Simon spent his time. The casual glimmer of feeling which had appeared for a moment during the conversation with the Bloodsucker vanished so precipitately that she was unconscious of its having ever appeared. It was not a premeditated course of action on her part, but sheer oblivion. She completely forgot that in the counting house, in close proximity to her, there lived a human being bound to her by ties of blood, who perhaps was pining away in the yearning for life. Once having cut out a certain channel in life and filling it almost mechanically with the same things, she thought others ought to do likewise, it never occurring to her that the very character of the things life holds vary among people according to a multitude of circumstances in different combinations, and that these things may be dear to some, herself among these some, while they are an abomination and a tyranny to others. Therefore, when the bailiff repeatedly reported that something was the matter with Stepan Vladimirych, the words slipped by her ears, leaving no impression on her mind. Indeed, she scarcely ever even replied, and when she did, then only with the stereotyped reply, "Oh, well, he'll be all right. I bet he'll outlive you and me. Nothing is the matter with the shambling colt. Coughing, you say? Well, some people cough 30 years on end, and they don't feel it." Nevertheless, one morning when they came and told her that Stepan Vladimirych had disappeared during the night, she was aroused. Immediately she sent out all the available men in search of him, and herself started an investigation beginning with the room in which Stepan had lived. The first thing that struck her was a bottle standing on the table with a bit of vodka in it. "What's this?" she asked, pretending not to understand. "Why, I guess the young man indulged," stammered the bailiff. "Who supplied?" she began, flaring up. But she restrained herself and continued her investigation, hiding her rage. The room was so filthy that even she, who did not know and did not recognize any demands of comfort, began to feel awkward. The ceiling was smutty, the wallpaper in many places was hanging in tatters, the window sills were black with a thick layer of tobacco ashes, pillows were lying about on the floor beslimed with viscous mud, on the bed lay a crumpled sheet gray with accumulated dirt. In one window the winter frame had been taken, or rather torn out, and the window itself was left half open. Apparently it was through this opening that Simple Simon had disappeared. Arina Petrovna instinctively looked out on the road and became more frightened. It was already the 1st of November, but the autumn that year had lasted long and the cold spells had not yet arrived. Both the road and the field were one black sea of mud. How had he got away? Where had he gone to? Here it occurred to her that he had nothing on but a dressing gown and a slipper. The other slipper had been found under the window, and the night before it had been pouring ceaselessly. "It's a long, long time since I've been here," she said, inhaling instead of air a foul mixture of vodka, tobacco, and sheepskin evaporations. All day long, while the servants were searching the forest, she stood at the window staring dully out upon the naked fields unrolled before her eyes. So much ado on account of Simple Simon. It seemed like a preposterous dream. She had said he ought to have been shipped off to the Vologda village. "No," that cursed Yudushka had wheedled. "Leave him here, dearest mother, at Golovliovo." "Now handle him, if you please, Yudushka." "I wish he had lived there, out of my sight, as he pleased, Christ be with him," Arina Petrovna mused. "But I did my part. If he wasted one good thing, well, I would throw him another. If he'd have wasted the other two, well, what could I do then? Even God can't fill a bottomless belly. Everything would have been peaceful and quiet here. But now who knows what he has been up to? Go, look in the forest and whistle for him. It would be good if he were brought home alive, but with drunken eyes one is liable to run into a noose. Take a rope, tie it to a branch, put it round his neck, and no more Stiopka. His mother denied herself sleep and food, and he has invented a new style, hanging himself. There would be some excuse for him if he had had it hard here. But goodness, what did he have to do but walk about in his room all day and eat and drink? Another son would not have known how to thank his mother enough. And how does this precious son repay his mother? Goes and hangs himself. The idea!" Arina Petrovna's surmises about Simple Simon's violent death were not justified. Toward evening he was brought back in a peasant wagon, still alive. He was in a semi-conscious state, all bruised and cut, his face blue and swollen. He had been found at the Dubrovino estate, 20 miles away. The returned fugitive slept straight through the next 24 hours. When he awoke, he stumbled to his feet and began to pace up and down the room, as was his habit. But he did not touch the pipe and made no reply to the questions he was asked. Arina Petrovna's heart softened, so that on the spur of the moment she all but had him transferred to the manor house. Then she quieted down and left him in the counting house, but gave orders for the room to be scoured and tidied up, the bed linen changed, curtains hung, and so on. The following evening, when told that Stepan Vladimirych was awake, she had him brought to the house for tea, and found it possible, in talking to him, to inject kindliness into her voice. "Why did you go away from your mother?" she began. "Do you know you caused her great anxiety? It's good the news did not reach papa. It would have been a terrible shock to the poor sick man." But Stepan seemed altogether indifferent to his mother's kindly words. He kept staring at the candle with his glassy eyes, as if watching the snuff forming on the wick. My, aren't you a foolish boy?" continued Arina Petrovna, growing kinder and kinder. "Just think what rumors will be spread about your mother because of you. There are enough people who envy her. What will they not say about her? They will say she did not give you food or clothes. My, what a foolish boy you are!" There was the same silence and the same motionless staring glance. "Was your stay at mother's so bad? Thank God, you don't go hungry or naked. What else do you want? If you are lonesome, don't fret. This is nothing but a village, my boy. We have no entertainments or halls. We sit in our nooks and we hardly know how to while away the time. I myself would be glad to dance now and then or sing a song, but you look out upon the road and you lose the desire to go even to church in such weather." Arina Petrovna paused, hoping that Simple Simon would give utterance to at least some sounds, but he was as dumb as a stone. She was beginning to work up a temper, but restrained herself. "And if you were discontented with anything, if perhaps you lacked food or linen, could you not explain it frankly to your mother? Could you not say, 'Mamma, darling, won't you have some liver or curd cakes prepared for me?' Do you think your mother would have refused you? Or if you wanted a drop of vodka, goodness, I wouldn't have begrudged you a glass or two. To think of it, you were not ashamed to beg from a serf, while it was difficult for you to say a word to your own mother." But her flattering words were of no avail. Simple Simon remained impervious to either emotion. Arina Petrovna had hoped he would kiss her hand, or repentance. In fact, he seemed to have heard nothing. From that time on he never spoke a single word. All day long he walked up and down his room, his brows knit and his lips moving, apparently never growing tired. At times he halted as if wishing to say something, but he could not find the words. He had not lost the capacity for thinking, but impressions left so slight a trace on his brain that he could not hold them for any appreciable length of time. Consequently, his failure to find the necessary words did not even make him impatient. Arina Petrovna, for her part, thought he would surely set the house on fire. "He does not say a word all day long," she repeated. "Still, he must be thinking of something, the blockhead. I am sure he'll set the house on fire one of these days." But the blockhead did not think of anything at all. He was deeply immersed in absolute darkness, in which there was no room either for reality or the illusory world of imagination. His brain did work, but in a void, disconnected from either the past, the present, or the future. It was as though he was completely wrapped up in a black cloud, and all he did was to scan it, to watch its imaginary fluctuations, and, at times, to make a feeble attempt at resisting its sinister sway. The whole physical and spiritual world dwindled down to that enigmatic cloud. In December of the same year, Porfiry Vladimirych received the following letter from his mother. "Yesterday morning God visited us with a new ordeal. My son and your brother Stepan breathed his last. The very evening before he had been quite well and even took his supper, but in the morning he was found dead in bed. Such is the brevity of this earthly life. And what is most grievous to a mother's heart is that he left this world of vanity for the realm of the unknown without the last communion. May this be a warning to us all. He who sets at naught the ties of kinship must always await such an end. Failures in this life, untimely death, and everlasting torments in the life to come, all these evils spring from the one source. For, however learned and exalted we may be, if we do not honor our parents, our learning and eminence will be turned into nothingness. Such are the precepts which every one inhabiting this world must commit to his mind. Besides, slaves should revere their masters." Notwithstanding this, all honors were duly given to him who had departed into life eternal, as becomes my son. The pall was ordered from Moscow, and the burial ceremonies were solemnly presided over by the Father Archimandrite. And according to the Christian custom, I am having memorial services performed daily. I mourn the loss of my son, but I do not complain, nor do I advise you, my children, to do so. For who knows? We may be mourning and complaining here, while his soul may be rejoicing in heaven. End of Book 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 1 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, As Becomes Good Kinsfolk. Chapter 1. A hot midday in July. The Dubrovino manor house all deserted. Workers and idlers alike resting in the shade. Under the canopy of a huge willow tree in the front yard, the dogs, too, were lying stretched out, and you could hear the sound of their jaws when they drowsily snapped at the flies. Even the trees drooped motionless, as if exhausted. All the windows in the manor house and the servants' quarters were flung wide open. The heat seemed to surge in sweltering waves, and the soil covered with short, singed grass was ablaze. The atmosphere was a blinding haze touched into gold, so that one could scarcely distinguish things in the distance. The manor house, once painted gray and now faded into white, the small flower garden in front of the house, the birch grove, separated from the farm by the road, the pond, the village, and the cornfield, which touched the outskirts of the village, all were immersed in the dazzling torrent. The fragrance of blossoming linden trees mingled with the noxious emanations of the cattle shed. There was not a breath of air, not a sound. Only from the kitchen there came the grating of knives being sharpened, which foretold the inevitable hash and beef cutlets for dinner. Inside the house reigned noiseless confusion. An old lady and two young girls were sitting in the dining room, forgetful of their crocheting, which lay on the table. They were waiting with intense anxiety. In the maids' room two women were busied preparing mustard plasters and poultices, and the rhythmic tinkling of the spoons pierced the silence like the chirping of a cricket. Barefooted girls were stealing silently along the corridor, scurrying back and forth from the entresol to the maids' room. At times a voice was heard from upstairs: "What about the mustard plasters? Are you asleep there?" And a girl would dash out of the maids' room. At last heavy footsteps sounded on the staircase, and the regimental surgeon entered the dining room, a tall, broad-shouldered man with firm, ruddy cheeks, the picture of health. His voice was sonorous, his gait steady, his eyes clear, gay and frank, his lips full and fresh. In spite of his 50 years, he was a thoroughly fast liver, and expected to see many years pass before he would give up drinking and carousing. He wore a showy summer suit, and his spotless piqué coat was trimmed with white buttons, bearing arms. On entering, he made a clicking sound with his lips and tongue. "Girls," he shouted merrily, standing on the threshold, "bring us some vodka and something to eat." "Well, doctor, how is he?" the old lady asked, her voice full of anxiety. "The Lord's mercy is infinite, Arina Petrovna," answered the physician. "What do you mean? Then he " "Just so. He will last another 2 or 3 days, and then good by." The doctor made an expressive gesture with his hand and hummed: "Head over heels, he will fall." "How's that? Doctors treated him, and now all of a sudden " "What doctors?" "The Zemstvo doctor and one from the town used to come here." "Fine doctors! If they'd given him a good bleeding, they'd have saved him." "So nothing at all can be done?" "Well, I said the Lord's mercy is great, and I can add nothing to that." "But perhaps it will work." "What will work?" "I mean the mustard plasters." "Perhaps." A woman in a black dress and black shawl brought in a tray holding a decanter of vodka, a dish of sausages, and a dish of caviar. The doctor helped himself to the vodka, held the glass to the light, and smacked his tongue. "Your health, mother," he said to the old lady, and gulped the liquid. "Drink in good health, my dear sir." "This is the cause of Pavel Vladimirych dying in the prime of his life, this vodka," said the doctor, grimacing comfortably and spearing a piece of sausage with his fork. "Yes, it's the ruin of many a man." "Well, that's because not everyone can stand it. But I can, and I shall have another glass. Your health, madam." "Drink, drink. Nothing can happen to you." "Nothing. My lungs and kidneys and liver and spleen are in excellent condition. By the way," he turned to the woman in black who stood at the door listening to the conversation, "what will you have for dinner today?" "Hash and beef cutlets and chicken for roast," she answered, smiling somewhat sourly. "Have you any smoked fish?" "We have, sir. We have white sturgeon and stellated sturgeon, plenty of it." "Then have a cold soup with sturgeon for our dinner, and pick out a fat bit of sturgeon, you hear me? What is your name? Ulita?" "Yes, sir. People call me Ulita." "Well, then hurry up, friend Ulita, hurry up." Ulita left the room, and for a while oppressive silence reigned. Then Arina Petrovna rose from her seat and made sure Ulita was not eavesdropping. "Andrey Osipych, have you spoken to him yet about the orphans?" she asked the doctor. "Yes, I did." "Well?" "There was no change. 'When I get well,' he kept on saying, 'I will make my will and write the notes.'" Silence, heavier than before, filled the room. The girls took the crocheting from the table, and their trembling hands worked one row after the other. Arina Petrovna heaved a deep sigh of dejection. The doctor paced up and down and whistled: "Head over heels, head over heels." "But did you try to drive the matter home to him, doctor?" "Well, I said to him, 'You'll be a scoundrel if you don't make a definite provision for the orphans.' Could I make it clearer? Yes, mother, you certainly slipped up. If you had called me in a month ago, I would have given him a good bleeding, and I would have seen to it that he made his will. But now everything will go to Yudushka, the lawful heir. It certainly will." "Oh, grandmother, what will become of us?" said the older of the two girls, plaintively and almost in tears. "What is uncle doing to us?" The girls were Anninka and Lubinka, the daughters of Anna Vladimirovna Ulanova, to whom Arina Petrovna had once thrown a bone. "I don't know, dear, I don't know. I don't even know what will become of me. Today I am here, and tomorrow God knows where I'll be. Maybe I'll have to sleep in a shed or at a peasant's." "Goodness, isn't uncle silly!" exclaimed the younger girl. "I wish, young lady, you would keep your mouth shut," remarked the doctor. Turning to Arina Petrovna, he suggested, "Why not try to talk to him yourself, mother?" "No, no, there's no use my talking to him. He doesn't even want to see me. The other day I stuck my nose into his room and he snarled, 'Have you come to see me off to the other world?'" "I think Ulita is back of it all. She incites him against you." "She surely does. Nobody but she. And then she reports everything to Porfiry the Bloodsucker. People say he keeps a pair of horses harnessed all day, waiting for the beginning of the agony. And just imagine, the other day Ulita went so far as to take an inventory of the furniture, wardrobe and dishes, so that nothing should be lost, as she said. We are the thieves, just imagine it." "Why don't you treat her more severely? Head over heels, you know. Head over heels." But fate decreed that the doctor should not develop his thought. A girl, all out of breath, dashed into the room and exclaimed in a fright: "The master! The master wants the doctor!" End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 2 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2. As Becomes Good Kinsfolk. Chapter 2. Not more than 10 years had passed since the death of Simple Simon, but the condition of the various members of the Golovliov family had so completely changed that not a trace remained of those artificial ties which had given the family the air of an impregnable stronghold. This stronghold, erected by the tireless hands of Arina Petrovna, had crumbled away, but so imperceptibly that she herself was ignorant of how it had happened, was even involved in the destruction, the leading spirit in which, of course, had been Porfiry the Bloodsucker. From an irresponsible, hot-tempered ruler over the Golovliovo estate, Arina Petrovna had descended into a mere hanger-on in the home of her younger son, a useless hanger-on with no voice in the household management. Her head was bowed, her back bent, the fire in her eyes had died out, her gait was languid, the vivacity of her movements was gone. She had taken to knitting to occupy her idleness, but her mind was always wandering somewhere away from her needles, and the knitting was a failure. She would knit for a few moments, then her hands would drop of themselves, her head would fall on the back of her chair, and she would begin to go over bygones in her mind, until she got drowsy and dropped off into a senile slumber. Or else she would get up and begin to pace the rooms, always searching for something, always looking into corners like a good housewife hunting for her keys, which she usually carries about with her and has now misplaced somehow. The first blow to her authority was not so much the abolition of serfdom as the preparations preceding it. At first there were simply rumors, then came the meetings of landowners and addresses, next followed provincial committees and revising commissions. All these things exhausted and confused her. Arina Petrovna's imagination, active enough without additional stimuli, conceived numerous absurd situations. "How am I going to call Agashka?" she'd think. "Perhaps I'll have to tack a miss before her name." Or she would see herself walking about in the empty rooms while the servants were taking it easy in their quarters and were gorging themselves with all kinds of food. And when they got tired of gorging, she saw them throwing the remnants under the table. Then she would find herself surprising Yulka and Feshka in the cellar, devouring everything in sight like beasts, and she would itch to reprimand them, but would have to check herself with the thought, "How dare one say anything to them now that they are free? Why, one can't even appeal to the court against them." However insignificant such trifles may be, a whole fantastic world is built up of them, which holds you tight and completely paralyzes your activity. Arina Petrovna somehow suddenly let the reins of government slip out of her grasp, and for a space of 2 years did nothing from morning until night except complain. One or the other, she was fond of saying, gains all or loses all. But these meetings and addresses and commissions, they're nothing but trouble. At that time, just when the committees were in full swing, Vladimir Mikhailych died. On his deathbed he repudiated Barkov and his teachings and died appeased and reconciled to the world. His last words were, "I thank my God that He did not suffer me to come into His presence on an equal footing with the serfs." These words made a deep impression on his wife's receptive soul, so that both his death and her fantastic notions about the future laid a coloring of gloom and despair on the atmosphere of the house. It seemed as if both the old manor and its inhabitants were getting ready for death. From a few complaints that found their way into the letters of Arina Petrovna, Porfiry Vladimirych's amazingly keen perceptions sensed the confusion that possessed her mind. Not that Arina Petrovna actually sermonized and moralized in her letters, but above all she trusted in God's help, which in these faithless times does not abandon even slaves, far less those who because of their means were the surest prop and ornament of the church. Yudushka instinctively understood that if Mother dear began to put her hope in God, then there was some flaw in the fabric of her existence. And he took advantage of the flaw with his peculiar subtle skill. Almost at the very end of the preliminaries to the emancipation, he visited Golovliovo quite unexpectedly and found Arina Petrovna sunk into despondency, almost to a point of prostration. "Well, what news? What do they say in St. Petersburg?" was her first question after mutual greetings had been exchanged. Porfiry cast down his eyes and sat speechless. "No, you must consider my circumstances," continued Arina Petrovna, gathering from her son's silence that good news was not to be expected. "Right now, in the maid's room, I have about 30 of these creatures. What shall I do with them? If they remain in my care, what am I going to feed them on? At present I have a little cabbage, a little potatoes, some bread, enough of everything, and we manage somehow to make both ends meet. If the potatoes give out, I order cabbage to be cooked. If there is no cabbage, cucumbers have to do. But now, if I have to run to market for everything and pay for everything and buy and serve, how am I ever to provide for such a crowd?" Porfiry gazed into the eyes of his mother dear and smiled bitterly as a sign of sympathy. "And then, if the government is going to turn them loose, give them absolute leeway, well, then I don't know. I don't know what it will come to." Porfiry smiled, as if there were something very funny in what it was coming to. "Don't you laugh. It is a serious matter, so serious that if only the Lord grants them a little more reason, only then here's my case, for instance. I am by no means an old rag, am I? I must have my bread and butter too, mustn't I? How am I to go about getting it? Think of the bringing up we received. The only thing we know is how to dance and sing and receive guests. Then how am I going to get along without those wretches, I like to know? I can't serve meals or cook. I can't do a thing." "God is merciful, mother dear." "He used to be, but not now. When we were good, the Almighty was merciful to us. When we became wicked, well, we mustn't complain. I'm beginning to think that the best thing for me is to throw everything to the dogs. Really, I'll build myself a little hut right next to father's grave, and that's where I'll spend the rest of my days." Porfiry Vladimirych pricked up his ears. His mouth began to water. "And who will manage the estates?" he questioned, carefully throwing his bait, as it were. "Why, you boys will have to manage them yourselves. Thank God, I have provided plenty. I ought not carry the whole burden alone." Arina Petrovna suddenly stopped and raised her head. Her eyes fell on Yudushka's simpering, driveling, oily face, all suffused with a carnivorous inner glow. "You seem to be getting ready to bury me," remarked Arina Petrovna dryly. "Isn't it a bit too early, darling? Look out, don't make a mistake." Thus the matter ended in nothing definite. But there are discussions which, once begun, never really come to an end. A few hours later Arina Petrovna renewed the conversation. "I'll leave for the Trinity Monastery," she dreamed aloud. "I'll divide up the estate, buy a little cottage on the grounds, and settle there." But Porfiry Vladimirych, taught by past experience, remained silent this time. "Last year, while your deceased father was still alive," continued Arina Petrovna, "I was sitting alone in my bedroom, and suddenly I thought I heard someone whispering in my ear, 'Go to the Trinity Monastery. Go to the Trinity.' 3 times, mind you. I turned about, there was nobody in the room. Well, then, I thought that must have been a sign for me. 'Well,' I said, 'if God is pleased with my faith, I am ready.' No sooner had I said that than suddenly the room was filled with such a wonderful fragrance. Of course, I immediately ordered my things packed, and by evening I was on my way." Tears rose in Arina Petrovna's eyes. Yudushka took advantage of this to kiss his mother's hand, and even made free to put his arm around her waist. "Now you are a good girl," he said. "How good it is, darling, when one lives in peace with God. You come to God with a prayer, and the Lord meets you with help. That's how it is, mother dear." "Wait a minute, I haven't finished. Next day in the evening I arrived at the monastery and went straight to the saint's chapel. Evening service was being held, the choir was singing, candles were burning, fragrance was wafted from the censers. I simply did not know where I was, on earth or in heaven. I went from the service to Father Jan, and I said to him, 'Well, your reverence, it was mighty good today at church.' 'No wonder, madam,' he said. 'Father Avvakum had a vision today at the evening service. He had just raised his arms to begin praying when he beheld a light in the cupola and a dove looking down at him. Well, from that time I came to the conclusion, sooner or later my last days will be spent at Trinity Monastery.'" "And who will take care of us? Who will have your children's welfare at heart? Ah, mama, mama!" "Well, you're not babies any longer, and you'll be able to look after yourselves. As for me, I'll go to the monastery with Anushka's orphans and live under the saint's wing. Perhaps the desire will awaken in one of the girls to serve God. Well, then, the convent is right at hand. I'll buy myself a little house, plant a little garden, potatoes, cabbage. There'll be enough of everything for me." Such idle talk continued for several days. Arina Petrovna making the boldest plans, withdrawing them and remaking them, and then finally carrying the matter so far that she could not withdraw again. Within half a year after Yudushka's visit, this was the situation. Arina Petrovna not at the monastery, nor in a little house built near her husband's grave. Instead of that, she had divided the estate, leaving only the capital for herself. Porfiry Vladimirych received the better part, and Pavel Vladimirych the worst part. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 3 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, As Becomes Good Kinsfolk, Chapter 3. Arina Petrovna remained at Golovliovo. This gave rise, of course, to a domestic comedy. Yudushka shed tears and succeeded in inducing his mother dear to manage his household without accountability to him, to receive the income and to use it at her discretion. "And dearest, whatever portion of the income you give me," he added, "I shall be satisfied with it." Pavel, on the other hand, thanked his mother coldly, as if he wanted to bite me, were her words, immediately retired from service, just so, without his mother's blessing, like a madman, he escaped to freedom, and settled down at Dubrovino. From that time on, Arina Petrovna's judgment became somewhat dimmed. The image of Porfishka the bloodsucker, whom she had once sized up so shrewdly, now went, as it were, behind a fog. She seemed no longer to understand anything except that despite the division of the estate and the emancipation of the peasants, she still lived at Golovliovo, and still owed no account to anyone. Here at her side lived another son, but what a difference! While Porfisha had entrusted both himself and his household into his mother's care, Pavel not only never consulted her about anything, but even spoke to her through his teeth. And as her mind became more clouded, her heart warmed more to her gentle son. Porfiry Vladimirych asked nothing of her. She herself anticipated his desires. Little by little she became dissatisfied with the shape of the Golovliovo property. At such and such a place a stranger's land jutted into it. It would be well to buy up that piece of land. In such and such a place it would be fine to have a separate farm, but there was too little meadow. And here, right next to it, was a meadow for sale. Ah, a fine bit of meadow. Arina Petrovna's enthusiasm was that of a mother and a woman of affairs who wants her affectionate son to view her capabilities in all their glory. But Porfiry Vladimirych withdrew into his shell, impervious to all her suggestions. In vain did Arina Petrovna tempt him with bargains. To all her propositions for acquiring a piece of woodland or meadowland, he invariably answered: "Dear mother, I am perfectly satisfied with what you granted me in your kindness." These answers only spurred Arina Petrovna on. Carried away by her household zeal, and also by indignation against the scoundrel Pavlusha, who lived beside her but refused to have anything to do with her, Arina Petrovna lost sight of her actual relationship to the estate. Her former fever for acquiring possessed her with renewed strength, though now it was no longer aggrandizement for her own sake, but for the sake of her beloved son. The Golovliovo estate grew, rounded out, and flourished. And at the very moment when Arina Petrovna's capital had dwindled to a point at which it was almost impossible for her to live on the interest, Yudushka sent her a most respectful letter along with an enormous package of blank forms, which were to guide her in the future in the making out of the annual balance sheet. Beside the principal items of the household expenses were listed raspberries, gooseberries, mushrooms, etc. There was a special account for each item on the following plan: number of raspberry bushes, year 18 blank, X number of pounds. Number of bushes planted this year, X number of pounds. Quantity of berries picked, X number of pounds. Out of this total you, mother dear, use for yourself X number of pounds. Preserves used or to be used in the household of His Excellency Porfiry Vladimirych Golovliov, X number of pounds. Given to boy in reward for good behavior, X number of pounds. Sold to the common people for a tidbit, X number of pounds. Decayed because of absence of buyers and for other reasons, X number of pounds. Note: in case the crop in the year in which the account is taken is less than that of the previous year, the reasons therefor, like drought, rain, hail, and so forth, should be indicated. Arina Petrovna fairly groaned. First of all, she was shocked at Yudushka's avarice. She had never heard of berries forming an item in the account of an estate, and he seemed to emphasize that item most. Secondly, she fully realized that the blanks were a constitution limiting her power hitherto autocratic. After a long controversial correspondence between them, Arina Petrovna, humiliated and indignant, moved to Dubrovino, and Porfiry Vladimirych subsequently retired from office and settled at Golovliovo. From that time on, the old woman spent many wretched days in enforced idleness. Pavel Vladimirych was particularly offensive in his treatment of his mother. He received her in what he thought was quite a decent manner. That is, he promised to provide food and drink for both her and his orphan nieces on two conditions, however. First, they were not to enter the entresol which he occupied. Secondly, they were not to interfere in the management of the household. The second condition was particularly galling to Arina Petrovna. The management of the house was in the hands of the housekeeper Ulita, a viperous woman who had been found in secret communication with Yudushka and Kirushka, the late master's butler, a man who knew nothing about farming and whom Pavel Vladimirych almost feared. Both of them stole relentlessly. How often did Arina Petrovna's heart ache when she saw the house being ransacked. How she did long to warn her son and open his eyes to the theft of tea, sugar, butter. Loads of things were wasted, and Ulita, not in the least shamed by the presence of the old mistress, repeatedly hid whole handfuls of sugar in her pocket right before her eyes. Arina Petrovna saw it all, but was forced to remain a silent witness to the plunder. No sooner would she open her mouth to make some remark than Pavel Vladimirych would instantly check her, saying, "Mother, there should be only one person to manage a house. I'm not alone in that opinion, everybody says so. I know my orders are foolish. Never mind. Let them be foolish. Your orders are wise. Let them be wise. Wise you are, very wise. Still, Yudushka left you without house or home to shift for yourself." The last straw was the awful discovery that Pavel Vladimirych drank. The craving had come from the loneliness of life in the country and had crept upon him stealthily, until finally it possessed him completely and he was a doomed man. When his mother first came to live in the house, he seemed to have some scruples about drinking. He would come down from the entresol and talk to his mother quite often. She noticed that his speech was strangely incoherent, but for a long time attributed it to his stupidity. She did not enjoy his visits. The chats with him oppressed her extremely. In fact, he always seemed to be grumbling foolishly. Either there had been a drought for many weeks, or an overwhelming downpour of rain, or tree beetles had overrun the garden and ruined the trees, or moles had made their appearance and dug up the whole field. All this afforded an endless source for grumbling. He would come down from the entresol, seat himself opposite his mother, and begin. "There are clouds all around. Is Golovliovo far from here? The bloodsucker had a shower yesterday, and we don't get a single drop. The clouds wander about all around here. If there were only a drop of rain for us." Or else he would say, "Have you ever seen such a flood? The rye has just begun to flower, and it comes pouring down. Half of the hay is rotten already, and the rain still spouts and spurts. Is Golovliovo far from here? The bloodsucker has long since gathered in his crops, and here we're stuck. We'll have to feed our cattle on rotten hay this winter." Arina Petrovna listened in silence to his stupid complaints, but at times her patience gave way, and she said, "Well, keep on sitting there with your arms folded." Instantly Pavel Vladimirych would flare up. "What would you advise me to do? Transfer the rain to Golovliovo?" "I'm not talking about the rain, but in general." "No 'in general,' please. Why don't you tell me straight out what you think I should do? Shall I change the climate? There's Golovliovo. When Golovliovo needs rain, it rains. When Golovliovo doesn't need rain, then it doesn't rain. And everything grows there, while here the very opposite. Well, we'll see what you'll have to say when there isn't anything to eat." "Then such will be the Lord's will." "All right, then such will be the Lord's will. But you say 'in general' as if that were an explanation." Sometimes Pavel even found his property a burden. "Why in the world did I get the Dubrovino estate?" he would complain. "What good is it?" "What's the matter with Dubrovino? The soil is good, there's plenty of everything. What's got into your head all of a sudden?" "This, that nowadays there's no use having any estate. Money, that's the thing. You take your money, put it in your pocket, and off you go. But real estate?" "What sort of an age have we come to when there's no use owning real estate?" "Yes, this is a peculiar age. You don't read the newspapers, but I do. Nowadays the lawyers are everywhere. You can imagine the rest. If a lawyer finds out that you have real estate, then he begins to circle around you." "Well, how is he going to get at you when you have the proper deeds to the property?" "Deeds or no deeds, they'll get you. Porfiry the Bloodsucker may hire a lawyer and serve me with summons after summons." "What are you talking about? We're not living in a lawless country." "That's just why they serve summonses on you. If the country were lawless, they would take it away without a summons. There's my friend Gorlopiatov, for instance. His uncle died, and he, fool that he was, up and accepted the inheritance. The inheritance proved worthless, but the debts figured up to the thousands, the bills of exchange were all false. Now they've been suing him for 3 years on end. First they took his uncle's estate, then they even sold his own property at auction. That's what real estate is." "Can there possibly be a law like that?" "If there were no such law, they couldn't have sold it. There's a law for everything. A man without a conscience finds a law to back him in everything. But there are no laws for a man with a conscience. Try and look for them in the books." Arina Petrovna always let Pavel have his way in these controversies. Many a time she could hardly refrain from shouting, "Out of my sight, you scoundrel!" But she would think it over and keep silent. Sometimes she would only murmur to herself, "Goodness, whom do these monsters take after? One is a bloodsucker, the other is a lunatic. What did I hoard and save for? For what did I deny myself sleep and food? For whom did I do all that?" The more completely drink took possession of Pavel Vladimirych, the more fantastic and annoying his conversations became. Finally Arina Petrovna noticed that there was something wrong. A whole flask of vodka would be put away in the dining room cupboard in the morning, and by dinner time there wouldn't be a drop left. Or she would be sitting in the parlor and would hear a mysterious creaking in the dining room near the cupboard. She would call out, "Who's there?" and would hear footsteps quickly but carefully withdrawing toward the entresol. "Goodness, can it be that he drinks?" she once asked Ulita. "I shouldn't deny it," answered the latter with a vicious grin. When Pavel Vladimirych saw that his mother had discovered the truth, he lost all restraint. One morning Arina Petrovna found the cupboard had disappeared from the dining room, and when she asked where it had gone to, Ulita told her she had been ordered to carry it to the entresol, because it would be more comfortable for the master to drink there. In the entresol, the decanters of vodka followed one after the other with amazing rapidity. Shut up alone by himself, Pavel Vladimirych began to hate human society. He created a peculiar fantastic reality for himself, spinning out a long-winded, nonsensical romance in which the main heroes were himself and the bloodsucker. He was not fully conscious of how deeply rooted his hatred for Porfiry was. It gnawed at his bones and entrails every minute of his life. The loathed image of his brother stood lifelike before his eyes, and Yudushka's lachrymose, hypocritical twaddle rang in his ears. In his talk there lurked a cold, almost abstract hatred of every living thing that did not conform to the traditional code laid down by hypocrisy. Pavel Vladimirych drank and recalled memories, all the insults and humiliations he had had to suffer because of Yudushka's claims to supremacy in the house, the division of the estate in particular, how he had calculated every kopeck and compared every scrap of land. Oh, how he detested him! Entire dramas were enacted in his imagination, heated by alcohol. In these dramas he avenged every offense that he had sustained, and not Yudushka, but he himself was always the aggressor. He saw himself the winner of 200,000 and informed Yudushka of his good luck in a long scene, making his brother's face writhe with envy. At other times he imagined his grandfather had died and left 1,000,000 to him, while nothing at all to Porfiry. He also discovered a means of becoming invisible, and when unseen, he played wicked tricks on Porfiry to make him groan in agony. His genius for inventing tricks was inexhaustible, and for a long time his idiotic laughter would ring through the entresol, much to the delight of Ulita, who would hurry to inform Porfiry Vladimirych of his brother's doings. He detested Yudushka, and at the same time had a superstitious fear of him. He imagined his eyes discharged a venom of magic effect, that his voice crept snake-like into the soul and paralyzed the will. He absolutely refused to meet him, and when the bloodsucker occasionally visited Dubrovino to kiss the hand of his mother dear, Pavel Vladimirych would lock himself into the entresol and remain imprisoned there until he left. So the days passed until Pavel Vladimirych found himself face to face with a deadly malady. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 4 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, As Becomes Good Kinsfolk, Chapter 4. The doctor stayed at the house overnight merely for the sake of form, and departed for the city early the next day. On taking leave, he said frankly that the patient had no more than 2 days to live, and it was already too late to talk about any arrangements, since Pavel Vladimirych could not even sign his name properly. "He'll sign the document wrong, and then you will have a lawsuit on your hands," he added. "Of course, Yudushka respects his mother very highly, but at that he'll commence proceedings to prove fraud, and should Mother dear be sent to distant regions, the only thing he'll do is to have a mass said for the welfare of the travelers." All morning Arina Petrovna walked about as if in a dream. She tried to say her prayers. Perhaps God would suggest something, but prayers would not enter her head. Even her tongue refused to obey. There was utter confusion in her mind. Fragments of prayers mingled with incoherent thoughts and vague impressions. Finally she sat down and sobbed. The tears flowed from her dull eyes over her aged, shriveled cheeks, lingered in the hollows of her wrinkles, and dribbled down on the greasy collar of her old calico waist. Her tears spoke of bitterness, despair, and feeble but stubborn resistance. Her age, her senile ailments, and the hopelessness of the situation all seemed to point to death as the only way out. At the same time, memories of the past intervened, memories of a life of power, prosperity, and unrestrained freedom, and these reminiscences plunged their sting into her soul, dragging her down to earth. To die passed through her mind, but the thought was instantly supplanted by a dogged desire to live. She recalled neither Yudushka nor her dying son. It was as if both had ceased to exist for her. She thought of no one, was indignant at no one, accused no one, even forgot whether she had any capital or no, and whether it was sufficient to provide for her old age. A deadly anguish seized her entire being. Her tears had come from a deep source. Drop by drop they had been accumulating since the moment when she left Golovliovo and settled at Dubrovino. She was quite prepared for everything that awaited her. She had expected and foreseen everything, but somehow it had never come to her with such vividness that her fears would be realized. And now this very end had arrived, an end full of anguish and hopeless lonesomeness. All her life long she had been busy building up. She had worn herself to the bone for something, and now she felt as if she had wasted her life on a phantom. All her life the word family had never left her lips. In the name of family she had punished some and rewarded others. In the name of family she had subjected herself to privations, torments. She had crippled her whole life, and suddenly she discovered that family was exactly what she did not have. Good Lord, can it possibly be the same everywhere, was the thought that kept revolving in her mind. She sat with her head resting on her hand and her face soaked with tears turned to the rising sun as if to bid it, "Look." She neither groaned nor cursed. She simply sobbed as if choked by her tears. At the same time the thought seared her soul, "There is no one, no one, no one." But now her eyes were drained of tears. She washed her face and wandered without purpose into the dining room. Here she was assailed by the girls with new complaints which seemed at this time particularly importunate. "What is going to come of it, grandma? Is it possible that we shall be left just so, without anything?" grumbled Anninka. "How silly uncle is," Lubinka chimed in. About midday, Arina Petrovna decided to go to her dying son. Stepping softly, she climbed the stairs and groped in the dark till she found the door leading into the rooms. The entresol was buried in deepest gloom. The windows were darkened by green shades, through which the light could scarcely filter. A sickening mixture of odors pervaded the room, which had not been ventilated for a long while. There was the smell of berries, plaster, oil from the image lamp, and those peculiar odors which bespeak the presence of sickness and death. There were only 2 rooms. In the first one sat Ulita cleaning berries. The flies swarmed about the heap of gooseberries and impudently attacked her nose and lips. and she would keep driving them off in exasperation. Through the half-closed door of the adjoining room came the sound of incessant coughing, which every now and then ended in painful expectoration. Arina Petrovna stopped in an uncertain pose, searching the gloom and waiting for the course of action that Ulita would take in view of her arrival. But Ulita never moved an eyelash, entirely confident that every attempt to influence the sick man would be fruitless. Her lips merely twitched in resentment, and Arina Petrovna heard the word "hag" pronounced under her breath. "You had better go down, my dear," said Arina Petrovna, turning to Ulita. "Where did you get that idea from?" snapped the latter. "I have to talk to Pavel Vladimirych. Go down." "Excuse me, madam. How can I leave the master? What if something should happen? There's no one to serve him and attend to him." "What's the matter?" a hollow voice called from the bedroom. "Order Ulita to go downstairs, my friend. I have matters to talk over with you." This time Arina Petrovna pressed her point so persistently that she was victorious. She crossed herself and entered the room. The patient's bed stood near the inner wall, far from the window. He lay on his back, covered with a white blanket, smoking a cigarette, though almost half unconscious. Notwithstanding the smoke, the flies pestered him with peculiar persistence, so that he had continually to pass his hand over his face. His arms were so weak, so bare of muscle, that they showed the bones, of almost equal thickness from wrist to shoulder, in clear outline. His head nestled despondently in the pillow. His whole body and face burned in a dry fever. His large round eyes were sunken and gazed aimlessly about, as if looking for something. The lines of his nose had grown longer and sharper, his mouth was half open. He had stopped coughing, but he breathed with such difficulty that it seemed as if all his vital energy were concentrated in his chest. "Well, how do you feel today?" asked Arina Petrovna, sinking into the armchair at his feet. "So. Tomorrow, that is today. When was the doctor here?" "He was here today." "Well then, tomorrow." The patient fumbled as if struggling to recall a word. "You'll be able to get up?" prompted Arina Petrovna. "God grant it, my friend. God grant it." They both remained silent for a moment. Arina Petrovna found it very difficult to open a conversation when she was face to face with Pavel Vladimirych. "Yudushka, is he alive?" finally asked the sick man himself. "Nothing is the matter with him. He lives and prospers." "I bet he is thinking, 'Now brother Pavel is going to die, and with God's help the estate will come to me.'" "We'll all die some day. And after every one of us, the estates will go to the lawful heirs." "Only not to the bloodsucker. I'll throw it to the dogs, but he shan't have it." The situation was turning out excellently. Pavel Vladimirych himself was leading the conversation. Arina Petrovna did not fail to take advantage of the opportunity. "You ought to consider that, my friend," she said, as if by the way, not looking at her son and examining the color of her hands as if they were the main object of her interest. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I mean, if you don't wish that the estate should go to your brother." The patient was silent. Only his eyes widened unnaturally and his face flushed more and more. "And also, my friend, you ought to take into consideration the fact that you have orphan nieces. And what sort of capital have they? Then there is your mother," continued Arina Petrovna. "You've managed to give everything away to Yudushka?" "Whatever may have happened, I know that I myself am to blame. But it wasn't such a crime after all. I thought he is my son. At any rate, it isn't kind of you to remember that against your mother." Silence followed. "Well, why don't you say something?" "And how soon do you expect to bury me?" "Oh, don't talk like that. All Christians. Everybody doesn't die right away. Still, in general." "There you go, 'in general.' Always your 'in general.' You think I don't see." "See what, my boy?" "I see you take me for a fool. Well, if I am a fool, let me remain a fool. Why do you come to a fool? Don't come. Don't worry about me." "I'm not worrying. But in general there is a term set to everybody's life." "Then wait for my term." Arina Petrovna lowered her head and meditated. She saw clearly that her case was almost a failure, but she was so tortured that nothing could convince her of the fruitlessness of further attempts to influence her son. "I don't know why you hate me," she declared finally. "Not at all. On the contrary, not at all. In fact, why, the idea! You brought us all up so impartially." He spoke in jerks and gasps. A broken yet triumphant laugh made its way into his voice. His eyes sparkled, his shoulders and legs quivered. "Perhaps I have really sinned against you. Then for Christ's sake, forgive me." Arina Petrovna rose and bowed till her hand touched the floor. Pavel Vladimirych shook his eyes without replying. "Suppose we let the question of the estate alone. You couldn't make any arrangement in your present condition. Porfiry is the lawful heir. Well, let the real estate go to him. But what about your personal property and capital?" Arina Petrovna ventured to state her point directly. Pavel Vladimirych shuddered, but remained silent. It is very possible that at the word "capital" he gave no thought whatsoever to his mother's insinuations, but simply mused: "September is here already. I have to collect the interest." "If you think I desire your death, you're very much mistaken, my child. If you would only live, I should not need to complain in my old age. What have I to grumble about? I have food and shelter here, and should I want a little additional pleasure, I can get it. I merely wish to call your attention to the fact that there is a custom among Christians according to which, in expectation of the life to follow, we." Arina Petrovna paused, searching for a suitable word. "We provide for the future of those related to us," she concluded, looking out of the window. Pavel Vladimirych lay motionless, coughing softly. He did not betray by a single movement whether or not he was listening. Apparently his mother was boring him. "The capital may go from hand to hand during life," said Arina Petrovna, as though passing a trivial remark and resuming the inspection of her hands. The patient shuddered slightly, but Arina Petrovna did not notice it and continued: "The law, my friend, expressly permits the free transfer of capital. Money is something one acquires. Yesterday you had it, today it is gone, and nobody can call you to account for it. You can give it to whomever you choose." Pavel Vladimirych suddenly laughed viciously. "You probably remember the story about Polochkin," he hissed. "He gave his capital to his wife from hand to hand, and she ran off with her lover." "You may rest assured, my child, I have no lover." "Then you'll run off without a lover, with the money." "Oh, how well you understand my motives!" "I don't understand you at all. You gave me the reputation of a fool. Well, I am a fool. Let me be a fool. What wonderful tricks they have invented to pass my money from hand to hand. And where do I come in? I suppose you'll order me to go to a monastery for my salvation and from there watch how you manage my money?" He shot these words out in a volley, in a voice full of hatred and indignation. Then he broke down completely and burst into a fit of coughing that lasted a full quarter of an hour. It was amazing to see how much strength that wretched human skeleton contained. Finally he caught his breath and closed his eyes. Arina Petrovna looked about in bewilderment. Until that moment she could not believe it somehow, but now she was fully convinced that every attempt to persuade the dying man would only serve to hasten the day of Yudushka's triumph. Yudushka kept dancing before her eyes. She saw him walking behind the hearse, giving his brother the last Judas kiss and squeezing out two foul tears. Then she had a picture of the coffin being lowered into the grave and Yudushka exclaiming, "Farewell, brother," his lips twitching and his eyes rolling upward. She heard his attempt to add a note of grief to his voice and afterwards say, turning to Ulita, "The kutya, the kutya. Don't forget to take the kutya into the house. And be sure to put on a clean tablecloth. We must honor brother's memory in the house, too." Next she saw him presiding over the funeral feast, chatting incessantly with the reverend father about the virtues of the deceased. She heard him say, "Ah, brother, brother, you didn't wish to live with us," as he rose from the table, stretching out his hand palm upward to receive the father's blessing. And lastly, she saw Yudushka walking about the house with the air of a master, taking the inventory of all the effects, and in doubtful cases casting suspicious glances at mother. All these inevitable scenes of the future floated before Arina Petrovna's mental vision. In her ears rang Yudushka's shrill, unctuous voice as he said, "Do you remember, mother dear, the little golden shirt studs that brother had? They were so pretty. He used to wear them on holidays. I simply can't imagine where those studs could have gone to." End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 5 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, As Becomes Good Kinsfolk, Chapter 5. No sooner did Arina Petrovna come downstairs than a carriage drawn by a team of 4 horses made its appearance on a hill near the church. In it, in the place of honor, was seated Porfiry Golovliov, who had removed his hat and was crossing himself at the sight of the church. Opposite him sat his 2 sons, Petenka and Volodenka. The very blood froze in Arina Petrovna's veins as the thought flashed through her mind, "Speak of the devil, and he's sure to appear." The girls also lost courage and timidly clung closer to their grandmother. The house, hitherto peaceful, was suddenly filled with alarm. Doors banged, people ran about crying, "The master is coming! The master is coming!" And all the occupants of the house rushed out on the porch. Some made the sign of the cross, some stood in silent expectation, all apparently conscious of the fact that the existing order in Dubrovino had been only temporary, and that now the real management was to begin with a real master at the head. Under the former master, some of the old, deserving serfs had enjoyed the privilege of a monthly allowance of provisions. Many of them fed their cattle on the master's hay, had kitchen gardens of their own, and altogether lived freely. Everyone, of course, was now vitally interested to know whether the new master would permit the old order of things, or whether he would introduce a new one, similar to that which prevailed at Golovliovo. Yudushka drove up to the house. From the reception accorded to him, he concluded that affairs at Dubrovino were fast coming to a head. Without a sign of haste, he descended from the carriage, waved his hand to the servants who rushed forward to kiss it, then put his palms together and began to climb the steps slowly, whispering a prayer. His face expressed a feeling of mingled grief, firmness and resignation. As a man, he grieved. As a Christian, he did not dare to complain. He prayed to God to cure his brother, but above all he put his trust in the Lord and bowed before his will. His sons walked side by side behind him. Volodenka, mimicking his father, clasping his hands, rolling his eyes heavenward and mumbling his lips. Petenka reveled in his brother's performance. Behind them, in silent procession, followed the servants. Yudushka kissed dear mother's hand, then her lips, then her hand again, and put his arm about her waist and said, shaking his head sadly, "And you keep on worrying. That's bad, mother dear, very bad. Instead of that, you should ask yourself, and what is God going to say to this? He will say, 'Here have I, in my infinite wisdom, arranged everything for the best,' and she grumbles. Ah, mother dear, mother dear." Then he kissed both of his nieces, and with the same charming familiarity in his voice said, "And you, too, romps, you are crying your eyes out. I won't permit it. I command you immediately to smile, and that shall be the end of it." And he stamped his foot at them in jesting anger. "Just look at me," he continued. "As a brother I am torn with grief. More than once I have shed tears. I am sorry for brother, sorry as can be. I weep. Then I bethink myself, and what is God for? Is it possible that God knows less than we what ought to be? This thought inspires me with courage. That is how you all should act. You, mother dear, and you, little nieces, and," he turned to the servants, "you all. Look at me, how well I bear up." And in the same charming manner he proceeded to impersonate a man who bears up. He straightened his body, put one foot forward, expanded his chest, and threw back his head. The audience smiled sourly. This performance over, Yudushka passed into the drawing room and kissed his mother's hand again. "Well, so that's how things are, mother dear," he said, seating himself on the couch. "So brother Pavel, too." "Yes, Pavel, too," softly answered Arina Petrovna. "Yes, yes, a little too early. Although I play the brave, in my soul I too suffer and grieve for my poor brother. He hated me bitterly. Maybe that is why God is punishing him." "You might forget about it at such a moment. You must set old grudges aside." "I have forgotten it all long ago. I only mentioned it in passing. My brother disliked me for what reason I know not. I tried one way and another, directly and indirectly. I called him dear and kind brother, but he drew back and that was the end of it. I asked you, please, not to bring all that up. The man is lying at the point of death." "Yes, mother dear, death is a great mystery, for ye know neither the day nor the hour." "That's the kind of mystery it is. There he was making plans, thinking he was exalted so high as to be beyond mortal reach. But in one instant, with one blow, God undid all his dreams. Perhaps he would be glad now to cover up his sins. But they are already recorded in the book of life. And whatever is written in that book, mother dear, won't be scraped off in a hurry." "But does not the Lord accept the sinner's repentance?" "That's just what I wish for him from the bottom of my heart. I know he hated me, still I wish him forgiveness. I wish the best for everybody, for those that hate me, those that insult me, everybody. He was unfair to me, and now God sends him an ailment. Not I, but God. Does he suffer much, mother dear?" "Well, not very much. The doctor was here and even gave us hopes." So lied Arina Petrovna. "What splendid news! Don't you worry, dear mother, he'll pull through yet. Here we are eating our hearts away and grumbling at the Creator, and perhaps he is sitting quietly on his bed, thanking the Lord for his recovery." The idea delighted Yudushka so immensely that he even giggled softly to himself. "Do you know, mother dear, that I have come to stay here a while," he went on, for all the world as if he were giving his mother a pleasant surprise. "It's among good kinsmen, you know, in case something happens. You understand, as a brother, I may console, advise, make arrangements. You will permit me, will you not?" "What sort of permissions can I give when I am here myself only as a guest?" "Well then, dearest, since this is Friday, just order them, if you please, to prepare a fish meal for me. Some salt fish, mushrooms, a little cabbage. You know, I don't need much. And in the meantime, as a relative, I shall drag myself up to the entresol. Perhaps I shall still be in time to do some good, if not to his body, at least to his soul. In his position, it seems to me, the soul is of much more consequence. We can patch up the body, mother dear, with potions and poultices, but the soul needs a more potent remedy." Arina Petrovna made no objection. The thought of the inevitability of the end had taken such complete hold of her that she observed everything and listened to everything about her dazedly. She saw Yudushka rise from the sofa, stoop and shuffle his feet. He liked to appear invalided at times. He had an idea it added to his dignity. She knew the unexpected appearance of the bloodsucker in the entresol would greatly excite the patient, might even hasten his end. But after the day of agitation, she was so exhausted that she felt as if in a dream. Meanwhile, Pavel Vladimirych was in an indescribable state of excitement. Though quite alone, he was aware of an unusual stir in the house. Every bang of a door, every hurried footstep in the hall awakened a mysterious alarm. For a while he called with all his might, but, soon convinced his shouts were useless, he gathered all his strength, sat up in bed, and listened. The sound of running feet and loud voices stopped and was followed by a dead silence. Something unknown and fearful surrounded him. Only a few miserly rays of light sifted through the lowered shades, and the dim light of the lamp burning before the ikon in the corner made the dusk filling the room seem all the darker and gloomier. Pavel fixed his gaze upon that mysterious corner as if for the first time he found something surprising in it. The ikon, in a gilt framework on which the rays from the lamp fell perpendicularly, stood out of the gloom with a sort of striking brightness, like something alive. A circle of light wavered upon the ceiling, flaring up or dying down in proportion to the strength or weakness of the lamplight. Strange shadows filled the room, and the dressing gown hanging on the wall was alive with vacillating stripes of light and shadow. Pavel Vladimirych watched and watched, and he felt as if right there in that corner everything were suddenly beginning to move. Solitude, helplessness, dead silence, and shadows, a host of shadows. The shadows seemed to be coming, coming, coming. Gripped by an indescribable terror, he gazed into the mysterious corner, eyes and mouth agape, uttering no cries but simply groaning, groaning in a stifled voice, in jerks, like the barking of a dog. He heard neither the creak of the stairs nor the careful shuffling steps in the adjacent room. Suddenly beside his bed there loomed up the detestable figure of Yudushka, as if from that gloom which had just mysteriously hovered before his eyes, and as if there were more of shadows, shadows without end, coming, coming. "What? Where did you come from? Who let you in?" he cried instinctively, dropping back on his pillow helplessly. Yudushka stood at the bedside, scrutinizing the sick man and shaking his head sorrowfully. "Does it hurt?" he asked, putting all the oiliness of which he was capable into his voice. Pavel Vladimirych was silent, but stared at him stupidly, as if making every effort to understand him. Meanwhile, Yudushka approached the ikon, fell to his knees, bowed 3 times to the ground, arose and appeared again at the bedside. "Well, brother, get up. May God send you grace," he said, sitting down in an armchair, in a voice so jovial that he actually appeared to be carrying grace about with him in his pocket. At last Pavel Vladimirych realized that this was no shadow, but the bloodsucker in flesh. He seemed to coil up of a sudden as if in a cramp. Yudushka's eyes were bright with affection, but the invalid very distinctly saw the noose lurking in those eyes, ready at any instant to dart out and tighten round his neck. "Ah, brother, brother, you've become no better than an old woman," Yudushka continued jocosely. "Come, brace up. Get up and run a little race. Come on, come on. Give mother the joy of seeing what a strong fellow you are. Come on now, up with you." "Get out of here, bloodsucker!" the invalid cried in desperation. "Ah, brother, brother, I come to you in kindness and sympathy. And you? What do you say in return? Oh, what a sin! And how could your tongue say such a thing to your own brother? It's a shame, darling, it's a shame. Wait a minute. Let me arrange the pillow for you." Yudushka got up and poked his finger into the pillow. "Like this," he continued. "That's fine now. Lie quietly now. You won't need to touch it till tomorrow." "You get out." "My, how cranky your illness has made you. Why, you have even become stubborn, really. You keep chasing me. Get out, get out. But how can I go? Here, for instance, you feel thirsty, and I hand you some water. Or I see the ikon is out of order, and I set it to rights, or pour in some oil. You just lie where you are, and I'll be sitting nearby, real quietly, so we won't even see how time flies. Get out, you bloodsucker! Look here, you are insulting me, but I am going to pray to the Lord for you. I know it isn't you. It's your illness talking. You see, brother, I am used to forgiving. I forgive everybody. Today, for instance, as I was coming here, I met a peasant, and he said something about me. Well, the Lord be with him. He defiled his own tongue. And why, I not only was not angry at him, I even made the sign of the cross over him. I did, truly." "You robbed him, didn't you?" "Who, I? Why, no, my friend. I don't rob people. Highwaymen rob, but I act in accordance with the law. I caught his horse grazing in my meadows. Well, let him go to the justice of the peace. If the justice says it's right to let your cattle graze on other people's fields, well, then I'll give him his horse back. But if the justice says it isn't right, I am sorry. The peasant will have to pay a fine. I act according to the law, my friend, according to the law." "You Judas the traitor, you left mother a pauper." "I repeat, you may be angry if you please, but you are wrong. If I were not a Christian, I would even have cause to be angry at you for what you've just said. Yes, you did. You did make mother a pauper. Now, do be quiet, please. Here, I am going to pray for you. Maybe that will calm you down." Though Yudushka had restrained himself successfully throughout the conversation, the dying man's curses affected him deeply. His lips curled queerly and turned pale. However, hypocrisy was so ingrained in his nature that once the comedy was begun, he could not leave it unfinished. So he knelt before the ikon and for fully 15 minutes murmured prayers, his hands uplifted. Thereupon he returned to the dying man's bed with countenance calm and serene. "You know, brother, I have come to talk serious matters over with you," he said, seating himself in the armchair. "Here you are insulting me, but I am thinking of your soul. Tell me, please, when did you communicate last?" "Oh, Lord, what is all this? Take him away. Ulita, Agasha, anybody there?" moaned Pavel. Now, darling, do be quiet. I know you don't like to talk about it. Yes, brother, you always were a bad Christian, and you are still, but it wouldn't be bad, really it wouldn't, to give some thought to your soul. We've got to be careful with our souls, my friend. Oh, how careful. Do you know what the church prescribes? It says, 'Ye shall offer prayers and thanks.' And again, 'The end of a Christian's earthly life is painless, honorable, and peaceable.' That's what it is, my friend. You really ought to send for the priest and sincerely with penitence." "All right, I won't. But really you'd better." Pavel Vladimirych lay livid and nearly suffocated. If he could have, he would have dashed his head to pieces. "And how about the estate? Have you already made arrangements?" continued Yudushka. "Yours is a fine little estate, a very fine one. The soil is even better than at Golovliovo. And you have money, too, I suppose. Of course, I don't know anything about your affairs. I only know that you received a lump sum on freeing your serfs, but exactly how much I never cared to know. Today, for instance, as I was coming here, I said to myself, 'I suppose brother Pavel has money.' But then I thought, if he has capital, he must have decided already how to dispose of it." The patient turned away and sighed heavily. "You have not made any disposition? Well, so much the better, my friend. It's even more just, according to the law. It won't be inherited by strangers, but by your own kind. Take me, for example. I am old, with one foot in the grave, but still I think, why should I make disposition of my property if the law will do it all for me after I am dead? And it's really the right way, my friend. There will be no quarrels, no envy, no lawsuits. It's the law." That was unbearable. Pavel Vladimirych felt as if he were lying in a coffin, fettered, in lethargy, unable to move a limb, and forced to hear the bloodsucker revile his dead body. "Get out! For Christ's sake, get out!" he finally implored his torturer. "All right. You just be quiet. I'll go. I know you don't like me. It's a shame, my friend, a real shame to dislike your own brother. You see, I do love you. And I've always been telling my children, 'Though Pavel Vladimirych has sinned against me, yet I love him.' So you did not make any disposition? Well, that's fine, my friend. Sometimes, though, one's money is stolen while one is yet alive, especially when one is without relatives, all alone. But I'll take care of it, eh? What? Am I annoying you? Well, let it be as you wish. I'll go. Let me offer up a prayer." He rose, placed his palms together, and whispered a prayer hurriedly. "Good by, friend. Don't worry. Take a good rest, and perhaps with God's help you will get better. I will talk the matter over with mother dear. Maybe we'll think something up. I have ordered a fish meal for myself, some salt fish, some mushrooms and cabbage. So you'll pardon me. What? Am I annoying you again? Ah, brother dear. Well, I'm going. Above all, don't be alarmed, don't be excited. Sleep well and take a good rest," he said, and finally made his departure. Bloodsucker. The word came after him in such a piercing shriek that even he felt as if he had been branded with a hot iron. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 6 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, As Becomes Good Kinsfolk, Chapter 6. While Porfiry Vladimirych was holding forth in the entresol, Grandmother Arina Petrovna had gathered the young folks around her downstairs, and was talking to them not without the hope of getting something out of them. "Well, how are you?" she asked, turning to her eldest grandson, Petenka. "I'm pretty well, Granny. Next month I'll graduate as an officer." "Really? How many years have you been promising that? Are the examinations so hard, or what?" "At the last examination, Granny, he failed in his catechism. The priest asked him, "What is God?" And he answered, "God is Spirit, and Holy Spirit." "Oh, you poor thing! How is that? Look at those little orphans. I'm sure even they know that." "Why, certainly. God is invisible spirit." Anninka hurried to show off her knowledge. "Whom none ever beheld," Lubinka put in. "Omniscient, most gracious, omnipotent, omnipresent," Anninka continued. "Whither can I go from thy spirit? And whither can I flee from thy face? Should I rise to heaven, there wouldst thou be. Should I descend to hell, there wouldst thou be." "I wish you would have answered like that. You would have epaulets by this time. And how about you, Volodya? What are you going to do?" Volodya flushed and remained silent. "Apparently you go no further than your brother with his Spirit, Holy Spirit. Ah, children, children. You seem to be so bright, and yet somehow you can't master your studies at all. I might understand if you had a father who spoiled you. Tell me, how does he treat you now?" "Still the same old way, granny." "Does he beat you? Didn't I hear he stopped thrashing you?" "A little bit, but the worst is, he pesters us to death." "I must say I don't understand. How can a father pester his children?" "He does though, grandma, awfully. We can't go out without permission. We can't take a thing. It couldn't be worse." "Well, then ask permission. Your tongue wouldn't fall out in the effort, I imagine." "Impossible. You just begin to talk to him, then he doesn't let go of you. 'Don't hurry and wait a while. Gently, gently, take it easy.' Really, granny, his talk is too tiresome for words." "Granny, he listens to us on the sly behind our doors. Just the other day Piotr caught him in the act." "Oh, you rogues! Well, what did he say?" "Nothing. I said to him, 'It won't do, Daddy, for you to eavesdrop at our doors. Some day you may get your nose squashed.' And all he said was, 'Well, it's nothing, it's nothing. I, my child, am like a thief in the night,' as it says in the Bible." "The other day, granny, he picked up an apple in the orchard and put it away in a cupboard. I ate it up. So he hunted and hunted for it and cross-examined everybody." "What do you mean? Has he become a miser?" "No, he's not exactly stingy, but how shall I put it? He's just swamped head over heels in little things. He hides slips of paper and he hunts for wind-fallen fruit. Every morning he says mass in his study, and later he gives each of us a little piece of holy wafer, stale as stale can be. But once we played a trick on him. We discovered where he keeps the wafers, made a cut in the bottom of them, took out the pulp, and stuck butter in. Well, I must say you are regular cutthroats." "Why, just imagine his surprise next day. Wafers with butter." "I suppose you got it good and hard afterwards." "No, not a bit, but he kept spitting all day and muttering to himself, 'The rascals!' Of course, we made believe he didn't mean us." "Let me tell you, granny, he is afraid of you." "Of me? I'm not a scarecrow to frighten him." "I'm sure he's scared of you. He thinks you'll put a curse on him. He's desperately afraid of curses." Arina Petrovna became lost in thought. At first the idea passed through her mind, "What if I really should put a curse on him? Just take and curse him." But the thought was instantly replaced by a more pressing question. "What is Yudushka doing now? What tricks is he playing upstairs? He must be up to one of his usual tricks." Finally a happy idea struck her. "Volodya," she said, "you, dear heart, are light on your feet. Why shouldn't you go softly and listen to what's going on up there?" "Oh, gladly, granny." Volodya tiptoed toward the doors and disappeared through them. "What made you come over to us today?" Arina Petrovna continued with her questioning. "We meant to come a long time ago, grandma, but today Ulita sent a messenger to say the doctor had been here and uncle was going to die, if not today, then surely tomorrow." "Tell me, is there any talk among you about the heritage?" "We keep talking about it the whole day, granny. Papa tells us how it used to be before grandpa's time. He even remembers Goryshkino, granny. 'See now,' he says, 'if Auntie Varvara Mikhailovna had no children, then Goryashkino would be ours. And God knows,' he says, 'who the children's father is. But let us not judge others. We see a mote in the eye of our neighbor, but fail to notice a beam in our own. That's how the world goes, brother.'" "Nonsense, nonsense. Auntie was married, was she not? Even if there had been anything before that, the marriage made it all straight." "That's true, grandma. And each time we go past Goriushkino, he brings up the same old tale. Grandma Natalia Vladimirovna, he says, brought Goriushkino as a dowry. By all rights it should have stayed in the family. But your deceased grandfather gave it to sister as a dot. And what wonderful watermelons, he says, used to grow at Goriushkino. 20 pounds each. That's the kind of watermelons that grew there. 20 pounds, bosh. I never heard of such melons. Well, and what are his intentions about Dubrovino? In the same line, Granny. Watermelons and muskmelons and other trifles. But of late he has constantly been asking us, "What do you think, children? Has Uncle Pavel much money?" He's had it all figured out for a long time, Grandma. The amount of redemption loan, and when the property was mortgaged, and how much debt is paid off. We even saw the paper on which he made the calculations. And guess what, Granny? We stole it. We nearly drove him crazy with that slip of paper. He'd put it in a drawer, and we'd match the key and stick it into a holy wafer. Once he went to take a bath, when lo and behold, he saw the paper lying on the bath shelf. Oh, you've a gay life up there. Volodenka returned and became the center of general attention. "I couldn't hear a thing," he announced in a whisper. "The only thing I heard was father mouthing words like 'painless, untarnished, peaceful,' and uncle shouting, 'Get out of here, you bloodsucker!'" "Didn't you hear anything about the will?" "I think there was something said about it, but I couldn't make it out. Father shut the door entirely too tight, Granny. Only a buzzing came through, and then suddenly uncle yelled, 'Get out!' Well then, I took to my heels, and here I am." "If only the orphans were given," anxiously thought Arina Petrovna. "If father gets his hands on it, Granny, he'll not give a thing to anyone," Petenka assured her. "And I have a feeling he's even going to deprive us of the inheritance." "Still, he can't take it to the grave with him, can he?" "No, but he'll think up some scheme. It wasn't for nothing that he had a talk with the priest not long ago. 'How does the idea of building a Tower of Babel strike you, father?' he asked. 'Would one need much money?' Well, he just said that perhaps out of curiosity." "No, Granny, he has some plan in mind. If it isn't for a Tower of Babel, he'll donate the money to the St. Athos monastery. But he'll make sure we don't get any." "Will father get a big estate when uncle dies?" asked Volodya curiously. "Well, God alone knows which of them will die first. Father is sure he'll outlive uncle. The other day, just as soon as we reached the boundary of the Dubrovino estate, he took off his cap, crossed himself, and said, 'Thank God, we'll be riding again on our own land.'" "He's made arrangements for everything already, Granny. He noticed the woods. 'There,' he says, 'if there were a good landlord, that would be a ripping fine forest.' Then he looked at the meadows. 'What a meadow! Just look. Look at all those haystacks.' Yes, indeed, both the woods and the meadows, everything will be yours, my darlings," sighed Arina Petrovna. "Goodness, wasn't that a squeak on the stairs?" "Hush, Granny, hush! That's he, like a thief in the night, listening behind the doors." There was a silence, but it proved to be a false alarm. Arina Petrovna sighed and muttered to herself, "Ah, children, children." The boys stared at the orphans, fairly swallowing them with their gaze, while the little orphans sat in silent envy. "Did you see Mademoiselle Lotar, cousin?" Petenka started a conversation. Anninka and Lubinka exchanged glances as if they had been asked a question in history or geography. "In Fair Helen she plays the part of Helen on the stage." "Oh, yes, Helen, Paris, beautiful and young, he set the hearts of the goddesses aflame. I know it," cried Lubinka joyfully. "Exactly. And how she sings 'Cascader, Cascader.' It's great. The doctor who was just here keeps humming 'Head over Heels.' That is Lyadova's song. Wasn't she splendid, cousin? When she died, nearly 2,000 persons followed the hearse. People thought there would be a revolution." "Is it about theaters you're chattering?" broke in Arina Petrovna. "Well, their destiny lies far from theaters, my boys. It leads rather to the convent." "Granny, you've set your mind on burying us in a convent," complained Anninka. "Come, cousin, let's go to St. Petersburg instead of to a convent. We'll show you everything to be seen there." "Their minds should not be occupied with thoughts of pleasure, but rather with thoughts of God," continued Arina Petrovna sententiously. "We will teach you everything under the sun. In St. Petersburg there are lots of girls like you. They walk about swinging their skirts." "Stop bothering them, for Christ's sake, you teachers," Arina Petrovna interjected. "Nice things you can teach them." "I'm going to take them to Kopkov after Uncle Pavel's death, and we'll settle down comfortably there." "So you're still at your blabbing," a voice at the door suddenly broke in. Engrossed in conversation, nobody had heard Yudushka steal up like a thief in the night. He was all in tears, his head was bowed, his face pale, his hands crossed on his breast, his lips mumbling in prayer. For a few moments his eyes sought the ikons, then found them, and for a brief while he prayed. "He's very ill. Ah, how ill he is!" he finally exclaimed, embracing his mother dear. "Is he?" "Very, very ill, dear heart. And do you recollect what a strong fellow he was?" "Well, he was never exactly strong. I can't remember that somehow." "Ah, no, mother dear, don't say that. He was always. I remember perfectly when he left the cadets corps how well shaped he was, broad shouldered, glowing with health. Yes, yes, mother dear, that's how it is. We're all in God's hands. Today we're strong, in the best of health. We want to enjoy life, to have a good meal, and tomorrow." He shrugged his shoulders and assumed deep emotion. "Did he say anything at least?" "Very little, dearest. The only thing he said was, 'Good by, brother.' And yet, mother dear, he can feel. He feels that he is in a bad way." "Well, no wonder he feels he is in a bad way when he can hardly catch his breath." "No, mother dear, that's not what I mean. I have in mind the inner vision, which is given to the righteous and which allows them to foresee their death." "Yes, yes. Didn't he say anything about his will?" "No, mother. He wanted to say something about it, but I stopped him. 'No,' I said, 'don't talk about that. Whatever you leave me, brother, out of the kindness of your heart, I shall be satisfied. And even if you leave me nothing, I'll have mass said for you at my own expense.' And yet, mother dear, how he wants to live, how he longs for life." "Of course. Who doesn't want to live?" "No, mother. Take myself, for example. If it pleased the Lord God to call me to Himself, I'm ready on the spot." "All well and good if you go to heaven, but what if Satan gets you between his fangs?" In this vein the talk continued till supper, during supper, and after supper. Arina Petrovna was very restless. While Yudushka was expatiating on various subjects, the thought entered her mind at shorter and shorter intervals, "What if I should really curse him?" But Yudushka had not the slightest suspicion of the storm raging in his mother's heart. He had an air of serenity and continued slowly and gently to torture his mother dear with his endless twaddle. "I'll curse him! I'll curse him! Curse him!" Arina Petrovna repeated inwardly with greater and greater determination. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 7 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, As Becomes Good Kinsfolk, Chapter 7. An odor of incense pervaded the rooms. The sing-song of funeral chants was heard in the house. The doors were thrown open. Those wishing to pay their last respects to the deceased came and went. While Pavel Vladimirych lived, nobody had paid any attention to him. At his death, everybody mourned. People recalled that he had never hurt a single person, that he had never uttered a cross word to anyone, nor thrown anyone a look of ill will. All qualities that had appeared purely negative, but now assumed a positive character. Many seemed to repent that at times they had taken advantage of the dead man's simplicity. But after all, who knew that the simple soul was destined to so speedy an end? One peasant brought Yudushka 3 silver rubles and said, "Here's a little debt I owe Pavel Vladimirych. No writing passed between us. Here, take it." Yudushka took the money, praised the peasant, and said he would donate the 3 silver rubles for oil to burn forever before an ikon in the church. "You, my dear friend, will see the flame, and everybody will see it, and the soul of my deceased brother will rejoice." Maybe he will obtain something for you in heaven. You won't be expecting anything, and suddenly the Lord will send you luck." Very probably the high estimate of the deceased's virtues was largely based on a comparison between him and his brother. People did not like Yudushka. Not that they couldn't get the better of him, but that he was entirely too much of a nuisance with his scrape penny ways. Very few could bring themselves to lease land from him. They were afraid of his passion for litigation. He dragged any number of people to court, wasted their time, and won nothing, because his pettifogging habits were so well known in the district that almost without listening to the case, the courts dismissed his claims. Since meanness, or to be more exact, a kind of moral hardness, especially when under the mask of hypocrisy, always inspires a sort of superstitious fear, Yudushka's neighbors bowed waist low as they passed by the bloodsucker, standing all in black beside the coffin with palms crossed and eyes raised upward. As long as the deceased lay in the house, the family walked about on tiptoe, stole glances into the dining room where the coffin stood on the table, wagged their heads, and talked in whispers. Yudushka pretended to be overcome by the disaster and shuffled painfully along the corridor, paid a visit to the dear deceased, affected deep emotional stress, arranged the pall on the coffin, and whispered to the commissioner of police who was taking the inventory and affixing the seal. Petenka and Volodenka busied themselves about the coffin, placing and lighting the candles, handing over the censer, and so forth. Anninka and Lubinka cried and through their tears helped the chanters sing the mass for the dead in thin little voices. The woman servants, dressed in black calico, wiped their noses red from weeping on their aprons. Immediately after the death of Pavel Vladimirych, Arina Petrovna went up to her room and locked herself in. She was not disposed to weep, for she realized that she had to decide upon a course of action immediately. To remain at Dubrovino was out of the question. Consequently, she had only one choice: to go to Pogorelka, the orphan's estate, the bone that she had once thrown to her disrespectful daughter, Anna Vladimirovna. Arriving at this decision, she felt relieved, as though Yudushka had suddenly and forever lost all power over her. Calmly she counted her 5% government bonds. They totaled 15,000 rubles of her own and as much belonging to the orphans which she had saved up for them. And she went on composedly to calculate how much money she would have to spend to put the Pogorelka manor house in order. Then she immediately sent for the bailiff of Pogorelka, gave the necessary orders about hiring carpenters and sending a horse and cart to Dubrovino for her and the orphans' belongings, ordered the coach to be made ready (the coach was her own, and she had evidence that it was her very own), and began to pack. She felt neither hatred nor goodwill toward Yudushka. It suddenly became disgusting to her to have any dealings with him. She even ate unwillingly and little, because from that day she had to eat not Pavel's but Yudushka's food. Several times Porfiry Vladimirych peeped into her room to have a chat with his mother dear. He understood the meaning of her packing clearly, but pretended to notice nothing. Arina Petrovna refused to see him. "Go, my friend, go," she said. "I have no time." In 3 days Arina Petrovna had everything in readiness for departure. They heard mass, performed the funeral service, and buried Pavel Vladimirych. At the funeral everything happened just as Arina Petrovna had imagined on the morning when Yudushka came to Dubrovino. In the very way she had foreseen, Yudushka cried out, "Farewell, brother," when they lowered the coffin into the grave, and turned to Ulita and said hastily, Don't forget to take the kutya and put it in the dining room on a clean tablecloth. We will honor brother's memory in the house, too." 3 churchmen, the Father Provo and a deacon, were invited to the dinner served, as is the custom, immediately on the return from the funeral ceremony. A special table was laid in the entrance hall for the sextons. Arina Petrovna and the orphans entered clad in traveling clothes, but Yudushka pretended even then not to understand. He went over to the table, requested the Father Provo to bless the food and drink, poured a glassful of vodka for himself and the churchmen, put on an air of deep emotion and said, "Everlasting memory to the late deceased. Ah, brother, brother, you have forsaken us. Who of us more than you was fit to live a happy life? How sad, brother, how sad!" Then he crossed himself and emptied the glass. He crossed himself again and swallowed a piece of caviar, crossed himself again and took a taste of dried sturgeon. "Eat, father," he urged the provost. "All this is my late brother's stock. How the deceased loved good fare. Not only that he ate well himself, but he even liked treating others better. Ah, brother, brother, you have forsaken us. How wrong it was of you, brother, how very wrong." He was so carried away by his incessant chatter that he even forgot about his dear mother. But suddenly she came to his mind as he scooped up a spoonful of mushrooms and was about to send it down his mouth. "Mother dearest darling," he exclaimed, "I, the fool, am here, gorging myself. What a sin! Mother dear, help yourself. Some mushrooms. These are Dubrovino mushrooms, the famous ones." But Arina Petrovna did not stir. She only shook her head in silence. She seemed listening to something with intense curiosity, a new light seemed to fill her eyes, as if the comedy to which she had long since become accustomed, and in which she had always taken active part, suddenly presented itself to her in a changed light. The dinner commenced with a brief, pathetic discussion. Yudushka insisted that Arina Petrovna should take the hostess's place at the head of the table. Arina Petrovna refused. "No, you are the host here, so sit where you please," she said dryly. "You are the hostess. You, mother dear, are the hostess everywhere, both at Golovliovo and Dubrovino, everywhere," said Yudushka, trying to convince her. "Do stop and sit down. Wherever it will be the Lord's will to place me as a mistress, I will sit where I choose. Here you are master, so you take the seat." "Then this is what we'll do," said Yudushka, much moved. "We'll leave the cover at the host's seat untouched, as if our brother were with us, an invisible companion. He shall be host, and we shall all be his guests." That is how they arranged it. While the soup was being served, Yudushka chose a proper subject and started a conversation with the priests, addressing most of his remarks, however, to the Father Provost. "There are many people nowadays who do not believe in the immortality of the soul, but I do," he said. "Well, they must be desperadoes," answered the Father Provost. "No, not that they are desperadoes, but there is a science about the soul not being immortal. It says that man exists all by himself. He lives and then suddenly dies." "There are too many sciences nowadays. If only there were less of them. People believe in sciences and don't believe in God. Take the peasants. Even the peasants want to become learned." "Yes, Father, you are right. They do long to become learned. Take my Naglovo peasants. They have nothing to eat, and still the other day they passed a resolution. They want to open up a school. The scholars! Nowadays there is a science for everything under the sun. One science for rain, another science for fine weather, and so on. Formerly it was a very simple matter. People would come and sing a Te Deum, and the Lord would grant them their prayer. If they needed fine weather, God would grant fine weather. If they needed rain, the Lord had enough of it to go around. God has enough of everything. But since people have begun to live according to science, everything has changed. Everything happens out of season. You sow, there is drought. You mow, there is rain." "You speak the truth, Father, the gospel truth. Formerly people used to pray more to God, and the earth was more plentiful. The harvests were not like now. They were 4 times, 5 times richer. The earth produced in abundance. Doesn't mother remember? Don't you remember, mother dear?" asked Yudushka, turning to Arina Petrovna with the intention of drawing her into the discussion. "I never heard anything like that in our parts. Maybe you're speaking of the land of Canaan. It is said that was really the case there," dryly responded Arina Petrovna. "Yes, yes, yes," said Yudushka, as if he had not heard his mother's remark. "They don't believe in God, they don't believe in the immortality of the soul, but they want to eat all the same." "That's just it. All they want is to eat and drink," repeated the Father Provost, rolling up the sleeves of his cassock to reach a piece of the funeral pie and put it on his plate. Everybody attacked the soup. For a while nothing was heard but the clink of the spoons on the plates and the puffing of the priests as they blew upon the hot liquid. "Now as for the Roman Catholics," continued Yudushka, stopping to eat, "although they do not deny the immortality of the soul, yet they claim the soul does not land straight in hell or in heaven, but stays for a while in a sort of middle place. That, too, is preposterous. "To tell you the truth, Father," said Porfiry Vladimirych, deep in thought, "if we take the point of view of there is no use discussing nonsense. How goes the song of our holy church? It says, 'In a grassy place, in a cool place, in which there is neither sighing nor sorrow.' So of what use is it to talk of a middle place?" Yudushka did not fully agree and wanted to make some sort of objection. But Arina Petrovna, growing annoyed at the conversation, stopped him. "Well, eat, eat, you theologian. I guess your soup is cold by now," she said. And to change the topic, she turned to the Father Provost. "Have you gathered in the rye yet, Father?" "Yes, madam. This time the rye is good, but the spring wheat doesn't promise well. The young oat seeds are ripening too soon. Neither straw nor oats can be expected." "Oh, they are complaining everywhere about the oats," sighed Arina Petrovna, watching Yudushka scoop up the last dregs of his soup. Another dish was served, ham and peas. Yudushka took advantage of the opportunity to resume the broken conversation. "I'll wager the Jews don't eat this," he said. "Jews are dirty," responded the Father Provost, "so people mock them, calling them pig's ears." "But the Tartars don't eat ham either. There must be some reason for it." "The Tartars are dirty, too. That's the reason." "We don't eat horse flesh, and the Tartars refuse pig's meat. They say rats were eaten during the siege in Paris." "Well, they were French." The whole supper passed in this way. When carp in cream was served, Yudushka expatiated: "Fall to, Father. These are not ordinary carp. They were a favorite dish of my departed brother." Asparagus being served, Yudushka said: "Just look at that asparagus. You'd have to pay a silver ruble for asparagus like that in St. Petersburg. My deceased brother was so fond of it. Bless it, look how thick it is." Arina Petrovna was boiling with impatience. A whole hour gone and only half the supper eaten. Yudushka seemed to hold it back on purpose. He would eat something, put down his knife and fork, chatter a while, eat a bit again and chatter again. How often in bygone days had Arina Petrovna scolded him for it. "Why don't you eat, you devil? God forgive me." But he seemed to have forgotten her instructions. Or perhaps he had not forgotten them, but was acting that way on purpose, to avenge himself. Or maybe he wasn't even avenging himself consciously. He might just be letting his devilish inner self have free play. Finally the roast was served. At the very moment that all rose and the Father Provost was beginning to intone the hymn about the beatific deceased, a noise broke out in the corridor. Shouts were heard that entirely spoiled the effect of the prayer. "What's that noise?" shouted Porfiry Vladimirych. "Do they take this for a public house?" "For mercy's sake, don't yell. Those are my trunks. They are being transferred," responded Arina Petrovna. Then she added with a touch of sarcasm, "Perhaps you intend to inspect them?" A sudden silence fell. Even Yudushka turned pale and became confused. He realized instantly, however, that somehow he had to soften the effect of his mother's unpleasant words. Turning to the Father Provost, he began: "Take woodcocks, for instance. They are plentiful in Russia, but in other lands for Christ's sake, why don't you eat? We've got 25 versts to go and make them before dark," Arina Petrovna cut him short. "Petenka, dear, go hurry them in there and see that they serve the pastry." For a few moments there was silence. Porfiry Vladimirych quickly finished his piece of woodcock, his face was pale, his lips trembled, and he sat tapping his foot on the floor. "You insult me, mother dear. You hurt me deeply," he declared finally, but avoided his mother's eyes. "Who is insulting you? And how am I hurting you so deeply?" "It is very, very insulting, so very insulting. To think of your going away at such a moment. You have lived here all the time and suddenly and then you mention the trunks, inspection. What an insult!" "Well, then, if you're anxious to know all about it, why, I'll satisfy you. I lived here as long as my son Pavel was alive. He died, and I leave. And if you want to know about the trunks, why, Ulita has been watching me for a long time at your orders. And concerning myself, it's better to tell your mother straight to her face that she's under suspicion than to hiss at her behind her back like a snake." "Mother dear, but I," groaned Yudushka. "You've said enough," Arina Petrovna cut him short, "and I've had my say." "But how could I, mother dear?" I tell you, I'm through. For Christ's sake, let me go in peace. The coach is ready, I hear." The sound of tinkling bells and an approaching vehicle came from the courtyard. Arina Petrovna was the first to arise from the table. The others followed. "Now let us sit down for a moment and then we're off," she said, going towards the parlor. They sat a while in silence. By that time Yudushka had entirely recovered his presence of mind. "After all, why shouldn't you live at Dubrovino, mother dear? Just see how nice it is here," he said, looking into his mother's eyes with the caressing expression of a guilty cur. "No, my friend, that's enough. I don't want to leave you with unpleasant words, but I can't stay here. What for? Father, let us pray." Everybody rose in prayer, then Arina Petrovna kissed everybody good by, blessed them all, and with a heavy step went toward the door. Porfiry Vladimirych, at the head of the company of relatives, went with her to the porch. There, on seeing the coach, he was struck by a devilish idea. "Why, the coach belongs to my brother," was the thought that flashed through his mind. "So we'll see each other, mother dear?" he said, helping his mother in and casting side glances at the coach. "If it's the Lord's will. And why shouldn't we see each other?" "Ah, mother, dear mother, that was a good joke, really. You had better leave the coach, and with God's help in your old nest, indeed," urged Yudushka in a wheedling tone. Arina Petrovna made no answer. She had already seated herself and made the sign of the cross, but the orphans seemed to hesitate. Yudushka all the while kept throwing glance after glance at the coach. "How about the coach, mother dear? Will you send it back yourself, or shall I send for it?" he blurted out, unable to retain himself longer. Arina Petrovna shook with indignation. "The coach is mine," she cried, in a voice so full of pain that everyone felt embarrassed and ashamed. "It's mine, mine, my coach. I have testimony, witnesses, and no, I'll wait. We shall see what becomes of you. Children, are you ready?" "For mercy's sake, mother dear, I have no grievance against you. Even if the coach belonged to this estate. It is my coach, mine. It does not belong to Dubrovino. It belongs to me. Don't you dare to say it. Do you hear me?" "Yes, mother dear." "Don't forget us, dear heart. Simply, you know, without ceremony. We will come to you. You will come to us, as becomes good kinsfolk." "Are you seated, children? Coachman, go on," cried Arina Petrovna, hardly able to restrain herself. The coach quivered and rolled off quickly down the road. Yudushka stood on the porch waving his handkerchief and calling until the coach had entirely disappeared from view. "As becomes good kinsfolk. We will come to you and you to us, as becomes good kinsfolk." End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Chapter 1 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Family Accounts Settled, Chapter 1. It had never occurred to Arina Petrovna that there might come a time when she would become one mouth too many. Now that moment had stolen upon her just when for the first time in her life her physical and moral strength was undermined. Such moments always arrive suddenly. Though one may long have been on the verge of breaking down, one may still hold out and stave off the end, till suddenly the last blow strikes from a quarter least expected. To be aware of its approach and dodge it is difficult. One has to resign oneself without complaint, for it is the very blow that in an instant shatters one who till recently has been hale and healthy. When Arina Petrovna took up her abode in Dubrovino, after having broken with Yudushka, she had labored under great difficulties. But then, at least, she had known that Pavel Vladimirych, though looking askance at her intrusion, was still a well-to-do man to whom another morsel meant little. Now things were very different. She stood at the head of a household that counted every crumb. And she knew the value of crumbs, having spent all her life in the country in constant intercourse with peasants, and having assimilated the peasants' notions of the harm a superfluous mouth does to a house in which stores are already scanty. Nevertheless, in the first days after the removal to Pogorelka, she still maintained her usual attitude, busied herself with putting things in shape in the new place, and exercised her former clarity of judgment in household management. But the affairs of the estate were troublesome and petty and demanded her constant personal supervision. And though on first thought she did not see much sense in keeping accurate accounts in a place where farthings are put together to make up kopeck pieces, and these in turn to make 10 kopeck pieces, she was soon forced to admit that she had been wrong in this. To be sure, there really was no sense in keeping careful accounts. But the point was, she no longer possessed her former industry and strength. Then, too, it was autumn, the busiest time of reckoning up accounts and taking inventories, and the incessant bad weather imposed inevitable limits to Arina Petrovna's energy. Ailments of old age came upon her and prevented her from leaving the house. The long, dreary fall evenings set in and doomed her to enforced idleness. The old woman was all upset and exerted herself to the utmost, but succeeded in accomplishing nothing. Another thing. She could not help noticing that something queer was coming over the orphans. They suddenly became dull and dispirited, and were agitated by some vague plans for the future, plans in which notions of work were interspersed with notions of pleasures of the most innocent kind, of course, reminiscences of the boarding school where they had been brought up, mingled with stray notions about men of toil which they retained from their fragmentary reading, and timid hopes of clutching at some thread through their boarding school connections, and so entering the bright kingdom of human life. One tormenting hope stood out definitely from the other vague longings to leave hateful Pogorelka at whatever costs. And at length one fine day Anninka and Lubinka actually announced to grandma that they simply could not stay at Pogorelka a moment longer. They led a beastly life there, met nobody but the priest, and he, when he met them, felt it incumbent upon him to tell of the virgins who had extinguished their lamps. It wasn't right, it wasn't fair. The girls spoke sharply, afraid of their grandmother, and simulating courage in order to overcome the anger and resistance they expected. But to their surprise, Arina Petrovna listened without anger, without even a disposition toward the useless sermonizing that impotent old age is so given to. Alas, she was no longer that dominating woman who used to say so confidently, "I am going to Khotkov and will take the little orphans with me." The change was due not to senile impotence alone, but also to an acquired sense of something better and truer. The last buffets of fortune had not only tamed Arina Petrovna, they had also lighted up some corners of her mental horizon into which her thoughts evidently had never before entered. Now she knew there were certain forces in the human being that can remain dormant a long while, but once awakened, they carry one irresistibly on to the glimmering ray of life, that cheering ray for whose appearance one's eyes have been yearning so long amidst the hopeless darkness of the present. Once realizing the legitimacy of such a striving, she was powerless to oppose it. It is true, she tried to dissuade her granddaughters from their purpose, but feebly, without conviction. She was uneasy about the future in store for them, all the more so since she herself had no connections in so-called society. Yet she felt that the parting with the girls was a proper and inevitable thing. What would become of them? Frequently pressed on her mind. But she was now fully aware that neither this question nor others more terrible would restrain one who was struggling for release from captivity. The girls insisted on one thing, on shaking the dust of Pogorelka from their feet, and finally, after some hesitating and postponing to please grandmother, they left. The Pogorelka manor house was now steeped in a forlorn quiet. Self-centered as Arina Petrovna was by nature, yet the proximity of human breath had its calming effect even upon her. For the first time, perhaps, she felt that something had torn itself away from her being, and the freedom with which she herself was now confronted was so boundless that all she saw was empty space. To hide the void from her eyes, she ordered the staterooms and the attic where the orphans had lived to be nailed up. Incidentally, there will be less firewood burned, she said to herself. She retained only 2 rooms, in one of which a large ikon case with images was stowed away. The other was a combined bedroom, study, and dining room. For the sake of economy she dismissed her retinue of servants, retaining only her housekeeper Afimyushka, an old broken down woman, and Markovna, one-eyed, the soldier's wife, who did the cooking and washing. All these precautions, however, were of little help. The sensation of emptiness was not slow to penetrate into the 2 rooms that were meant to be guarded from it. Helpless solitude and dreary idleness were the 2 enemies Arina Petrovna now confronted, and she was to be bound to these 2 enemies the rest of her days. Physical and mental disintegration were not slow to follow in the wake of loneliness and idleness, and the less the resistance, the crueler, the more destructive its work. Days dragged on in the oppressive monotony peculiar to rural life, when there are no comforts or there is no executive work to be done, and there is no material for mental occupation. In addition to the external causes at work to take the management of household affairs away from her, was an inner aversion that Arina Petrovna now felt to the petty cares and bustle coming at the sunset of her life. Perhaps she would have to overcome her repugnance had she had an aim in view to justify her efforts, but that very aim was wanting. Everybody was sick and weary of her, and she was sick and weary of everybody and everything. Her feverish activity of old suddenly yielded to idleness, and idleness little by little corrupted her will and induced propensities of which Arina Petrovna could never have dreamed only a few months ago. The strong, reserved woman, whom no one would have thought of calling old, turned into a wreck of her former self. There was neither past nor future for her, but only the immediate moment to live through. The greater part of the day she dozed, sitting in an easy chair by the table, on which ill-smelling cards were arranged. She would doze for hours on end. Then her body would shudder convulsively, she would wake up, look out of the window, and for a long time stare into the distance without a single conscious thought. Pogorelka was a dreary manor house. It stood all alone, without orchard or shade, or the least indication of comfort. There was not even a flower garden in front of the house. It was a 1-story structure, squat, weather-beaten, all black with age. Back of it were the many outbuildings, also half worn out, and all around was one vast stretch of fields, fields without end. Not even the glimpse of forest anywhere on the horizon. But from her very childhood, Arina Petrovna had hardly ever left the country, and this monotonous landscape did not seem dreary to her. It even appealed to her heart and awakened remnants of emotion still glowing within her. The best part of her being lived in these naked fields, and her gaze sought them instinctively. She stared at the expanse of fields. She stared at the drenched hamlets making black specks on the landscape. She stared at the white churches of the rural parishes. She stared at the motley spots that the cloud shadows formed on the plains. She stared at the peasant unknown to her who walked along the plowed furrows, and she thought him slow and stiff. While staring, she had no conscious thoughts, or rather, her thoughts were so fragmentary and disconnected that they could not stay with any one thing for even a short time. She just gazed, gazed till senile slumber again hummed dully in her ears, and the fields, the churches, the hamlets, and the peasant in the distance became wrapped in mist. At times, apparently, she recollected something, but the memories of the past came incoherently in fragments. Her attention could not concentrate on one point. It jumped from one remote memory to another. Yet sometimes she would be struck by something singular, not joy, her past was very scant in joys, but some grievance, some abuse, bitter and unbearable. Then sudden anger would flare up, anguish would creep into her heart, and tears come to her eyes. She would weep grievously, painfully, the weeping of piteous old age, when tears flow as if under the load of a nightmare. But even while her tears were flowing, her mind unconsciously continued to work in its usual way, and her thoughts drifted imperceptibly away from the cause of her mood, so that in a few minutes the old woman was wondering what had been the matter with her. Altogether she lived as if not participating in life personally, but solely because in those ruins there were still left a few odds and ends which had to be collected, recorded, and accounted for. While these odds and ends were present, life went its way, compelling the ruin to perform all the external functions necessary to keep that half asleep existence from crumbling to dust. But if the days passed in unconscious slumber, the nights were sheer torment. At night Arina Petrovna was afraid. She was afraid of thieves, of ghosts, of devils, of all that was the product of her education and life. And the defenses of the place were very poor, for beside the two tottering women domestics, Pogorelka had a night watch in the person of the lame little peasant, Fedoseyushka, who for 2 rubles a month came from the village to guard the manor house, and usually slept in the vestibule, coming out at the appointed hours to strike the steel plate. In the cattle yard, it is true, there lived a few farm hands, men and women, but the cattle house was about 50 yards away, and it was not easy to summon anyone from there. There is something exceedingly dreary and oppressive in a sleepless night in the country. At 9 or at latest 10 o'clock life ceases. A weird stillness sets in that is full of terrors. There is nothing to do, and it is a waste to burn candles. Willy-nilly one must go to bed. As soon as the samovar was removed from the table, Afimyushka, from an old habit acquired during serfdom, spread a felt blanket in front of the door leading to the mistress's bedroom, scratched her head, yawned, flopped down on the floor, and fell dead asleep. Markovna always fumbled in the maids' room a trifle longer, muttering something to herself as if scolding somebody. But at last she too got quiet, and a moment later you could hear her snoring and raving intermittently. The watchman banged on the plate several times to announce his presence, then kept quiet for a long time. Arina Petrovna, sitting in front of a snuffy tallow candle, tried to stave off sleep by playing patience. But scarcely did she have the cards arranged when she fell into a doze. "It is as easy as not for a fire to start while one is asleep," she would say to herself, and decide to go to bed. But no sooner did she sink into the down pillows than another trouble set in. Her sleepiness, so inviting and insistent all evening long, now left her completely. The room was a close one at the best, and now from the open flue the heat came thick, and the down pillows were insufferable. Arina Petrovna tossed restlessly. She wanted to call someone, but knew no one would come in answer to her summons. A mysterious quiet reigned all around, a quiet in which the delicate ear could distinguish a multitude of sounds. Now something crackled somewhere, now a whining was audible, now it seemed as if somebody were walking through the corridor, now a puff of wind swept through the room and even touched her face. The ikon lamp burned in front of an image, and the light gave the objects in the room a kind of elusiveness, as if they were not actual things, but only the contours of things. Another bit of light strayed from the open door of the adjacent room, where 4 or 5 ikon lamps were burning before the image case. A mouse squeaked behind the wallpaper. "Sh, you nasty thing," said Arina Petrovna, and all was silent again. And shadows again, whisperings again coming from no one knew where. The greater part of the night passed in that half awake senile slumber. Real sleep did not set in and do its work until nearly morning. By 6 o'clock Arina Petrovna was already on her feet, tired out after a sleepless night. Other things to add to the misery of this miserable existence of Arina Petrovna's were the poor food she ate and the discomfort of her home. She ate little and used poor food, wishing, probably, to make up for the loss caused by insufficient supervision. And the Pogorelka manor house was dilapidated and damp. The room into which Arina Petrovna locked herself was never ventilated and remained without cleaning for weeks on end. In this complete helplessness and the absence of all comfort and care, decrepitude began slowly to set in. But her desire to live grew stronger, or rather her desire for a dainty bit asserted itself. With this came coupled a total absence of the thought of death. Previously she had been afraid of death. Now she seemed to have quite forgotten about it. And with ideals of life differing but little from a peasant's, Her conception of a comfortable life was of rather a base kind. Everything she had formerly denied herself, dainties, rest, association with wide awake people, now forced itself upon her in an incessant craving. All the propensities of a regular sponger and hanger on, idle talk, subservience for the sake of a prospective gift, gluttony, grew in her with astounding rapidity. Like the servants, she fed on cabbage soup and cured bacon of doubtful quality, and at the same time dreamed of the stores of provisions at Golovliovo, of the German carps that swarmed in the Dubrovino ponds, of the mushrooms that filled the Golovliovo woods, of the fowl that fattened in the Golovliovo poultry yard. Some soup with giblets or some garden cress and cream would not be a bad thing, would cross her mind so vividly that her mouth watered. At night, when she tossed about rigid with fright at the least rustling, she would think, "Yes, at Golovliovo the locks are secure and the watchmen reliable. They keep banging on the steel plates all the time and you can sleep in perfect safety." During the day, from sheer lack of human companionship, she was compelled to be silent for hours, and during these spells of compulsory taciturnity, she could not help thinking, "At Golovliovo there are lots of people. There you can talk your troubles away." In fact, Golovliovo kept constantly recurring to her mind, and the reminiscences of her former estate became a radiant spot in which comfortable living concentrated itself. The more frequently the vision of Golovliovo came back to her mind, the stronger became her will to live again, and the farther the deadly affront she had recently sustained sank into oblivion. The Russian woman, by the very nature of her life and bringing up, too quickly acquiesces in the lot of a hanger on. Even Arina Petrovna did not escape that fate, though her past, it would seem, should have tended to warn and guard her against such a yoke. Had she not made a mistake at that time, had she not portioned out her estate to her sons, had she not trusted Yudushka, she would to this very day have been a harsh, exacting old woman with everybody under her thumb. But since the mistake was fatal, the transition from a testy, arbitrary mistress to an obedient, obsequious parasite was only a matter of time. As long as she still retained remnants of former vigor, the change was not evident. But as soon as she realized that she was irrevocably doomed to helplessness and solitude, all the pusillanimous propensities began to make their way into her soul, and her will, already weakened, became completely shattered. Yudushka, who used to be received most coldly when he visited Pogorelka, suddenly ceased to be hateful to her. The old injuries were somehow forgotten, and Arina Petrovna was the first to court intimacy. It began with begging. Messengers from Pogorelka would come to Yudushka, at first rarely, but then with increasing frequency. Now there had been a poor crop of garden cress at Pogorelka. Now the rains had ruined the gherkins. Now the turkey poults had died. There's freedom for you. And then it came to, "Would you mind, my dear friend, ordering some German carps caught in Dubrovino? My late son Pavel never refused them to me." Yudushka frowned, but thought it best not to show open displeasure. The carps were an item, to be sure, but he was filled with terror at the thought that his mother might put her curse upon him. He well remembered her once saying, "I will come to Golovliovo, order the church opened, call in the priest and shout, 'I curse you!'" It was the recollection of this that held him back from many dastardly acts that quite accorded with his nature. But in fulfilling the wish of his mother dear, he did not omit to hint casually to the people around him that God had ordained that every man bear his cross, and that he did so not without divine purpose, for he who bears not his cross wanders from the righteous path and becomes corrupted. To his mother he wrote, "I am sending you some gherkins, mother dear, as many as my resources allow. As to the turkeys, I am sorry to inform you that besides those left for breeding, there remain only turkey cocks, which in view of their size and the limited needs of your table are quite useless to you. And will it not be your pleasure to let me welcome you to Golovliovo and share my poultry viands with you? Then we can have one of those idlers indeed, for my cook Matvey caponizes them most skillfully, roasted, and you and I, my dearest friend, shall feast on him to our heart's content." From that day Arina Petrovna became a frequent guest at Golovliovo. Assisted by Yudushka, she tasted of turkeys and ducks. She slept her fill both by night and by day, and after dinner she eased her heart with copious small talk, in which Yudushka was proficient by nature, she proficient because of old age. Her visits were not discontinued even when it reached her ears that Yudushka, weary of solitude, had taken in a damsel named Yevpraksia from among the clergy as his housekeeper. On the contrary, she made off right for Golovliovo, and before alighting from the carriage called to Yudushka with childish impatience, "Well, well, you old sinner, let's see your queen, let's see your queen." That entire day she spent most pleasurably, because Yevpraksia herself waited upon her at table and made her bed after dinner, and because in the evening she played fool with Yudushka and his queen. Yudushka himself was pleased with this dénouement, and in token of filial gratitude ordered a pound of caviar, among other things, to be put into Arina Petrovna's carriage as she was about to depart. That was the highest token of esteem, for caviar is not a home product, one has to buy it. The courtesy so touched the old woman that she could refrain no longer and said, "Well, I do thank you for this. And God too will love you because you cherish and sustain your mother in her old age. Now, when I get back to Pogorelka, I shall not be bored any more. I always did like caviar. Well, thanks to you, I'll have a dainty morsel now." End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Chapter 2 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Family Accounts Settled. Chapter 2. 5 years had passed since Arina Petrovna took up her abode at Pogorelka. Yudushka struck root in Golovliovo and would not budge. He became considerably older, faded, and tarnished greatly, but was more of a knave, liar, and babbler than ever, for now his mother dear was nearly always with him, and for the sake of dainties she became a ready and indispensable listener to his empty talk. One must not think of Yudushka as a hypocrite, in the sense of Tartuffe, for instance, or some modern French bourgeois, mellifluous and fond of expatiating on the foundations of society. No, he was a hypocrite of the purely Russian breed, simply a man devoid of moral standards and ignorant of any except the most elementary truths. His ignorance was profound. He was mendacious, had a passion for litigation and empty talk, and was afraid of the devil too, all negative traits that are not the material for the making of a genuine hypocrite. In France, hypocrisy is a result of education. It constitutes, so to say, a part of good manners, and always has a distinct political or social coloring. There are hypocrites of religion, hypocrites of the foundations of society, of property, of family, of politics. And lately there have come up even hypocrites of law and order. Though this sort of hypocrisy cannot be termed conviction, still it is a banner around which those people rally who find it profitable to play the hypocrite in that way and no other. They sham consciously, that is, they know they are hypocrites, and they also know that others know. According to the notions of a French bourgeois, the universe is nothing but a large stage on which is played an endless drama with one hypocrite taking his cue from the other. Hypocrisy is an invitation to decency, decorum, outward elegance, and politeness. And what is most important, hypocrisy is a restraint, not for those, of course, who play the hypocrite, hovering in the rarefied atmosphere of the social heights, but for those who swarm at the bottom of the social cauldron. Hypocrisy keeps society from the debauchery of passion and makes passion the privilege of a very limited minority. When licentiousness keeps within the limits of a small, well organized corporation, it is not only harmless, but even supports and nourishes the traditions of elegance. The exquisite would perish. if there were not a certain number of cabinets particuliers in which licentiousness is cultivated in the moments that are free from the worship of official hypocrisy. But licentiousness becomes really dangerous as soon as it is accessible to all and is combined with a general extension of the right to make demands and insist upon the legitimacy and naturalness of such demands. New social stratifications form, which endeavor to crowd out the old ones, or at least limit them considerably. The demand for cabinets particuliers grows to such an extent that the question arises, would it not be simpler in the future to get along without them? It is against these unwelcome questions and formulations of demands that the ruling classes of French society guard the systematic hypocrisy that begins by being an accident of manners and ends by becoming a compulsory law. The modern French theater is based on this reverence for hypocrisy. The first four acts of a popular French play are realistic, depicting the decay and disintegration of all standards of marital fidelity. But the fifth act always ends up with some sentimental ringing phrase eulogizing the sweet atmosphere of the fireside and the supreme triumph of virtue over vice. Which is the truth? Which is the sham? Both and neither. In the first four acts, the audience sees itself mirrored in the realistic portrayal on the stage. But the fifth act is an equally faithful portrayal of the audience's conception of ideal virtue and pure matrimonial life. So, if French hypocrisy is a superstructure upon the body of public immorality, it is so completely a part of the entire fabric of morality that it keeps the edifice from toppling over. We Russians have no system of social bringing up. We are not mustered or drilled to become champions of social principles or other principles, but simply left to grow wild like nettles by the fence. That is why there are few hypocrites among us, but many liars, empty-headed bigots, and babblers. We have no need of playing the hypocrite for the sake of social principles, for we know of no such thing as social principles. We exist in perfect liberty, that is, we vegetate, lie, chatter quite naturally, without regard for principle. Whether we ought to rejoice over it or regret it, I cannot say. I think, though, that if hypocrisy breeds resentment and fear, useless lying causes boredom and repugnance. The best thing, therefore, is to ignore the question of the advantages of conscious over unconscious hypocrisy and vice versa, and have nothing to do with either hypocrites or liars. Yudushka was more of a chatterbox, liar, and rascal than hypocrite. On shutting himself up on his country estate, he at once felt at perfect liberty. In no other environment could his propensities find so vast a field for operation. At Golovliovo he encountered neither direct resistance nor even indirect restraints that would make him think, "I should like to do something mean, but what will people say?" There was none to disturb him with disapproval, no one to intrude into his affairs. Consequently, there was no reason for controlling himself. Extreme slovenliness became the dominating feature of his attitude toward himself. He had long had a craving for this perfect freedom from any moral restraint, and the fact that he had not gone to live in the country earlier was entirely due to his fear of idleness. Having spent over 30 years in the dull atmosphere of the bureaucratic department, he had acquired all the habits and appetites of an inveterate official, who does not allow a single moment of his life to pass without being busily engaged in doing nothing. But on studying the matter more closely, he came to the conclusion that the realm of busy idleness can easily be transposed to any sphere. In fact, scarcely settled at Golovliovo, but he at once created a world of trifles in which to rummage, without the slightest risk of them ever being exhausted. In the morning he would seat himself at his desk and attend to business matters. First, he would carefully check the accounts of the housekeeper, the cattle yard woman, and the steward. He had established a very complicated accounting system, both for money and inventory. Every kopeck, every bit of produce was entered in 20 books, and on checking up he would find the total either half a kopeck behind or a whole kopeck ahead. Lastly, he would take up his pen and write complaints to the justice of the peace and the judge of appeals. This took up all his time and had the appearance of assiduous hard work. Yudushka often complained that he had no time to do everything that had to be done, though he pored over the ledgers all day long and did not even stop to take off his dressing gown. Heaps of well filed but unexamined reports were always lying about on his desk, and among them was the annual report of the cattle house woman, Fekla, whose activity had long seemed suspicious, though he had had no time to check up her accounts. All connections with the outside world were completely severed. He received no books, no newspapers, not even letters. One of his sons, Volodya, committed suicide. With the other, Petenka, he corresponded briefly and only on sending him a remittance. He was caught in an atmosphere thick with ignorance, superstition, and industrious idleness, and felt no desire to rescue himself from it. Even the fact that Napoleon III was no longer emperor came to him through the local chief of police a year after the emperor's death. On hearing of it, he expressed no particular interest, but only crossed himself and murmured, "May he enter the kingdom of heaven," and then said aloud, "And how proud he was! My! This was no good, and that did not suit him. Kings went to do him homage. Princes kept watch in his antechamber. So the Lord, you see, in one moment cast down all his proud dreams." The truth of the matter was that for all his reckoning and checking up, he was far from knowing what was going on in his own estate. In this respect he was a typical official. Imagine a chief clerk to whom his superior says, "My friend, it is necessary to my plans for me to know exactly how large a crop of potatoes Russia can produce annually. Will you kindly compute this for me?" You think a question like that would baffle the chief clerk? You think he would at least ponder over the methods to be employed in the execution of such a task? Not at all. All he would do is this: he would draw a map of Russia, rule it out into perfect squares, and find out how many acres each square represents. Then he would go to the greengrocers, would find out the quantity of potatoes each acre requires for seed, and what the average ratio is of yield to seed. And finally, with the help of God and the four fundamental operations of arithmetic, he would arrive at the conclusion that Russia, under favorable circumstances, could yield so and so many potatoes, and under unfavorable circumstances, so and so many. And his work would not only please the chief, but would also be placed in volume 102 of some proceedings. Yudushka even chose a housekeeper who exactly fitted the environment he had created. The maiden Yevpraksia was the daughter of the sexton at the church of St. Nicholas in Drops. She was an all-round treasure. Not alert in thinking, not ingenious, not even handy, but diligent, submissive, in no sense exigent. When Yudushka drew her nearer to his person, her one request was to be permitted to take some cold cider without asking leave. Such disinterestedness touched even Yudushka. He immediately put at her disposal 2 tubs of pickled apples beside the cider and freed her from accountability for any of these items. Her exterior had nothing attractive in it to a connoisseur, but she was quite satisfactory to a man who was not fastidious and knew what he wanted. She had a broad white face, a low forehead bordered with thin yellowish hair, large lack-luster eyes, a perfectly straight nose, a flat mouth on which there played a mysterious elusive smile, such as one sees in the portraits painted by home-bred artists. In short, there was nothing remarkable about her, except perhaps her back between her shoulder blades, which was so broad and powerful that even the most indifferent man felt like giving her a good hearty slap there. She knew it, but did not mind it, so that when Yudushka for the first time patted the fat nape of her neck, she only twitched her shoulders. Amidst these drab surroundings, days wore on, one exactly like the other, without the slightest change, without the least hope of a brightening ray. The arrival of Arina Petrovna was the one thing that brought a bit of animation. At first, when Porfiry Vladimirych had seen his mother's carriage approaching, he had frowned, but in time he grew accustomed to her visits and even got to like them. They catered to his loquacity, for even he found it impossible to chatter to himself when all alone. To babble about various records and reports with mother dear was very pleasant, and once together they talked from morning till night without having enough. They discussed everything, the harvests of long ago and of the present, the way the landed gentry had lived in those days, the salt that had been so strong in former years, and the gherkins that were not what they had been in days gone by. These chats had the advantage of flowing on like water and being forgotten without effort, so that they could be renewed with interest ad infinitum, and enjoyed each time as if just put into circulation. Yevpraksia was present at these talks. Arina Petrovna came to love her so well that she would not have her away for a moment. At times, when tired of talking, the three of them would sit down to play fool, and they would keep on playing till long after midnight. They tried to teach Yevpraksia how to play whist with the dummy, but she could not understand the game. On such evenings the enormous Golovliovo mansion became animated. Lights shone in all the windows, shadows appeared here and there, so that a chance passer-by might think heaven knows what celebration was going on. Samovars, coffee pots, refreshments took their turn on the table, which was never empty. Arina Petrovna's heart brimmed over with joy and merriment, and instead of remaining for one day, she would spend 3 or 4 days at Golovliovo. And on the way back to Pogorelka, she would think up a pretext for returning as soon as possible to the temptations of the good living there. End of Book 3, Chapter 2, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Chapter 3 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. Family Accounts Settled. Chapter 3. It was the end of November. As far as eye could see, the ground was covered with a white shroud. A blizzard reigned in the night outdoors. The biting wind drove the snow, piled up huge snowdrifts in an instant, lashed the snow higher and higher, covering every object and filling the air with a wailing. The village, the church, the nearby woods all vanished in the whirling snowy mist. The wind howled in the trees of the ancient Golovliovo orchard. But inside the landlord's manor it was warm and cozy. In the dining room there was a samovar on the table. Around it were Arina Petrovna, Porfiry Vladimirych, and Yevpraksia. To one side stood a card table with tattered cards on it. The open door from the dining room led on one side to the ikon room, all flooded with light from the ikon lamps, on the other to the master's study, where an ikon lamp was also burning before an image. The rooms were overheated and stuffy, the odor of olive oil and of the charcoal burning in the samovar filled the air. Yevpraksia, seated in front of the samovar, was engaged in rinsing the cups and drying them with a dish towel. The samovar made spirited music, now humming aloud with all its might, now falling into a doze, as it were, and snoring. Clouds of steam escaped from under the cover and wrapped the teapot in a mist. The three at the table were conversing. "Well, how many times were you the fool today?" Arina Petrovna asked Yevpraksia. "I shouldn't have been fool once if I hadn't given in. I wanted to please you, you see," answered Yevpraksia. "Oh, fiddlesticks! I remember how pleased you were last time when I bombarded you with 3s and 5s. You see, I am not Porfiry Vladimirych. He makes it easy for you, hands only one at a time, but I, my dear, have no reason to." "Yes, indeed, you were playing foul." "Well, I say, I never do such things." "No? Who was it I caught a little while ago? Who wanted to slip through a 7 of clubs and an 8 of hearts and call them a pair? Well, I saw it myself, and I myself showed you up." While talking, Yevpraksia rose to remove the teapot from the samovar and turned her back to Arina Petrovna. "My, what a back you have! God bless you!" Arina Petrovna exclaimed in involuntary admiration. "Yes, a wonderful back," Yudushka repeated mechanically. "My back again? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? What has my back done to you?" Yevpraksia turned her back first to the right, then to the left, and smiled. Her back was her joy. A few days before, even the cook, Savelich, an old man, had looked at her admiringly and said, "Well, well, what a back! Just like a hearth plate." She did not, be it noticed, complain to Porfiry Vladimirych about the cook's remark. The cups were filled with tea over and over again, and the samovar grew silent. Meanwhile the snowstorm became fiercer and fiercer. A veritable cataract of snow struck the window panes every now and then, and wild sobs ran at intervals down the chimney flue. "The storm seems to be in real earnest," said Arina Petrovna. "Listen to it howling and whining." "Oh, well, let it whine. The blizzard keeps on whining and we keep on drinking tea. That's how it is, mother dear," replied Porfiry Vladimirych. "It must be a terrible thing for one to be out in the fields now." "Yes, it may be terrible to some, but what do we care? Some feel cold and dreary, but we are bright and cheery. We sit here and sip our tea with sugar and cream and lemon. And should we want tea with rum, we can have it with rum." "Yes, but suppose " "Just a moment, mother dear. I say it is very bad in the open now. There is no road or path. Everything is wiped out. And then wolves. But here we are warm and cozy, afraid of nothing. We just keep sitting here quietly and peacefully. If we want to play a little game of cards, we play cards. If we want to have some hot tea, well then, we have tea. We won't drink more than we want to, but we may drink to our heart's content. And why all this? Because, mother dear, God's mercy is with us. Were it not for Him, the King of Kings, maybe we too would now be wandering in the fields in the cold and the darkness, in a shabby little coat, a flimsy little girdle, bast shoes." "Oh, come now. What do you mean, bast shoes? We are gentlefolk, surely. In any circumstances we can afford decent footwear." "Do you know why we were born in the gentry, mother dear? All because God's mercy was with us. Were it not for that, we would now be in a hut, and it would be lighted not by a candle, but by a luchina, and as to tea or coffee, we wouldn't dare dream about them. I would be patching my miserable little bast shoes, and you would be getting ready to sup off thin cabbage soup, and Yevpraksia would be weaving tick, and on top of it all, maybe the desyatsky would come to press us and the wagon into service." "Oh, yes. Catch the desyatsky coming on a night like this." "Who knows, mother dear? And maybe the regiments would come. Maybe there would be war or mutiny. The regiments must be there on the dot. The other day, for instance, the chief of police was telling me Napoleon III had died. So you may be sure the French will be up to some mischief again. Naturally, our soldiers will have to make for the front at once, and you, friend peasant, will have to get your wagon out quick. Never mind cold, blizzard, and snowdrifts. You go if the authorities tell you to, and if you know what is good for you. But we, don't you see, will be spared a while. They won't turn us out with the wagon." "Yes, who dares deny it? The mercy the Lord has shown us is great." "That's just what I say. God, mother dear, is everything. He gives us wood to burn and food to eat. It's all His doing. We think we buy things ourselves and pay our own hard cash, but when you look into it more deeply and reckon it up and figure it out, it's all He, it's all God. If it be His will, we'll have nothing. Here, for instance, I would like to have some fine little oranges. I would have some myself and would offer one to my mother dear, would give an orange to everyone. I have the money to buy oranges. Suppose I produce some coin and say, 'Here, let me have some oranges,' but God says, 'Halt, man,' then here I am, a philosopher without cucumbers." They laughed. "That's all talk," said Yevpraksia. "My uncle was sexton at the Uspenia church in Piasecznoye. You may be sure he was as pious a man as ever was. So I think God ought to have done something for him, but he was caught in a snowstorm out in the fields and froze to death all the same." "That's just my point. If such is God's will, you will freeze to death, and if such is not His will, you will remain alive. There are prayers that please God and there are prayers that do not please Him. If a prayer pleases God, it will reach Him. If it does not, you may as well not pray at all." I remember in 1824 I was traveling and was pregnant with Pavel. It was in the month of December, and I was going to Moscow. Just a moment, mother dear. Let me finish about the prayers. A man prays for everything, for he needs everything. He needs some butter and some cabbage and some gherkins. Well, in a word, he needs everything. Sometimes he doesn't need the thing, but in his human weakness he prays for it all the same. But God from above sees better. You pray for butter, and He gives you cabbage or onions. You are after fair and warm weather, and He sends you rain and hail. What you have to do is to understand it all and not complain. Last September, for example, we prayed God for frost, so that the winter corn might not rot. But God, you see, sent no frost, and our winter corn rotted away. It certainly did rot away, remarked Arina Petrovna commiseratingly. The peasants' winter fields at Novinky weren't worth a straw. They'll have to plow them all over and plant spring corn. That's just it. Here we are planning and philosophizing and figuring it one way and trying it another way, but God in a trice reduces all our plots and plans to dust. You, mother dear, wanted to tell us something that happened to you in 1824? What was it? I really don't remember. I suppose I wanted to tell you again about God's mercy. I don't remember, my friend, I don't. Well, you'll recall it some other time, if God is willing. And while the blizzard is whirling out there, you'd better have some jam, dear. This is cherry jam from the Golovliovo orchard. Yevpraksia herself put it up. I am already helping myself to some. I must admit cherry jam is a rare thing with me now. Years ago, I used to indulge every now and then, but now your Golovliovo cherries are fine, so large and juicy. No matter how hard I tried to grow them at Dubrovino, they wouldn't come. Did you add some French brandy to the jam, Yevpraksia? Of course I did. Followed your directions. Another thing I meant to ask you. How do you pickle cucumbers? Do you use cardamoms? Arina Petrovna thought a bit, then made a gesture of perplexity. "I don't remember, my dear. I think I used to put cardamoms in. Now I don't. My pickling now is not much. But I used to put cardamoms in. Yes, I remember very well now. When I get home, I'll look among the recipes. Maybe I'll find it. When I had my strength, I used to make a note of everything. If I liked something somewhere, I would ask how it was made, write it on a piece of paper, and then try it at home. I once learned a secret, such a secret that the man who knew it was offered 1,000 rubles to tell. He wouldn't do it. And I gave the housekeeper a quarter, and she told me every bit of it." "Yes, mother dear. In your day you certainly were a wizard." "Well, I don't know if I was a wizard, but I can thank the Lord I didn't squander my fortune. I kept adding to it. Even now I taste of my righteous labors. It was I who planted the cherry trees in Golovliovo." "Thanks for it, mother dear, many thanks. Eternal thanks from me and my descendants. That's what I say." Yudushka rose, went to mother dear, and kissed her hand. "And thanks to you, too, that you take your mother's welfare to heart. Yes, your provisions are fine, very fine." "Well, how do my provisions compare? You used to have provisions, perfectly stunning. My, what cellars, and not an empty spot." "Yes, I used to have provisions. I may as well be frank about it. Mine was a well-stocked house. And as to the many cellars I had, well, the household was much larger, 10 times as many mouths as you have today. Take the domestics alone. Everyone had to be fed and provided for. Gherkins for one, cider for another, little by little, bit by bit, and it mounts up. Yes, those were good times. Plenty of everything. Grain and fruit all in abundance." "We used to save more manure, that is why." "No, mother dear, that is not the reason. It was God's blessing, that's what it was. I remember father once brought an apple from the orchard, and it surprised everybody. It was too big to be put on a plate." "Well, I don't remember that. I know generally that apples used to be fine, but that they were the size of a plate, that I don't remember. I do remember, though, that we caught a carp in the Dubrovino pond weighing 20 pounds. Yes, I remember that." Carps and fruit. Everything was large then. I remember the watermelons the gardener Ivan used to get. They were as big as this. Yudushka stretched out his arms in a circle, pretending he could not embrace the imaginary watermelon. "Yes, those were watermelons. Watermelons, my friend, are according to the year. One year you get lots of them and they are good. Another year they are poor and few. And some years you don't get any at all. Well, it depends upon the lucky ground, too. On the estate of Grigory Alexandrovich, for example, nothing came up. No fruit and no berries. Nothing. Only melons. Nothing but melons used to come up. Then he had God's blessing from melons. Why, yes, certainly. You can't get along without God's blessing. You can't run away from it either. Arina Petrovna finished her second cup and cast glances at the card table. Yevpraksia, too, was burning with impatience to have a hand at cards. But the plans were thwarted by Arina Petrovna herself. She suddenly recollected something. "I have a bit of news for you," she declared. "I received a letter from the orphans yesterday." "And you kept it to yourself all this time and only just thought of it? I suppose they are hard up. Do they ask for money?" "No, they do not. Here, read it. You'll like it." Arina Petrovna produced a letter from her pocket and gave it to Yudushka, who read aloud: "Please, grandma, don't send us any more turkeys or hens. Don't send us money either, but invest the money. We are not at Moscow, but at Kharkov. We've gone on the stage, and in summer we are going to travel to the fairs. I, Anninka, made my debut in Pericola, and Lubinka in Pansies. I was called out several times, especially after the scene where Pericola comes out and sings, 'I am ready, ready, ready.' Lubinka made a hit, too. The director put me on a salary of 100 rubles a month and a benefit performance at Kharkov, and Lubinka at 75 a month and a benefit the coming summer at a fair. Besides, we get gifts from army officers and lawyers. The lawyers sometimes, though, give you counterfeit money, and you have to be careful. And you, dear granny, can have Pogorelka all to yourself. We will never come there again. We don't understand how people can live there. We had the first snow here yesterday, and we had troika rides with the lawyers. One looks like Plevako. My, just stunning. He put a glass of champagne on his head and danced a trepak. It's jolly. Beats anything I've seen. The other one isn't so handsome. He looks a little like Yazikov from St. Petersburg. Just think, after he read the collection of the best Russian songs and romances, his imagination became unstrung, and he got so weak that he fainted in the courtroom. And so we spend almost every day in the company of army officers and lawyers. We go on rides and dine and sup in the best restaurants and pay nothing. And you, granny dear, don't be stingy and use up everything growing in Pogorelka, corn, chickens, mushrooms. We shall be very glad to send some money. Goodbye. Our gentlemen have just arrived. They have come to take us driving again. Darling, divine, farewell. Anninka. And I too, Lubinka." Yudushka spat in disgust and returned the letter. For a while Arina Petrovna was pensive and silent. "Mother dear, you haven't answered them yet?" "No, not yet. I just got the letter yesterday. I came here on purpose to show it to you, but between this and that, I almost forgot all about it." "Don't answer it. It's best not to." "How can I? I must account to them. Pogorelka is theirs, you know." Yudushka also became pensive. A sinister plan flashed through his mind. "And I keep wondering how they will preserve themselves in that foul den," Arina Petrovna continued. "You know how it is in these things. Once you stumble, you can't get your maiden honor back. Go hunt for it." "Oh, much they need it," Yudushka snarled back. "Still, you know, honor is a girl's best treasure, one may say. Who will marry a girl without it? Nowadays, mother dear, unmarried people live like married ones. Nowadays they laugh at the precepts of religion. They get married without benefit of clergy, like heathens. They call it civil marriage." Yudushka suddenly recollected that he, too, was living in sinful relationship with a daughter of the clergy. "Well, of course, sometimes you can't help it," he hastened to add. "If a man, let us say, is in full vigor and a widower, in an emergency the law itself is often modified." "Yes, of course. When hard pressed, a snipe sings like a nightingale. Even saints sin when sorely tried, let alone us mortals." "Yes, that's just it. Do you know what I would do if I were you?" "Yes, tell me, please tell me." "I would insist that they make Pogorelka over to you in full legal fashion." Arina Petrovna looked at him in fright. "Well, I have a deed giving me the full powers and rights of a manager." "Manager is not enough. You ought to get a deed that would entitle you to sell and mortgage it, in a word, to dispose of the property as you see fit." Arina Petrovna lowered her eyes and remained silent. Of course, it is a matter that requires deliberation. Think it over, mother dear," Yudushka insisted. But Arina Petrovna said nothing. Though age had considerably dulled her powers of judgment, she was somehow uneasy about Yudushka's insinuations. She was afraid of Yudushka and loath to part with the warmth, spaciousness and abundance that reigned at Golovliovo, but at the same time she felt that Yudushka had something up his sleeve when he spoke of the Pogorelka deed, and was casting a new snare. The situation grew so embarrassing that she began to scold herself inwardly for having shown him the letter. Happily Yevpraksia came to the rescue. "Well, are we going to play cards or not?" she asked. "Yes, come on, come on." Arina Petrovna hurried them and jumped up quickly. On her way to the card table, a new thought dawned upon her. "Do you know what day it is?" she turned to Porfiry Vladimirych. "The 23rd of November," Yudushka replied, somewhat nonplussed. "Yes, the 23rd. Do you remember what happened on the 23rd of November? You have forgotten about the requiem, haven't you?" Porfiry Vladimirych turned pale and made the sign of the cross. "Oh, Lord! Did you ever?" he exclaimed. "Really? Is that so? Just a moment. Let's look at the calendar." In a few minutes he had brought the calendar and taken out a sheet of paper inserted in it, on which was written, "November 23rd, the death of my dear son Vladimir. Rest in peace, beloved dust, till the joyous morn, and pray the Lord for your father, who will never fail to have memorial services performed on this day." "There now," said Porfiry Vladimirych. "Ah, Volodya, you are not a good son. You are a wicked son. You haven't prayed for your papa in heaven, it seems, and so he has lost his memory. What are we going to do about it, mother dear?" "It is not so terrible, after all. You can have the requiem service tomorrow. A requiem and a mass. We'll have both of them sung. It is all my fault. I am old and have lost my memory. I came on purpose to remind you, but on my way it slipped my mind." "Ah, what a sin! It is a good thing the ikon lamps are burning. It is as if it had dawned on me from above. Today is not a holiday, but the lamps have been left burning ever since the day of presentation. The other day Yevpraksia came over to me and asked, 'Do you think I ought to put out the side ikon lamps?' And I, as if a voice were speaking to me from within, thought a while and said, 'Don't touch them. Let them burn.' And now I see what it all meant." "Well, it is good at least, the lamps have been burning. It is some relief to the soul. Where will you sit? Will you be my partner or will you join your queen?" "But mother dear, I don't know if it's proper." "Oh, yes, it is. Sit down. God will forgive you. It wasn't done on purpose, with evil intentions. It was just because you forgot. It may happen even to saints. Tomorrow, you see, we'll rise with the sun and stand throughout the mass and have the requiem sung, all as it should be. His soul will rejoice that good people remembered him, and we will be at peace because we did our duty. That's the way to do, my friend. No use worrying. I'll always say, in the first place, worry will not bring you back your son, and in the second place, it is a sin before God." Yudushka yielded to the persuasiveness of these words and kissed his mother's hands. "Ah, mother, mother, you have a golden soul, really. If not for you, what would I do now? It would be the end of me, that's all. I just wouldn't know what to do and would go under." Porfiry Vladimirych gave orders for tomorrow's ceremony, and all sat down to play. They played one hand out, then another. Arina Petrovna became heated and denounced Yudushka because he had been handing Yevpraksia only one card at a time. In the intervals between the deals, Yudushka abandoned himself to reminiscences of his dead son. "And how kind he was," he said. "He wouldn't take a thing without permission. If he needed paper, 'May I have some paper, papa?' 'Yes, you may, my friend.' Or, 'Won't you be so kind, father dear, as to order carps for breakfast?' 'If you wish it, my friend.' Ah, Volodya, my son, you were a good lad in every way, but it was not good of you to leave your father." A few more hands were played, and Yudushka again gave vent to his reminiscences. "And pray, what in the world happened to him? I really can't understand it. He lived quietly and nicely, was a joy to me. It couldn't have been better. And all of a sudden, bang! What a sin! What a sin! Just think of it, mother dear, what a deed, his very life, the gift of the Heavenly Father. Why? What for? What did he lack? Was it money? I think I never held back his allowance. Even my enemies will not dare say that about me. Well, and if his allowance was not enough, I couldn't help it. Your father's money wasn't stolen money. If you haven't enough money, well, learn to restrain yourself. You can't always be eating cookies. You must sometimes be content with simpler fare. Yes, you must. Your father, for example, expected some money the other day, and then the manager comes and says, the Torpenlovskoye peasants won't pay their rent. Well, I couldn't help it. I wrote a complaint to the justice of the peace. Ah, Volodya, Volodya. No, you were not a good boy. You deserted your poor father, left him an orphan. The livelier the game, the more copious and sentimental Yudushka's reminiscences. And how bright he was. I remember once he was laid up with the measles. He was no more than 7 years old. My late Sasha came over to him and he says, "Mother, mother, is it true that only angels have wings?" "Well," she said, "yes, only angels." "Why?" he asked. "Did father have wings when he came here a while ago?" Yudushka remained the fool with as many as 8 cards on his hands. Among them the ace, king, and queen of trumps. Peals of laughter rose. Yudushka was displeased, but he affably joined in the merriment. In the midst of the general excitement, Arina Petrovna suddenly grew silent and listened attentively. "Stop, be quiet. Somebody is coming," she said. Yudushka and Yevpraksia listened, but heard no sound. "I tell you, somebody is coming. Listen, listen. Someone is coming, and he is not far off." They listened again, and surely there was a faint tinkling in the distance, which the wind brought nearer one moment and carried away the next. 5 minutes later the bells were distinctly heard. The sound of them was followed by voices in the courtyard. "The young master, Pyotr Porfirych, has arrived," came from the antechamber. Yudushka rose and remained standing, dumbfounded and pale as death. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Chapter 4 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Family Accounts Settled, Chapter 4. Petenka walked in looking flabby and dispirited, kissed his father's hand, observed the same ceremony with his grandmother, then bowed to Yevpraksia and sat down. He was about 25, rather good looking, in an army officer's traveling uniform. That was all one could say about him. Even Yudushka knew scarcely more. The relations of father and son were not of the kind one could call strained. There simply were no relations, you might say. Yudushka knew Petenka to be a man who in the eyes of the law was his son, and to whom he had to send a certain allowance determined by Yudushka himself, in consideration of which he was entitled to homage and obedience. Petenka, on the other hand, knew that he had a father who could make things unpleasant for him at any time he wished. He made trips to Golovliovo quite willingly, especially since he had become a commissioned officer, not because he greatly enjoyed his father's company, but simply because every man who is not clearly conscious of his aim in life instinctively gravitates to his native place. But now, apparently, he had come because he had been obliged to come, and consequently manifested not a single sign of the joyous perplexity with which every prodigal son of the gentry celebrates his arrival home. Petenka was not talkative. All his father's ejaculations of pleasant surprise were met with silence or a forced smile, and when Yudushka asked, "Why did it occur to you all of a sudden?" he answered even crossly, "It just occurred to me, and here I am." "Well, thank you for remembering your father. I am glad you came. I suppose you thought of grandmother too?" "Yes, I thought of grandmother too." "Hold on. Maybe you recollected that today is the anniversary of your brother Volodenka's death?" "Yes, I thought of that too." Thus the conversation went for about half an hour, so that it was impossible to tell whether Petenka were answering or dodging the questions. So, in spite of Yudushka's tolerance of his children's indifference to him, he could not refrain from remarking, "Well, my child, you are not affectionate. One could hardly call you an affectionate son." Had Petenka kept silence this time also, had he taken his father's remark meekly, or better still, had he kissed his father's hand and said, "Excuse me, father dear, you know I am tired from the journey," things would have passed off pleasantly. But Petenka behaved like an ungrateful child. "Yes, that's what I am," he answered gruffly. "Let me alone, please." Then Porfiry Vladimirych felt so hurt, so wounded that he could not keep quiet any longer. "To think of the pains I have taken for your sake," he said with bitterness. "Even here I never stop thinking how to improve this or that, so that you may be comfortable and cozy and suffer no lack and have no worry. And all of you fight shy of me." "Who is all of you?" "Well, you. And the deceased, too. May his soul rest in peace. He was just the same." "Well, I am grateful to you." "I don't see your gratitude. Neither gratitude nor affection, nothing." "I'm not affectionate, that's all. But you speak in the plural all the time. One of us is dead already." "Yes, he is dead. God punished him. God punishes disobedient children. Still I remember him. He was unruly, but I remember him. Tomorrow, you see, we shall have the memorial services performed. He offended me, but I, notwithstanding, remember my duty. Lord! The sort of thing that goes on these days. Here a son comes to his father and snarls at the very first word. Is that how we acted in our days? I remember we used to come to Golovliovo, and when we were 30 versts away, we began to shiver in our boots. Well, here is mother dear, a live witness. She will tell you. And nowadays I don't understand it. I don't understand it." "I don't either. I came quietly, greeted you, kissed your hand, and now I sit here and don't bother you. I drink tea, and if you give me supper, I'll have my supper. Why did you raise all this fuss?" Arina Petrovna sat in her chair listening attentively. She seemed to be hearing the same old familiar tale that had begun long, long ago, time out of mind. Aware that such a meeting of father and son foreboded no good, she considered it her duty to intervene and put in a word of reconciliation. "Well, well, you turkey cocks," she said, trying to give the situation a humorous turn. "Just met and already quarreling. Look at them jumping at each other, look at them. Feathers will soon be flying. My, how naughty. Why don't you fellows sit down quietly and properly and have a friendly chat and let your old mother enjoy it too? Petenka, you give in. My child, you must always give in to your father because he is your father. Even if at times father gives you bitter medicine, take it without complaint, with obedience, with respect, because you are his son. Who knows, maybe the bitter medicine will turn sweet, so it will be to your good. And you, Porfiry Vladimirych, come down from your high perch. He is your son, young, delicate. He has made 75 versts over hollows and snowdrifts. He is tired and chilled and sleepy. We are through with the tea now. Suppose you order supper, and then let's all go to bed. So, my friend, we'll all go to our nooks and offer up a prayer, and maybe our temper will pass away. And then we'll rise early in the morning and pray for Volodya's soul. We'll have a memorial service performed, and then we'll go home and have a talk. Both of you will be rested, and you'll state your affairs in a clear, orderly way. Petenka, you will tell us about St. Petersburg, and you, Porfiry, about your country life. And now let's have supper and to bed." The exhortation had its effect, not because it was convincing, but because Yudushka himself saw that he had gone too far, and it would be best to end the day peacefully. He rose from his seat, kissed his mother's hand, thanked her for the lesson, and ordered supper. The meal was eaten in morose silence. Then they left the dining room and went to their rooms. Little by little the house became still. The dead quiet crept from room to room and finally reached the study of the Golovliovo master. Having finished the required number of genuflections before the ikons, Yudushka too went to bed. Porfiry Vladimirych lay in bed, but was unable to shut his eyes. He felt his son's arrival portended something unusual, and various absurd sermons already rose in his mind. Yudushka's harangues had the merit of being good for all occasions and did not consist of a connected chain of thoughts, but came to him in the shape of fragmentary aphorisms. Whenever confronted by an extraordinary situation, such a flood of aphorisms overwhelmed him that even sleep could not drive them from his consciousness. He could not fall asleep. He was a prey to his absurd sermonizings, though, as a matter of fact, he was not much perturbed by Petenka's mysterious arrival. He was prepared for no matter what happened. He knew nothing would catch him napping, and nothing would make him recede in the slightest from the web of empty, musty aphorisms in which he was entangled. For him there existed neither sorrow nor joy, neither hatred nor love. To him the entire world was a vast coffin, which served him as a pretext for endless prattling. What greater grief could there be for a father than for his son to commit suicide? But even with respect to Volodya's suicide, he remained true to himself. It had been a very sad story which had lasted 2 years. For 2 years Volodya had held out, at first showing a pride and determination not to ask his father's aid. Then he weakened, began to implore, to expostulate, to threaten. In reply he always received a ready aphorism, the stone given to the hungry man. It is doubtful whether Yudushka realized that he had handed his son a stone and not bread. At any rate, a stone was all he had to give, and so he gave it. When Volodya shot himself, he had a requiem service performed, entered the day of his death in the calendar, and promised himself to have memorial services performed on the 23rd of November of every year. Sometimes a dull voice muttered in his ears that the solution of a family quarrel by suicide is rather a questionable method, to say the least. And even then he brought into play a train of aphorisms such as "God punishes disobedient children," "God is against the proud," and was at peace again. And now there was no doubt that something sinister had happened to Petenka. But whatever had happened, he, Porfiry Vladimirych, must be above those chance happenings. You knew how to get in, then know how to get out. If the cat wants the fish, let her wet her feet. Just so. That is what he would say to his son the next day, no matter what Petenka told him. And suppose Petenka, like Volodya, were also to refuse to take a stone instead of bread. What if he, too... Yudushka drove the thought from him. It was a diabolical suggestion. He tossed about and tried in vain to fall asleep. Whenever sleep seemed about to come, there flashed across his mind maxims such as, "I should like to reach the sky, but my arms are too short," or "You can't stretch more than the length of your bed," or "Speed is good for nothing but catching fleas." Twaddle surrounded him on all sides, crawled upon him, crept over him, embraced him. Under this load of nonsensicality, with which he hoped to regale his soul tomorrow, he could not fall asleep. Nor could Petenka find sleep, though the journey had tired him exceedingly. He had an affair that could not be settled anywhere except at Golovliovo, but it was a situation of such a nature that he did not know how to meet it. Petenka, indeed, realized full well that his case was hopeless, and his trip to Golovliovo would only add to the difficulties of his situation. But the primitive instinct of self-preservation in man overcomes all reason and urges him on to try everything to the very last straw. That's why he had to come. But instead of hardening himself so as to be prepared for whatever might come, he had almost from the first word got into a quarrel with his father. What would be the outcome of this trip? Would a miracle happen? Would stone turn into bread? Would it not have been simpler to put the revolver to his temple and say, "Gentlemen, I am unworthy of wearing your uniform. I have embezzled crown money, and I pronounce a just though severe sentence upon myself"? Bang! And all is over. The deceased Lieutenant Golovliov is hereby struck off the list of officers. Yes, how radical that would be, and how beautiful! The comrades would say, "You were unfortunate, you went too far, still you were an honorable man." But instead of acting that way at once, he had brought the affair to a point where it became a matter of common knowledge. And then he had been given leave of absence for a fixed time on condition that within that time he would refund the embezzled sum. If not, out of the regiment, the disgraceful end of his early career. So he had come to Golovliovo, though he knew full well that he would be given a stone instead of bread. But perhaps a miracle would come to change things. Miracles sometimes happen. Perhaps the present Golovliovo would vanish and a new Golovliovo would arise, in which he might, and perhaps grandmother would, hadn't she money? Maybe if he told her he was in great trouble, she might give him some. Who could tell? Here, she might say, hurry, so that you get back before the time is up.
and he rode fast, fast, hurried the driver, just made the train and got to the regiment 2 hours before the respite was over. "Good for you, Golovliov," his comrades would say. "Your hand, honorable young man. Let's forget the matter." And he had not only remained in the regiment, but was even promoted to staff captain, then captain, after that adjutant of the regiment, he had been bursar already, and finally, on the anniversary day of the regiment, if only the night would pass quickly. Tomorrow, well, let happen what may tomorrow. But what he would have to listen to. Gods, what would he not be told? Tomorrow? But why tomorrow? He had a whole day yet. He asked for 2 days just because he wanted to have enough time to move him. A likely chance. A fine prospect of persuading and touching him. No use. Here his thoughts became confused and sank, one after the other, into the mist of sleep. In a few minutes the Golovliovo manor was steeped in heavy slumber. The next day the whole household was up early in the morning. Everybody went to church except Petenka, who pleaded fatigue. They listened to the mass and the requiem and returned home. Petenka, as usual, came up to kiss his father's hand, but Yudushka extended it sidewise, and everyone noticed that he did not even make the sign of the cross over his son. Tea was served, then kutya. Yudushka was dismal, scraped the floor with his feet, avoided conversation, sighed, folded his hands incessantly as if for inner prayer, and never once looked at his son. Petenka, for his part, bristled up and smoked one cigarette after another. The strained situation of yesterday, so far from relaxing, became still more acute. It made Arina Petrovna very uneasy, and she decided to find out from Yevpraksia if anything had happened. "Has anything happened," she asked, "that makes them look daggers at each other like that?" "How do I know? I don't interfere in their private affairs," the girl snapped back. "Maybe it's on account of you. Perhaps my grandson is running after you, too." "Why should he run after me? A little while ago he tried to catch hold of me in the corridor, and Porfiry Vladimirych saw him." "Oh, so that's what it is." In fact, in spite of his critical situation, Petenka had not lost a bit of his levity. His eyes riveted themselves on Yevpraksia's powerful back, and he determined to let her know about it. That was the real reason he had not gone to church, hoping Yevpraksia, as the housekeeper, would stay home. So, when the house had turned silent, he had thrown his cloak over his shoulders and hidden himself in the corridor. A minute or two passed, the door of the maid's room banged, and Yevpraksia appeared at the other end of the corridor, carrying a tray with a butter cake to be served with the tea. Petenka struck her between the shoulder blades and said, "A wonderful back you've got." And that instant the dining room door opened and his father appeared. "You scoundrel! If you came here to behave in a nasty way, I'll throw you down the stairs," Yudushka hissed venomously. Naturally, Petenka vanished in a moment. He could not fail to realize that the incident of the morning was scarcely likely to improve his case. So he decided to be silent and postpone the explanation until the morrow. Nevertheless, he did nothing to allay his father's irritation. On the contrary, he behaved in a foolish, unguarded manner, smoking cigarettes incessantly, heedless of his father's energetically fanning away the clouds of smoke that filled the room. And every now and then making sheep's eyes at Yevpraksia, who smiled queerly under the influence of his glances. Yudushka noticed that, too. The day dragged on slowly. Arina Petrovna tried to play fool with Yevpraksia, but nothing came of it. No one felt like playing or talking. They could not even think of small talk, though everyone had stores of this merchandise. At last dinner time came. But dinner passed in silence also. After dinner Arina Petrovna made preparations for returning to Pogorelka. But this intention of his mother dear alarmed Yudushka. "God bless you, darling," he exclaimed. "Do you mean to say you'll leave me here alone with this wicked son? No, no, don't think of it. I won't allow it." "But what is the matter? Has anything happened between the two of you? Why don't you tell me?" she asked. "No, nothing has happened as yet, but you'll see. No, please don't go. Be present at there is something behind his coming here in such a hurry. So if anything happens, you be the witness." Arina Petrovna shook her head and decided to stay. After dinner Porfiry Vladimirych retired, having first sent Yevpraksia to the village priest, and Arina Petrovna also went to her room and dozed off in her easy chair. Petenka thought it the most favorable time to try his luck with grandmother and went to her room. "What is the matter? Have you come to play a game of fool with an old woman?" she asked. "No, granny, I am on business." "Well, what is your business? Tell me." Petenka hesitated a minute, then blurted out, "I lost crown money at cards." Arina Petrovna's eyes grew dim from the shock. "Much?" she asked in a frightened voice, staring at him. 3,000. For a moment both were silent. Arina Petrovna looked around restlessly, as if expecting somebody to come to her rescue. "Do you know they can send you to Siberia for that?" she said at last. "Yes, I know." "Poor fellow." "Granny, I meant to borrow it from you. I'll pay good interest." Arina Petrovna became thoroughly frightened. "Oh, no, no," she protested. "I have only enough money for my coffin and memorial prayers. It's my granddaughters that keep me a-going, and my son, too. No, no, no! You'd better let me alone. Let me see, why not ask your papa?" "Oh, well, you can't squeeze blood out of an onion. All my hope was in you, granny." "Just think of what you are saying. I would gladly do it, but where am I to get the money from? I have no money at all. But suppose you ask father, you know, affectionately, respectfully. 'Here, father dear, such is the case. I know I am guilty, I am young, and I made a blunder.' You know, with a smile and a laugh, kiss his hand and fall on your knees and cry a bit. He likes it. Then maybe father will untie his purse for his sonny dear." "So you really think it's worth trying? Just a moment. See here, granny, suppose you say to him, 'If you don't give him the money, I'll lay a curse on you.' He's always been afraid of your curse, you know." "No, why curse? You can ask right out. Do ask him, my dear. There is no harm if you bow before your father once too many. He will understand your position, you know. Do it. Be sure to do it." Petenka, his arms akimbo, walked back and forth as if deliberating. Finally he halted and said, "No, I won't. He is not likely to give it. It's no use. No matter what I do, even if I smash my head in bowing, he won't do it. But you see, if you threatened him with your curse, what am I to do, granny?" "I don't know, really. Try and perhaps you'll soften him a bit. How did you come to take such liberties? To lose crown money is no small matter. Did anybody inveigle you into it?" "It just happened. I took it and lost it at cards." "Well, if you have no money of your own, give me some of the orphans." "What is the matter with you? Have you lost your wits? How can I let you have the orphans' money? No, no, I can't. Don't talk to me about it, for Christ's sake." "So you won't. Too bad. And I would pay good interest. Do you want 5% per month? No? Well, double the principal in a year." "Don't you tempt me," shouted Arina Petrovna, throwing up her hands. "Leave me alone, for Christ's sake. It wouldn't surprise me if father hears us and says I urged you on. Oh, Lord, I am an old woman, I wanted to rest a bit. I had just dozed off, and then he comes with such an offer." "Very well, then. I'm going." "So it's impossible?" "Oh, very good. Just like kinsfolk. On account of 3,000 rubles your grandson will go to Siberia. Don't forget to have a Te Deum sung when I go." Petenka left the room, closing the door with a bang. One of his flimsy hopes was gone. What was he to do next? Only one way out was left, to confess all to father. Who knows, perhaps something would. "I'll go at once and be done with it," he said to himself. "Or no, what can I hope for? Better tomorrow. Yes, I think tomorrow is better. I'll tell him and leave at once." So he decided. Tomorrow would see and end it all. After the talk with grandmother, the evening dragged on still more slowly. Even Arina Petrovna grew silent after she had learned the real cause of Petenka's arrival. Yudushka tried to be jocular with mother, but perceiving she was absorbed in her own thoughts, also grew silent. Petenka did nothing but smoke. At supper, Porfiry Vladimirych asked him, "Are you going to tell me at last why you have honored me with this visit?" "I will tell you tomorrow," answered Petenka morosely. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Chapter 5. Of a Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN.
Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Family Accounts Settled, Chapter 5. Petenka rose early after a sleepless night. His harassed mind vacillated between hope and utter despair. Perhaps he did not really know his father, but one thing he was sure of, that there was not in him a single feeling, a single weak spot that could be grasped at and made use of. When face to face with his father, all he felt was something inexplicable. He did not know how to approach him, what to say first, and this made him very uneasy in his presence. It had been like that since his childhood. As far back as he could remember, it always seemed better not to attempt any forecast at all than to make a matter depend upon his father's decision. So now, too. How was he to begin? How was he to approach the matter? What was he to say first? And why had he come here at all? A feeling of disgust seized him. Nevertheless, he realized he had only a few hours left and something had to be done. Having worked himself up into a fair state of courage, he buttoned up his coat and walked firmly to his father's study, whispering something to himself. Yudushka was saying prayers. He was pious, and every day gladly devoted a few hours to prayer, not because he loved God and hoped through prayer to enter into communion with Him, but because he feared the devil and hoped God would deliver him from the evil one. He knew many prayers and was especially versed in the technique of the poses and gestures of worship. He knew how to move his lips, how to roll his eyes, when it was proper to place the hands palm inward and when they were to be lifted up, when to be moved with feeling and when to stand with reverential calm and slowly make the sign of the cross. Even his eyes and his nostrils moistened at the proper moments. But prayer did not rejuvenate him, did not ennoble his feelings, or bring a single ray into his dull existence. He could pray and go through all the requisite bodily movements, and at the same time be looking out of the window to see if someone was entering the cellar without his permission. It was quite a distinct, particular function of life which was self-sufficient and could exist outside of the general scheme of life. When Petenka entered the study, Porfiry Vladimirych was on his knees with his hands raised. He did not change his position, but made a jerky movement with one of his hands to indicate that he had not yet finished. Petenka seated himself in the dining room where the table was already set for tea, and waited. The half hour that passed seemed like eternity, especially as he was sure that his father was prolonging the wait intentionally. The studied coolness with which he had armed himself little by little gave way to vexation. At first he sat stiff, then began to walk to and fro, and finally fell to whistling airs. As a result, the door of the study opened, and Yudushka's irritated voice was heard calling, "Whoever wants to whistle may do so in the stables." After a while, Porfiry Vladimirych came out clad all in black, in clean linen, as if prepared for a solemn occasion. His countenance was radiant, glowing, breathing meekness and joy, as if he had just been at communion. He approached his son, made the sign of the cross over him, and then kissed him. "Good morning, friend," he said. "Good morning. Did you sleep well? Was your bed made properly? Were there no little fleas and bedbugs to bother you?" "Thank you, I slept well." "Well, thanks to God if you slept well. It's only at one's parents' home that one can sleep really well. I know it from my own experience. No matter how comfortable I might be at St. Petersburg, I could never sleep so well as at Golovliovo. You feel just as if you were rocked in a cradle. So what are we going to do? Shall we have some tea first, or do you want to say something now?" "Let's talk it over now. I have to leave in 6 hours, and maybe we'll need some time for deliberation." "Oh, well. But, my dear, I tell you directly, I never deliberate. My answer is always ready. If your request is a proper one, well, I never refuse anything proper. It may be hard on me at times, and I can't always afford it, but if it is proper, I can't refuse it. That's the kind of man I am. But if you ask for something that isn't right, I am sorry. Though I feel for you, I shall have to refuse. You observe, my son, I have no underhand ways. I am exactly as you see me.
Well then, let's go into the study. Speak and I will listen. Let's hear what the matter is." On entering the study, Porfiry left the door ajar, and instead of seating himself and asking his son to be seated, he began pacing the room, as if instinctively feeling that the matter was delicate and it would be easier to discuss it while walking. The expression of one's face may be more easily concealed, and if the conversation takes a disagreeable turn, it may be more readily cut off, and the door half ajar makes it possible to appeal to witnesses. For Mother dear and Yevpraksia were sure to come into the dining room before long to have tea. "Papa," blurted out Petenka, "I lost some crown money at cards." Yudushka said nothing, but his lips quivered, and he immediately fell to muttering, as was his habit. "I lost 3,000," explained Petenka, "and if I don't return the money the day after tomorrow, there may be very disagreeable consequences for me." "Well, refund the money," said Porfiry Vladimirych affably. Father and son made a few turns around the room in silence. Petenka wished to make further explanations, but felt a lump rising in his throat. "Yes, but where am I to get the money from?" he said at last. "My dear friend, I don't know your resources. Pay it back from the resources you figured on when you gambled crown money away." "You know very well that in such cases people forget about their resources." "I don't know a thing, my friend. I never played cards except with mother, when I play fool to amuse the old woman. And please don't drag me into this dirty business, and let's go and have tea. We'll have tea and sit around, maybe we'll talk about something, but, for the Lord's sake, not about that." Yudushka started to make for the door and into the dining room, but Petenka stopped him. "Look here," he said. "I have to get out of this predicament somehow." Yudushka grinned and stared at Petenka. "Yes, my dear, you have to," he agreed. "Then help me." "Ah, that's a different matter. You have to get out of the difficulty somehow, to be sure, but how to get out of it, well, that's none of my business." "But why don't you want to help me?" "First, because I have no money to cover up your dastardly deeds, and secondly, because the entire matter does not concern me in the least. You knew how to get in, then know how to get out. The cat likes fish, then let her wet her feet. You see, my boy, that's just what I said at the start, that if your request is a proper one." "I know. You've got a lot of words on the tip of your tongue." "Wait, save your impudent remarks and let me say what I wish to say. That they are not mere words, I'll prove to you in a minute. So, as I said a while ago, if your request is a proper, a sensible one, all right, my boy. I am always ready to satisfy you. But if you come to me with an unreasonable request, I am very sorry. I have no money for stuff and nonsense. No, sir. Never. And you won't get any. You may as well be sure of that. And don't dare tell me I use mere words. My words are mighty near deeds." "But think what will become of me." "Whatever pleases God, that will happen," answered Yudushka, slightly lifting up his arms and looking sideways at the ikon. Father and son again made a few turns across the room. Yudushka paced reluctantly, as if in complaint that his son was holding him in captivity. Petenka, his arms akimbo, followed him, biting his mustache and smiling nervously. "I am your last son," he said. "Don't forget that." "My boy, God bereft Job of everything, and Job did not complain, but only said, 'God hath given and God hath taken away. May thy will be done, O Lord.' So, my boy." "In the Bible it was God that took, and here you take away from yourself. Volodya!" "Oh, well, you are talking nonsense." "No, it isn't nonsense. It's the truth. Everybody knows that Volodya—" "No, no, no! I don't want to listen to your preposterous remarks. Enough. You've said everything necessary. I have given you my answer, and now let's go and have tea. We'll chat a while, then we'll have a bite, then a drink before you go, and then Godspeed you. You see how good the Lord is to you? The weather has abated and the road becomes smoother. Little by little, bit by bit, 1, 2, and you'll hardly notice when you get to the station." "Now listen, I implore you. If you have a drop of feeling—" "No, no, no. Don't let's talk about it. Let's go into the dining room. I dare say mother dear must be dull without her tea. It isn't proper to keep the dear old woman waiting." Yudushka made a sharp turn and almost ran to the door. "You may go or not, it's all the same to me, but I am not going to drop this conversation," Petenka shouted after him. "It will be worse if we begin talking in the presence of witnesses." Yudushka came back and planted himself squarely before his son. "What do you want of me, you scoundrel? Speak up!" "I want you to pay the money that I lost." "Never!" "Is that your last word?" "You see," exclaimed Yudushka solemnly, pointing at the ikon that hung in the corner. "You see that? It is grandfather's benediction. So in the presence of that image I say, never." And with a firm step he left the study. "Murderer!" was hurled after him. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Chapter 6 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Family Accounts Settled, Chapter 6. Arina Petrovna was already at the table, and Yevpraksia was busy arranging the tea things. The old woman was silent and thoughtful, and looked as if she were ashamed of Petenka. In the customary way Yudushka kissed her hand, and she made the sign of the cross over him. Then came the usual questions, whether everybody felt well and had had a good night's rest, followed by the customary monosyllabic answers. Petenka's asking Arina Petrovna for money and awakening the memory of the curse had put her into a state of peculiar uneasiness. She was pursued by the thought, "What if I threaten him with my curse?" When she had heard that explanations in the study had begun, she had turned to Yevpraksia with the request, "Suppose, my dear, you go to the door quietly and listen to what they say." Yevpraksia went to eavesdrop, but was so stupid she could understand nothing. "Oh, they're just having a chat," she explained upon her return. Then Arina Petrovna could not hold out any longer and went to the dining room where the samovar had already been brought in. But the interview was nearing its end, and all she noted was that Petenka's voice was loud and angry, and Porfiry Vladimirych's replies were given in a nagging voice. "He's nagging him. That's just it, nagging," ran in her head. "I remember he used to nag that way. And how is it I did not understand him then?" At last father and son appeared in the dining room. Petenka's face was red and he was breathing heavily. His eyes were staring widely, his hair was disheveled, his forehead was covered with beads of perspiration. Yudushka, on the contrary, entered pale and cross. He wanted to appear indifferent, but in spite of all his efforts, his lower lip trembled. He could hardly utter the customary morning greetings to his mother dear. All took their places at the table. Petenka seated himself at some distance, leaned against the back of his chair, crossed his legs, lighted a cigarette, and looked at his father ironically. "You see, mother, the storm has abated," Yudushka began. "Yesterday there was such an uproar, but God only had to will it, and here we have a nice, bright, quiet day. Am I right, mother dear?" "I don't know. I haven't been out to day." "By the way, we are going to see our dear guest off," continued Yudushka. "I rose early this morning, looked out of the window. It was still and quiet outdoors, as if God's angel had flown by and in a moment allayed the riot with his wings." But no one answered Yudushka's kindly words. Yevpraksia sipped her tea from the saucer, blowing and puffing. Arina Petrovna looked into her cup and was silent. Petenka, swaying in his chair, continued to eye his father with an ironical, defiant air, as if he had to exert great efforts to keep from bursting out laughing. "Even if Petenka does not ride fast, he will reach the railway station toward night," Porfiry Vladimirych resumed. "Our horses are not overworked. They will feed for a couple of hours at Muravyevo, and they will get him to the place in a jiffy. Ah, Petka, you are a bad boy. Suppose you stay with us a while longer. Really, we would enjoy your company, and you would improve greatly in a week." But Petenka continued to sway in his chair and eye his father. "Why do you stare at me?" Yudushka flared up at last. Do you see pictures on me?" "I'm just looking at you waiting for what's coming next." "No use waiting, my son. It will be as I said. I will not change my mind." A minute of silence followed, after which a whisper could be distinctly heard. "Yudushka!" Porfiry Vladimirych undoubtedly heard it, he even turned pale, but he pretended the exclamation did not concern him. "Ah, my dear little children," he said, "I should like to caress and fondle you, but it seems it can't be done. Ill luck. You run away from your parents, you've got bosom friends who are dearer to you than father and mother. Well, it can't be helped. One ponders a bit over it, then resigns oneself. You are young folk, and youth, of course, prefers the company of youth to that of an old grouch. So I resign myself and don't complain. I only pray to our Father in heaven, 'Do thy will, O Lord.'" "Murderer!" Petenka whispered, but this time so distinctly that Arina Petrovna looked at him in fright. Something passed before her eyes. It looked like the shadow of Simple Simon. "Whom do you mean?" asked Yudushka, trembling with excitement. "Oh, just an acquaintance of mine." "I see. Well, you'd better make that clear. Lord knows what's in your head. Maybe it is one of us that you style so." Everybody became silent. The glasses of tea remained untouched. Yudushka leaned against the back of his chair, swaying nervously. Petenka, seeing that all hope was gone, had a sensation of deadly anguish, under the influence of which he was ready to go to any lengths. But father and son looked at each other with an indescribable smile. Hardened though Porfiry Vladimirych was, the minute was nearing when he would be unable to control himself. "You'd better go while the going's good," he burst out finally. "You better had." "I'm going." "Then why wait? I see you're trying to pick a quarrel, and I don't want to quarrel with anybody. We live here quietly and in good order without disputes. Your old grandmother is here. You ought to have regard for her at least. Well, tell us why you came here." "I told you why." "If it's only for that, you are wasting your efforts. Go at once, my son. Hey, who's there? Have the horses ready for the young master, and some fried chicken and caviar and other things. Eggs, I suppose. Wrap them up well in paper. You'll take a bite at the station, my son, while they feed the horses. Godspeed." "No, I am not going yet. I'm going to church first to have a memorial service performed for the murdered servant of God, Vladimir." "That is, for the suicide." "No, for the murdered." Father and son stared at each other. It looked as if in a moment both would jump up. But Yudushka made a superhuman effort and turning his chair faced the table again. "Wonderful," he said in a strained voice. "Wonderful." "Yes, for the murdered," Petenka persisted brutally. "Who murdered him?" Yudushka asked with curiosity, still hoping apparently that his son would come to his senses. But Petenka, unperturbed, whipped out, "You." "I?" Porfiry Vladimirych was astounded. It was a few moments before he came to himself. He rose hastily from his seat, faced the ikon, and began to pray. You," Petenka repeated. "Well, now, thank God, I feel better after praying," said Yudushka, seating himself at table again. "Just a minute, though. I, as your father, should not take you up on your talk, but we'll pursue the matter this time. Then you mean to say that I killed Volodenka?" "Yes, you did." "And I beg leave to differ. I consider he shot himself. At that time I was in Golovliovo and in St. Petersburg. So what could I have to do with it? How could I kill him when he was 700 versts away?" "As if you don't understand." "I don't understand. By the Lord, I don't." "And who left Volodya without a penny? Who discontinued his allowances? Who?" "Stuff and nonsense. Why did he marry against his father's will?" "But you gave him your permission." "Who? I? What are you talking about? I never did anything of the kind. Never!" "Oh, of course, you acted as you always do. Every one of your words has 10 meanings. Go, guess the right one." "I never gave my permission. He wrote to me, 'Papa, I want to marry Lida.' You understand? I want to. Not, 'I beg your permission.' 'Well,' I answered him, 'if you want to marry, you can marry. I cannot stand in your way.' That's all there was to it." "That's all there was to it," Petenka said jeeringly. "And wasn't that giving your permission?" That's exactly what it wasn't. What did I say? I said, I cannot stand in your way. That's all. But whether I give my permission or not is a different question. He did not ask my permission. He simply wrote, Papa, I want to marry Lida. Well, and as to permission, he kept mum. You want to marry? Well, my friend, may God be with you. Marry Lida or Fida. I cannot stand in your way. But you could leave him without a crust of bread. So why didn't you write this way? I do not approve of your intention, and therefore, though I will not hinder you, I warn you that you can not longer rely on financial aid from me. That at least would have been clear. No, I shall never permit myself to do such things, to make threats against a grown son, never. I have a rule never to be in anybody's way. If you want to marry, marry. Well, and as to consequences, I am sorry. It was your business to foresee them yourself. That's why God gave you reason. And as to me, brother, I don't like to thrust myself into other people's affairs. I not only keep from meddling myself, but I don't invite others to meddle in my affairs. I don't invite it. I don't. I even forbid it. Do you hear me, you wicked, disrespectful son? I forbid it. Well, you may forbid it if you like, but you can't muzzle everybody. If at least he had repented, and if at least he had realized that he offended his father. Well, you committed a folly, say you are sorry. Ask forgiveness. Forgive me, dear papa, for the mortification I caused you. But he wouldn't. But he did write to you. He made it clear to you that he had nothing to live on, that he could not endure it any longer. That's not the kind of thing to write to a father. From a father one asks pardon, that's all. He did so. He was so tortured that he begged forgiveness too. He did everything he did. And even if he did, he was wrong. You ask forgiveness once, you see your father does not forgive you, you ask again. Oh, you! At this, Petenka suddenly ceased swaying his chair, turned about, faced the table, and rested both elbows on it. "And here I, too," he whispered. His face gradually became disfigured. "And here I, too," he repeated, and burst into hysterical sobbing. "Whose fault?" But Yudushka had no chance to finish his sermon. At that moment something quite unexpected took place. During their skirmish, the man had almost forgotten about Arina Petrovna. But she had not remained an indifferent spectator. On the contrary, you could tell at a glance that something quite unusual was taking place within her, and that the moment perhaps had arrived when the ruthless vision of her entire life appeared before her spiritual eye in a glaring light. Her face livened up, her eyes widened and glittered, her lips moved as if they were struggling to utter some word and could not. Suddenly, just at the moment when Petenka's bitter weeping resounded in the dining room, she rose heavily from her armchair, stretched her arms forward, and a loud wail broke out from her breast. "My curse upon you!" End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Chapter 1 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, The Good Little Niece, Chapter 1. Yudushka did not give the money to Petenka. Though kind father that he was, he gave orders just before the moment of departure for some chicken, veal, and pie to be placed in the carriage. Then he went out on the porch in the chilling wind to see his son off, and inquired whether Petenka was seated comfortably and whether he had wrapped his feet up well. Re-entering the house, he stood at the window in the dining room a long time, making the sign of the cross and sending his blessings after the vehicle that was carrying Petenka away. In a word, he performed the farewell ceremony fittingly, as becomes good kinsfolk. "Oh, Petka, Petka," he said, "you are a bad, bad son. Look at the mischief you have done. My. And what could have been better than to live on quietly and peacefully, nicely and easily with father and old granny? But no. Crash, bang, I am my own master. I've got a head on my shoulders, too. Well, there's your head.
My, what trouble!" Not a muscle quivered in his wooden face. Not a note in his voice sounded like an appeal to a prodigal son, but then there was nobody to hear his words, for Arina Petrovna was the only one beside himself in the room, and as a result of the shock she had just gone through, she seemed to have lost all vitality and sat near the samovar, her mouth open, looking straight ahead without hearing anything, without a single thought in her mind. Then life flowed on as usual, full of idle bustle and babbling. Contrary to Petenka's expectations, Porfiry Vladimirych took the maternal curse quite coolly, and did not recede a hair's breadth from the decision that had come from his head full formed, as it were. It is true he turned slightly pale and rushed toward his mother with a cry. "Mother, dear, darling, Lord be with you. Be calm, dear, God is merciful. All will be well." But his words were expressive of alarm for her rather than for himself. Her act had been so unexpected that Yudushka even forgot to pretend to be frightened. Only last night his mother had been affectionate, had jested and played fool with Yevpraksia. Evidently, then, it had all happened in a moment of sudden anger, and there was nothing premeditated, nothing real about it all. Indeed, he had been very much afraid of his mother's curse, but he had pictured it quite differently. In his idle mind he had built an elaborate staging for the occasion, ikons, burning candles, his mother standing in the center of the room, terrible with a darkened face as she hurled the curse, then thunder, candles going out, the veil tearing asunder, darkness covering the earth, and above, amidst the clouds, the wrathful countenance of Jehovah, illumined by a flash of lightning. But nothing of the sort had happened, so his mother had simply done something rash and silly. And she had had no reason to curse him in earnest, because of late there had been no cause for quarreling. Many changes had occurred since Yudushka expressed his doubt as to whether a certain coach belonged to his mother dear. Yudushka admitted to himself that then he had been wrong and deserved damnation. Arina Petrovna had become more submissive, and Porfiry Vladimirych had but one thought in his head, how to placate his mother dear. "The old woman is doing poorly. My, how poorly! At times she even raves," he consoled himself. "The darling sits down to play fool, and before you know it, she dozes off." In justice to Yudushka, it must be admitted that his mother's decrepitude gave him some alarm. Even he was not quite ready for her death, had not made any plans, had had no time to make estimates. How much capital mother had when she left Dubrovino, what that capital might bring in annually, how much of the interest she had spent, and how much she had added to the principal. In a word, he had not gone through an infinity of useless trifles without which he always felt as if he were caught unawares. "The old woman is hale and hearty," he would muse at times. "Still she won't spend it all. Impossible. When she shared us out, she had a neat sum. Maybe she transferred some to the orphans. Oh, the old woman is rich. Yes, she is." But these musings were not so very serious and vanished without leaving an impress on his mind. The mass of daily trivialities was already great, and there was as yet no urgent need to augment them by the addition of new trivialities. Porfiry Vladimirych kept putting the matter off and did not realize it was time to begin until after the damnation scene. The catastrophe came sooner than he expected. On the second day after Petenka's departure, Arina Petrovna left for Pogorelka and never again visited Golovliovo. She spent a month in total solitude, keeping to her room and scarcely exchanging a word with her servants. From force of habit she rose early in the morning, sat down at her desk and began to play patience, but hardly ever brought the game to an end, and sat in frozen rigidity, with her glazed eyes fixed on the window. What she thought about, or whether she thought at all, even the keenest judge of the deep-lying mysteries of the human soul could not have divined. She seemed to be trying to recollect something, perhaps how she came to be within those walls, and could not. Alarmed by her mistress's silence, Afimyushka would appear in the room, arrange the pillows lining her easy chair, and try to open a conversation on this or that, but received only impatient monosyllabic replies. Once or twice Porfiry Vladimirych came to Pogorelka, invited mother dear to Golovliovo, tried to kindle her imagination with the prospect of mushrooms, German carp, and the other allurements of Golovliovo, but his overtures evoked nothing but an enigmatic smile. One morning she tried to leave her bed as usual, but could not, though she felt no particular pain, and complained of nothing. She took it apparently as a matter of course, without any sign of alarm. The very day before she had been sitting at the table and even walked, though with difficulty, and now she was in bed feeling indisposed. It was even more comfortable. But Afimyushka became thoroughly frightened, and without the mistress's knowledge, sent a messenger to Porfiry Vladimirych. Yudushka came early the next morning. Arina Petrovna was considerably worse. He put the servants through a cross-examination as to what mother had eaten and whether she had not overeaten. But Arina Petrovna had eaten almost nothing for a whole month, and had refused all food the previous day. Yudushka expressed his grief, waved his hands, and like a good son warmed himself at the oven in the maid's room so that he would not bring the cold into the patient's room. At the same time he began to give orders and make arrangements. He had an extraordinary keenness for scenting death. He made inquiries as to whether the priest was home, and arranged that in case of emergency he should be sent for at once. He informed himself where mother's chest with her papers was, whether it was locked, and having satisfied himself concerning the state of things, he called in the cook and ordered dinner for himself. "I need but little," he said. "Have you got a chicken? Well, prepare some chicken soup. If you have some cured beef, get a bit of cured beef ready. Then something fried, and I'll have enough." Arina Petrovna lay prostrate on her back with her mouth open, breathing heavily. Her eyes were staring wide. One hand projected from under the quilt of hare's fur and hung stiff. She was evidently alive to the commotion incident upon her son's arrival, and perhaps his orders even reached her ears. The lowered window shades put the room in twilight. The wicks were flickering their last at the bottom of the ikon lamps and sputtered audibly at contact with the water. The air was close and fetid, unbearably suffocating. From the overheated stoves, the sickening smell of the ikon lamps, and the breath of illness. Porfiry Vladimirych in his felt boots glided to his mother's bed like a snake. His tall, lean figure wrapped in twilight swayed uncannily. Arina Petrovna, with a look half of surprise and half of fright, followed his movements and huddled under her quilt. "It is I, mother dear," he said. "What's the matter with you? You are all out of gear today. My, my, my! No wonder I could not sleep all night. Something seemed to urge me on. Let's go and see," I thought, "how our Pogorelka friends are getting along." I got up in the morning, hitched a couple of horses to the pony cart, and here I am. Porfiry Vladimirych tittered affably, but Arina Petrovna did not answer, and drew herself together in a closer coil under her quilt. "Well, God is merciful, mother dear," continued Yudushka. "The main thing is to stand up for yourself. Don't put any stock in the ailment. Get up and take a walk through the room like a sound, hale person. You see, just like this." Porfiry Vladimirych rose from his seat and demonstrated how sound, hale persons walk. "Oh, just a moment. I'll raise the window shade and take a good look at you." "Oh, but you are first rate, my darling. Just pluck up some courage, say your prayers, doll up, get into your Sunday best, and you'll be ready for a dance. There, I have brought you some jolly good holy water. Just taste some." Porfiry Vladimirych took a flask out of his pocket, found a wine glass on the table, filled it, and gave it to the patient. Arina Petrovna made an effort to lift her head, but in vain. "I wish the orphans were here," she moaned. "Well, much need you have of the orphans here. Oh, mother, mother, how is it all of a sudden you really, just a little bad turn, and at once you are ready to give up the ship? We'll attend to it all. We'll send a special messenger to the orphans, and we'll do everything else in due time. Now what's the hurry, really? We are going to live yet. Yes, indeed we are. And we'll have a fine time of it, too. Wait till summer is here. We'll both of us go to the woods to pick mushrooms and raspberries and nice juicy black currants. Or else we'll go to Dubrovino to catch German carps.
We'll bring out the horse and carriage, get into it, and 1, 2, 3, there we go. Nicely and easily." "I wish the orphans were here," repeated Arina Petrovna in anguish. "We'll bring the orphans, too. Give us time. We'll call them together, all of them. We'll all be here and sit by you. You will be the brood hen and we'll be your chicks. We'll have it all if you behave. Now you are a naughty girl because you went and took sick. That's the kind of mischief you're up to. My, instead of being good and serving as an example for others, look what you're doing. That's bad, my dear, very bad." But no matter how hard Porfiry Vladimirych tried to cheer up his mother dear with banter, her strength waned from hour to hour. A messenger was dispatched to town to fetch a doctor, and since the patient persisted in moaning and calling the orphans, Yudushka in his own hand wrote a letter to Anninka and Lubinka in which he compared his and their conduct, called himself a Christian and them ungrateful. At night the doctor arrived, but it was too late. Arina Petrovna's fate was sealed. At about 4:00 in the morning, the death agony set in, and at 6 Porfiry Vladimirych was kneeling at his mother's bed wailing, "Mother dear, my friend, give me your blessing." But Arina Petrovna did not hear him. Her wide open eyes stared dimly into space, as if she were trying to understand something and could not. Yudushka, too, did not understand. He did not understand that the yawning grave was to carry off the last creature that linked him to the living world. With his usual bustle, he delved into the mass of trifles and details that were incident upon the ceremonial of burial. He had requiems chanted, ordered memorial masses for the future, discussed matters with the priest, hurried from room to room with his shambling gait. Every now and then he peeped into the dining room where the deceased lay, crossed himself, lifted his hands heavenward, and late at night stole quietly to the door to listen to the sexton's monotonous reading of the Psalms. He was pleasantly surprised that his expenses upon the occasions would be very slight, for Arina Petrovna long before her death had put away a sum of money for her burial and itemized in detail the various expenditures. Having buried his mother, Porfiry Vladimirych at once began to familiarize himself with her effects. Examining the papers, he found about a dozen various wills. In one of them she called him undutiful, but all of them had been written when Arina Petrovna was still the domineering, despotic mistress, and were incomplete, in the form of tentative drafts. So Yudushka was quite pleased that he had no need to play foul in order to declare himself the sole legitimate heir to his mother's property. The latter consisted of a capital of 15,000 rubles and of a scanty movable estate which included the famous coach that had nearly become the cause of dissension between mother and son. Arina Petrovna kept her own accounts quite separate and distinct from those of her wards, so that one could see at a glance what belonged to her and what to the orphans. Yudushka lost no time in declaring himself heir at the proper legal places. He sealed the papers bearing on the guardianship, gave the servants his mother's scanty wardrobe, and sent the coach and 2 cows to Golovliovo, which were placed in the inventory under the heading "Mine." Then he had the last requiem performed and went his way. "Wait for the owners," he told the people gathered in the hallway to see him off. "If they come, they'll be welcome. If they don't, just as they please. For my part, I did all I could. I straightened out the guardianship accounts and hid nothing. Everything was done in plain view, in front of everybody. The money that mother left belongs to me legally. The coach and the 2 cows that I sent to Golovliovo are mine by law. Maybe some of my property is left here. However, I won't insist on it. God Himself commands us to give to orphans. I am sorry to have lost mother. She was a good old woman, a kindly soul. Oh, mother dear, it was not right of you, darling, to have left us poor orphans. But if it had pleased God to take you, it befits us to submit to His holy will. May at least your soul rejoice in heaven, and as for us, well, we are not to be considered." The first death was soon followed by another. Yudushka's attitude toward his son's fate was quite puzzling. Since he did not receive newspapers and was not in correspondence with anybody, He could not learn anything of the trial in which Petenka figured. And he hardly wished to. Above all things he shunned disturbance of every kind. He was buried up to his ears in a swamp of petty details, all centering around the welfare and preservation of his precious self. There are many such people in this world. They live apart from the rest of humanity, having neither the desire nor the knowledge to identify themselves with a cause, and bursting in the end like so many soap bubbles. They have no ties of friendship, for friendship presupposes the existence of common interests. Nor do they have any business connections. For 30 years at a stretch, Porfiry Vladimirych had marked time in a government office. Then, one fine day he disappeared and no one noticed the fact. He learned of his son's fate after his domestics had. But even then he feigned ignorance, so that when Yevpraksia once tried to mention Petenka, he waved her off and said, "No, no, no, I don't know, I did not hear anything, and I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to know a thing about his dirty affairs." But finally he did learn about Petenka. He received a letter from him saying he was about to leave for one of the remote provinces and asking his father to continue to send him an allowance in his new position. The whole of the next day Porfiry Vladimirych was in a state of visible perplexity. He darted from room to room, peeped into the oratory, crossed himself, and sighed. But toward evening he plucked up courage and wrote the following letter: "My criminal son, Piotr, as a faithful and law-abiding subject, I should not even answer your letter, but as a father given to human weaknesses, I cannot from a sense of compassion refuse good advice to a child who, through his own fault, plunged himself into a whirlpool of evil. Here, in short, is my opinion on the subject. The punishment that has been meted out to you is severe, but you quite deserve it. That is the first and most important consideration that should always accompany you in your new life from now on. All your other vagaries and even the memory thereof you must forget. For in your present situation all this will only tend to irritate you and urge you on to impious complaint. You have already tasted of the bitter fruits of haughtiness of spirit. Try now to taste of the fruits of humility. All the more so since there is nothing else left for you in the future. Do not complain of the punishment, for the authorities do not even punish you, but only provide means for your correction. To be grateful for this and to endeavor to make amends for what you did, that is what you must incessantly bear in mind, and not the luxurious frittering away of time, which I myself, by the way, never did, although I was never under indictment. So follow this prudent advice of mine and turn over a new leaf, satisfied with what the authorities in their kindness will deem it necessary to allot to you. I, for my part, will pray the Giver of all things good to grant you firmness and humility. Even on the very day on which I write these lines, I have been to church and offered up fervent prayers for you. And now I bless you for the new journey and remain your indignant but still loving father, Porfiry Golovliov." It is uncertain whether the letter ever reached Petenka, but no more than a month after it was sent, Porfiry Vladimirych was officially notified that his son, while on his way to the place of exile, had fallen ill and died in a hospital. Yudushka remained alone, but at first did not realize that this new loss had made his life an absolute void. The realization came soon after the death of Arina Petrovna, when he was all absorbed in reckoning and figuring. He read every paper of the deceased, took into account every kopeck, traced the relation of this kopeck to the kopecks of the guardianship, not wishing, as he put it, either to acquire another's or to lose his own. Amidst this bustle, the question never once arose in his mind, to what end was he doing all this? And who was to enjoy the fruits of his busy hoarding? From morning to night he bent over his desk musing and criticizing the arrangements of the deceased. Engrossed in these cares, he began little by little to neglect the bookkeeping of his own estate. The manor fell into profound silence. The domestics, who had always preferred the servants' quarters, abandoned the house almost entirely, and when in the master's rooms would walk on tiptoe and speak in a whisper.
There was an air of desertion and death about the place and about the man, something eerie. The gloom enveloping Yudushka was to grow denser every day. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Chapter 2 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, The Good Little Niece, Chapter 2. During Lent, when no theatrical performances were given, Anninka came to Golovliovo. Lubinka had been unable to accompany her because she had been engaged for the entire Lent and had gone to Romny, Izum, Kremenchug, etc., where she was to give concerts and sing her entire music hall repertoire. During her brief artistic career, Anninka had greatly improved in looks. She was no longer the simple, anemic, somewhat sluggish girl who in Dubrovino or Pogorelka had walked from room to room, humming and swaying awkwardly, as if she could not find a place for herself. She was now quite developed, with confident, even dashing manners. At the very first glance one could tell she was quick at repartee. The change in her appearance gave Porfiry Vladimirych a pleasant surprise. Before him stood a tall, well-built woman with a lovely pink complexion, high, well-developed bust, full eyes, and abundant ash-colored hair, which she wore braided low on her neck, a woman evidently aware of her own attractiveness. She arrived at Golovliovo early in the morning and at once retired to a room, from which she emerged in a splendid silk gown. She entered the dining room with a swish of her train, manipulating it skillfully among the chairs. Though Yudushka loved God above all, it did not prevent him from having a taste for beautiful and especially tall, plump women. So he crossed Anninka first, then kissed her so emphatically on both cheeks, casting queer glances at her bust meanwhile, that Anninka could not refrain from smiling faintly. They sat down at the tea table. Anninka raised her arms and stretched. "Oh, uncle, how dull it is here," she began, yawning slightly. "There you are. Here only a minute and dull already. You stay with us some time, then we'll see. Perhaps you won't find it so dull after all," answered Porfiry Vladimirych, his eyes suddenly taking on an oily glitter. "No, there isn't an interesting thing here. What is there? Snow all around, no neighbors. Is there a regiment quartered anywhere near here?" "Yes, there is a regiment and there are neighbors, but to tell the truth it doesn't interest me. Yet if you " Porfiry Vladimirych looked at her and did not end his sentence, but coughed. Perhaps he had stopped intentionally, wishing to excite her feminine curiosity. At any rate, the same faint smile as before glided over her lips. She leaned her elbows on the table and looked at Yevpraksia fixedly. The girl, all flushed, was drying the glasses, casting sly glances at Anninka with her large, heavy eyes. "My new housekeeper, very industrious," said Porfiry Vladimirych. Anninka nodded slightly and began to purr softly. "Ah, que j'aime les militaires." And her hips quivered as she sang. Silence set in, during which Yudushka, his eyes meekly lowered, sipped his tea from a glass. "My, it's dull," said Anninka, yawning again. "It's dull and it's dull. You never get tired of saying that. You wait a while, stay here a bit longer. We'll order the sleigh set to rights, and you'll ride to your heart's content." "Uncle, why didn't you become a hussar?" "Because, my friend, every man has his station ordained by the Lord. Some are to become hussars, others functionaries, others merchants, some are oh, yes, and so on and so forth. Who can keep track of it all? And God ordained all that, did He?" "Why, yes, my friend, God. And it is not proper to scoff. Do you know what the Scriptures say? Without the will of God " "Is it about the hair? Yes, I know that, too. But the trouble is, everybody wears false hair now, and I don't think that was foreseen. By the way, uncle, look what wonderful braids I have. Don't you think they're fine?" Porfiry Vladimirych came nearer for some reason on tiptoe and fingered her braids for some time.
And Yevpraksia, without relaxing her hold on the saucer filled with tea and holding a bit of toast between her teeth, leaned forward and said, "False, I suppose?" "Oh, no, my own." "Some day I'll let my hair down for you, uncle." "Yes, your hair is fine," said Yudushka, his lips parting in a repulsive smile. Then he recalled that one must turn his back on such temptations and added, "Oh, you hoyden! Always thinking about braids and trains, but you'd never think of inquiring about the main thing, the real thing." "Oh, about grandmother? She is dead, isn't she?" "Yes, my friend, she died. And how she died! Peacefully, calmly, not a soul heard it. That's what I call a worthy end to one's earthly life. She thought of everybody, gave everybody her blessing, called a priest, received her last communion, and suddenly became so calm, so calm. Then she began to sigh, sighed once, twice, three times, and before we knew it, she was no more." Yudushka rose, turned toward the ikon, folded his hands and offered up a prayer. Tears rose to his eyes, so well did he simulate. But Anninka apparently was not of the sentimental kind. It is true she remained pensive for a while, but for quite a different reason. "Do you remember, uncle, how she used to feed my sister and me on sour milk when we were little ones? Not later. Later she was splendid. I mean when she was still rich." "Oh, well, let bygones be bygones. She fed you on sour milk, but you look none the worse for it, may the Lord be with you. Do you think you would care to visit her grave?" "Yes, I wouldn't mind." "But you know, it would be well if you purified yourself first." "What do you mean, purified?" "Well, you know, an actress. You think it was easy for the old woman? So before you go to her grave, I think you should attend a mass to purify yourself, you know. You see, I'll order a mass early tomorrow morning, and then Godspeed." Absurd as Yudushka's proposition was, it confused Anninka for a minute. But she soon knitted her brows angrily and said sharply: "No, I'll go now, as I am." "Well, I don't know. Do as you please. But my advice is, let's attend the mass tomorrow morning, then take tea and have a pair of swift little horses hitched to a pony cart, and then go together. You see, you would become cleansed of your sins, and your grandmother's soul would " "Oh, uncle! How foolish you are, though. Lord knows what nonsense you talk, and you even insist on it." "Oh, so you don't like it? Well, don't hold it against me, my dear. I am straight from the shoulder, you know. When it comes to truth, I'll tell it to others and take it from others as well. Though at times it goes against the grain, though truth is hard at times, but I'll always listen to it. And one must listen to it because it's the truth. So, my dear, you stay with us a while and live the way we do. Then you'll see that it's better than going with the guitar from fair to fair." "Heaven knows what you're talking about, uncle. With a guitar?" "Well, if it isn't a guitar, then it's a bagpipe or something. Besides, you offended me first, calling me foolish. So I, an old man, surely have a right to tell you the truth to your face." "All right, let it be the truth. We won't argue about it. But tell me, please, did grandmother leave anything?" "Why, of course she did. But the legitimate heir was present in person." "Oh, that is you. All the better. Was she buried here in Golovliovo?" "No, near Pogorelka, at the St. Nicholas church. It was her own wish." "I'll go. Can I hire horses here, uncle?" "Why hire? I've got my own. You are not a stranger, I dare say. A niece, my little niece." Porfiry Vladimirych began to liven up and put on an en famille grin. "A pony cart, a pair of fine little horses. Thank God I am not poor, I dare say. And wouldn't it be well for me to go with you? We would visit the grave, you see, and then would go to Pogorelka and peep in here and there, and we would think matters over, talk things over about this and that. Yours is a fine little estate, you know. It has some very good spots." "No, I'll go alone, I think. Why should you go? By the way, Petenka's dead, too, I hear." "Yes, my dear friend, Petenka is dead, too. I am sorry for him in one way, very sorry, to the point of tears. But then, it was all his own fault. He was always disrespectful to his father. That's why God punished him. And what God in His great wisdom did, you and I cannot undo." "Of course we can't. But what makes me wonder is, why you don't find it too horrible to live." "Why should I fear? You see how much succor I have all around." Yudushka made a gesture, pointing to the ikons. Succor here and succor in my study. The ikon room is a veritable paradise. You see how many protectors I have." "But still you are always alone. It's frightful." "And if I am afraid, I fall on my knees, say a prayer, and the fear is all gone. And why be afraid? It's light during the day, and at night I have ikon lamps burning in every room. From outside in the dark it looks as if there were a ball in the house. And what ball? Who are the guests? Holy protectors, God's chosen. Those are my guests." "You know, Petenka wrote to us before his death." "Well, of course, he is a relative. It's a good thing he did not lose his feelings of kinship." "Yes, he wrote to us. It was after the trial, when sentence had been pronounced. He wrote he had lost 3,000 rubles in cards, and you would not give him the money. But you are rich, uncle, aren't you?" "Ah, my dear, it's easy to count money in another man's pocket. Sometimes we think a man has mountains of gold, and when you come closer you see he has barely enough for oil and a candle. Not for himself, for God." "Well, then, we are richer than you. We gave some of our own money and took up a collection among our gentlemen friends. We scraped 600 rubles together and sent it to him." "What do you mean, gentlemen friends?" "Oh, uncle, we are actresses, you know. Didn't you yourself suggest that I purify myself?" "I don't like it when you speak that way." "What can you do? Whether you like it or not, you can't undo what has been done. According to you, God is in that too." "Don't blaspheme at least. You may say anything you want, but don't blaspheme. I won't stand for it. Where did you send the money to?" "Oh, I don't remember. To a little town of some sort. He wrote us the name." "I didn't know. If there was money, I should have gotten it after his death. It is not possible that he spent it all at once. Well, I don't know. I didn't get any. I suppose the jailers and guards were on to it." "I'm not asking for it, uncle. I just mentioned it while we were on the subject. It's awful, uncle, for a man to perish on account of 3,000 rubles." "It wasn't all on account of the 3,000. Haven't you something else to say than to keep on repeating 3,000, 3,000? But God " Yudushka had got his cue and was about to explain in detail how God, Providence, by unseen ways, and all that, but Anninka unceremoniously yawned and said, "Oh, uncle, how boring it is here." This time Porfiry Vladimirych was truly offended and became silent. For a long time they both paced up and down the dining room. Anninka yawned, Porfiry Vladimirych crossed himself at every step. At last the carriage was announced, and the usual comedy of seeing relations off began. Golovliov put on his fur coat, went out on the porch, kissed Anninka, and shouted to the servants, "Her feet! Wrap up her feet well! And what about the blankets? Have you taken the blankets along? See you don't forget them," all the while making signs of the cross in the air. Anninka visited her grandmother's grave, asked the priest to say the mass, and when the choir began to chant the eternal memory, she cried a bit. The background of the ceremony was rather sad. The church near which Arina Petrovna had been buried was of the poorest kind. In some places the plaster had fallen off its walls and exposed large patches of brick. The sound of the bells was feeble and hollow, the priest's robe was threadbare. The cemetery was snowed under, so that the path to the grave had to be shoveled clear. No monument had yet been placed. Nothing but a plain white cross, even without an inscription, marked the grave. The cemetery was in a lonely spot removed from any dwelling. Not far from the church stood the houses of the priest and the church officials, and all around the cheerless, snow-covered plains stretched as far as the eye could reach. Here and there one could see brushwood jutting out from the snow. A sharp March wind was sweeping over the churchyard, wafting away the chanting of the churchmen and lashing the priest's robe. "Who would have thought, madam, that the richest landlady in the district would rest here under this modest cross in our poor parish," said the priest when he was through with the requiem. At these words Anninka cried again. She recalled the poet's line, "Where feasts once reigned, a hearse now stands," and the tears kept streaming down her cheeks. Then she went to the priest's house, had tea there, and talked with his wife. Another line came back to her. "And pallid death on all doth stare," and again she wept long and bitterly. Nobody had notified the people at Pogorelka that the young lady was coming, so that the rooms were not even heated. Anninka, with her fur coat on, walked through all the rooms, remaining a moment in grandmother's bedroom and the ikon room. In the former she found a bedstead with a heap of soiled, greasy pillows, some without pillow cases. Scraps of paper lay on the desk in disorder, the floor had not been swept, and a thick coat of dust covered everything. Anninka sat down in the easy chair where her grandmother used to sit and became lost in thought. At first came up reminiscences of the past, then they were crowded out by images of the present. The former came in the shape of fleeting patches and fragments, pausing in her mind for no more than a moment. The latter were more persistent. It was but a brief while ago that she had longed to flee from Pogorelka, and it had seemed a hateful place. Now her heart suddenly filled with a morbid desire to live there again. "It is quiet here, it is not cozy, and it is unsightly, but it is quiet, so quiet, as if everything around were dead. There is much air and much room." She looked out over the endless fields and felt a desire to dash straight across them without aim or purpose, just to breathe fast and feel a pain in her chest, and there, in the half nomadic life from which she had just escaped and to which she must return, what awaited her there? What had she gained by it? Nothing but recollections of hotels permeated with stench, of an everlasting din coming from the dining and billiard rooms, of unkempt porters, of rehearsals on the stage in the twilight and among the scenes of painted linen, the feel of which was abominable, in the draught and in the dampness. And then army officers, lawyers, obscene language, and the eternal uproar. What hadn't the men told her? With what obscenity hadn't they touched her? Especially the one with the mustache, with a voice hoarse from drink, inflamed eyes, and a perpetual smell of the stable about him. Lord, what he had told her! Anninka shivered at the very recollection and shut her eyes. Then she came to, sighed, and went into the ikon room. There were now only a few ikons in the image case, only those which had unquestionably belonged to her mother. The rest of them, her grandmother's, Yudushka, as the legitimate heir, had removed to Golovliovo. The empty space where they had stood stared like the hollow eye sockets in a death's head. Nor were there any ikon lamps. Yudushka had taken all of them. Only one yellow bit of wax candle stood out, orphan-like, from a miniature tin candlestick that had been forgotten. His Excellency wanted to take the image case, too. He was trying to make sure if it really was a part of Madame's dowry, reported Afimyushka. Well, he could have taken it. Tell me, Afimyushka, did grandma suffer much before she died? No, not much. She was laid up for only a day or so. She just went out of her own self. She wasn't really sick or anything. She didn't talk either, just mentioned you and your sister once or twice. So Porfiry Vladimirych carried off the ikons? Yes, he did. He said they were his mother's personal property. He also took the coach and 2 cows. From the mistress's papers he gathered, I suppose, that they belonged to your grandmother, not to you. He also wanted to take away a horse, but Fedulych would not give it to him. "It's our horse," he said, "an old-timer in Pogorelka." So Porfiry Vladimirych left it here. He was afraid. Anninka walked through the yard, peeped into the servants' quarters, the barn, and the cattle yard. In a swamp of manure stood about 20 lean cows and 3 horses. She ordered some bread to be brought, saying, "I'll pay for it," and gave every cow a piece of bread. Then the cattle house woman invited the young lady into the house. There was a jug of milk on the table, and in the corner near the oven, behind a low wainscot screening, a new-born calf was sheltered. Anninka tasted some milk, ran to the little calf, kissed his snout, but quickly wiped her lips, saying the calf had a horrid snout, all slabbery. At the end, she produced 3 yellow bills from her pocketbook, distributed them to the old domestics, and prepared to go. "What are you going to do?" she asked, while she made herself comfortable in the pony cart, of old Fedulych, who, as the starosta, followed the young owner, with his hands crossed on his breast. "Well, what can we do? We'll live," answered Fedulych simply. Anninka became sad again for a moment. There seemed to be irony in Fedulych words. She waited a while, sighed, and said, "Well, good by." "We thought that you would come back and live with us," said Fedulych. "No, what's the use? Anyway, you live on." Tears flowed from her eyes again, and the others cried too. It seemed peculiar to her. There was nothing to regret in leaving the place, nothing sentimental to remember it by, and yet she was crying. And those people, too. She had not said anything out of the ordinary to them, just the usual questions and answers, and yet their hearts were heavy, they were sorry to see her go. She was seated in the cart, wrapped up and well covered. Everybody heaved a sigh. "Good luck!" came running after her when the cart started. Passing the churchyard, she stopped again and went to the grave alone, without the ecclesiastics, following the path that had been cleared. It was quite dark, and lights began to appear in the houses of the church officials. She stood there with one hand, holding on to the cross rising from the grave. She did not cry, but only swayed slightly, thinking of nothing in particular, unable to formulate any definite thought. But she was unhappy, in every way unhappy, not because of grandmother, but on her own account. So she stood for a quarter of an hour, and suddenly before her eyes rose the image of Lubinka, who perhaps at that very moment was singing merrily in a rollicking company somewhere in Kremenchug, "Ah, ah, que j'aime les militaires." She almost broke down. She ran to her cart, seated herself, and ordered the coachman to drive to Golovliovo as fast as possible. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Chapter 3 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4. The Good Little Niece, Chapter 3. When Anninka returned to her uncle's, she was dull and silent, though she did feel a bit hungry. In the hurry uncle had not given her some chicken to take along, and was very glad the table was already set for tea. Of course, Porfiry Vladimirych was not slow to open a conversation. "Well, were you there?" "Yes, I was." "Did you pray at the grave? Did you have the requiem sung?" "Yes." "So the priest was at home?" "Of course he was, or who would have performed the requiem?" "Oh, yes, certainly. And the two sextons, were they there? Did they sing eternal memory?" "Yes, they did." "Yes, eternal memory. May she rest in peace. She was a good, kind woman." Yudushka rose from his seat, faced the ikon, and offered up a prayer. "Well, and how did you find things in Pogorelka? Everything in good shape?" "I don't know really. I think everything is in its proper place." "Indeed, 'I think.' You always think, but when you take a good look, you find this is wrong and that is wrong. That's how we judge of other people's business. We think and we guess. But anyway, you've got a nice little estate. My late mother fixed it up all very nicely. She even spent a good deal of her own money on it. Well, it's only right to help orphans along." Listening to these chants of praise, Anninka could not refrain from teasing her kind-hearted uncle. "Uncle, why did you take 2 cows away from Pogorelka?" she asked. "Cows? What cows? Oh, you mean the black and the spotted one? Well, my dear, they belong to my mother." "And you are her legitimate heir?" "Oh, well, you can have them. Do you want me to send you a little calf? I will if you want me to." "Now there, look at her getting excited. Let's talk business. Whom do you think the cows belong to?" "How do I know? They were in Pogorelka." "And I do know. I have proof that the cows belong to mother. I found a memorandum written in her own hand. Mine is plainly written there." "Oh, let's drop it. It isn't worth talking about." "There's a pony at Pogorelka, too. Little old Baldy, you know. Well, about Baldy I'm not sure. I think Baldy belonged to mother, but I'm not sure. And I can't speak of what I don't know." "Let's drop it, uncle." "No, why drop it? I'm straight from the shoulder, my dear. I like to bring out the truth of things. Why not talk it over? Nobody wants to part with his own. I don't, you don't. Well, then, let's talk it over and see who's right. And when it comes to talking, I'll tell you plainly, I don't want what's yours, and I won't let go of mine either. Because though you are not a stranger to me, still I " "And you even took the ikons," Anninka could not refrain from remarking. "Yes, the ikons, too. I took everything that belonged to me by law. Now the image case looks as if it has holes in it." "What can you do? You have to pray before it as it is. God, you know, does not want your image case, but your prayers. If you are sincere about it, your prayer will reach Him, even if it's done before poor ikons. And if you just pray without meaning it and look around and make a courtesy, then the best images will be of no avail." Nevertheless, Yudushka rose and offered thanks to God for the fact that his images were good. "Well, and if you don't like the old image case, have a new one built and put in new ikons instead of those taken out. My deceased mother acquired the old ikons at her own cost, and now it's up to you to get new ones." Porfiry Vladimirych even tittered, so clear and simple did his reasoning seem to him. "But tell me, please, what am I to do now?" Anninka asked. "Well, wait a while. Rest up first, loll around, get some sleep. We'll talk the matter over and examine it from every angle, and we'll see what can be done. Both of us together may think up something." "Sister and I are of age, I think." "Yes, of age, quite so. You can now manage yourself and your estate." "Well, thank God at least for that." "I have the honor to congratulate you." Porfiry Vladimirych rose to kiss her. "How funny you are, uncle, always kissing." "Why shouldn't I kiss you? You are not a stranger, I may say, you are my niece. I like kinsfolk, my dear. I am always for my relatives, near or distant, second, third, or fourth cousins. I'm always with them." "You'd better tell me what I am to do. Must I go to town and see all the officials?" "Yes, and we'll go to town and we'll attend to the matter, all in due time. But before we do that, rest up a bit. Stay here a while. You are not stopping at an inn, but at your uncle's, I may say. You'll have enough to eat and drink, and for your sweet tooth we've got plenty of everything. If you don't like a dish, ask for a different one. Demand, insist. If you don't care for cabbage soup, ask for chicken soup. Order cutlets, duck, pork. Get after Yevpraksia. Here I boasted about pork, and I don't really know if we've got any. Have we?" Yevpraksia, holding the saucer with the hot tea to her mouth, nodded affirmatively. "Well, you see, we've got pork, too, and all in all you can have whatever your heart desires." Yudushka approached Anninka again, and like a good relative, clapped her on the knee, and quite inadvertently let his hand rest there a little, so that Anninka instinctively recoiled. "But I've got to go," she said. "That's just what I've been saying. We'll discuss matters and talk things over, and then we'll go with a prayer and a benediction, but not hop, jump, run. The more haste, the less speed. You may hurry to a fire, but our house is not ablaze. Well, Lubinka has got to hurry to the fair, but what is your hurry? Another thing I meant to ask you, are you going to live in Pogorelka?" "No, there's nothing for me to do there." "That's just what I was going to say. Move here, to my house. We'll live here and have a fine time of it." Yudushka looked at Anninka with such oily eyes that she became embarrassed. "No, uncle, I don't want to stay here with you. It's too dull." "Oh, you silly little thing. Why do you keep repeating dull, dull? You speak of dullness, and I'll bet you don't know what's dull around here. If you have something to keep you busy, and if you know how to manage yourself, you'll never feel dull. Take me, for example. I don't notice how time flies. On weekdays I'm busy with the affairs of the estate. I look at this and take a peep into that and figure out one thing and discuss another thing. Before I know it, the day is gone, and on a holiday to church. You will do the same thing. Stay with us for a while. You'll find something for you to do. In your leisure time you may play fool with Yevpraksia or go sleigh riding. Slide along as fast as you wish. And when summer comes, we'll go to the woods picking mushrooms, and we'll have tea on the lawn." "No, uncle, it's no use trying to persuade me." "Really, you ought to stay." "No, but the journey has tired me, so I should like to go to bed if possible." "Yes, you can go rock a bye. I've got a nice little bed ready for you, everything in proper fashion. If you want to go rock a bye, go right ahead. But I should advise you to think the matter over. I think it would be best for you to stay with us at Golovliovo." End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Chapter 4 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN.
Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4. The Good Little Niece. Chapter 4. Anninka spent a restless night. The hysterical mood that had overtaken her at Pogorelka still persisted. There are moments when a person who has been merely existing suddenly realizes that there is a vile ulcer of some kind festering in his life. Where it came from, how it formed itself, one cannot always explain to oneself. In most cases it is not ascribed to the causes that have really brought it on. But an explanation is not even needed. It is sufficient that such an ulcer exists. The effects of such a sudden discovery, while equally painful to everyone, vary in their practical results with the individual's temperament. Some are rejuvenated and inspired with a determination to begin a new life on new foundations. Others feel but a passing pain that will not bring a profound change for the better, but is even sharper than when the disturbed conscience sees the faint hope of a brighter future. Anninka was not of those in whom the consciousness of ulcers produces the impulse to rejuvenation. Nevertheless, she realized, being an intelligent person, that there was an abyss between the vague dreams of honest toil which had impelled her to leave Pogorelka forever and her position of provincial actress. Instead of a life of quiet and toil, she had fallen upon a stormy existence, filled with perpetual debauchery, shameless obscenity, and cynicism, with vain and everlasting bustle. Instead of the privations and stern surroundings in which she had once lived, she had met comparative ease and comfort. She could not think of it now without a blush of shame. She had hardly noticed the gradual transformation. She had wanted to go to a good place, but had entered the wrong door. Her desires had been very modest indeed. How often she had dreamed in the attic of Pogorelka of becoming an earnest girl, working, thirsting for education, bearing hardships with fortitude, all for the sake of the good. It is true, good hardly had definite meaning to her. But as soon as she had stepped out onto the high road of independent activity, bitter reality had shattered her dreams at once. An honest livelihood does not come of itself, but is attained only by persistent search and previous training which help in the quest to some extent. But neither Anninka's temperament nor education provided her with this. Her temperament was not marked by passion, it was simply sensitive. The material that her education had given her, and on which she meant to build up her life of honest toil, was so unreliable and poor that it could hardly serve as a basis for serious work. Her education was of the boarding school music hall kind, with the balance tipping to the side of the music hall. It was of a chaotic heap in which problems were piled up about a flock of geese, dancing steps with a shawl, the sermons of Peter of Picardy, the exploits of Fair Helen, the ode to Felitza, and the prescribed feeling of gratitude to the instructors and patrons of the institution. What was left clear of this chaotic jumble in her soul might quite properly be called a tabula rasa. There was scarcely a thing to be read in it. It certainly offered no possibility of finding a starting point in her for better things. Whatever preparation she had had inspired not love for work, but love for a society life, the desire to be surrounded by admirers and listen to their flattery, the desire to plunge into the social din, glamor, and whirlwind. If she had listened to herself, she would have discovered that even in Pogorelka, when just beginning to make plans for a life of honest toil as a deliverance from Egyptian bondage, she could have caught herself dreaming not so much of work as of being surrounded by a society of congenial people, frittering her time away in empty talk. Of course, the people of her dreams were clever, and their conversation was honest and serious, but the idle side of life was always in the foreground. Poverty was distinguished by neatness. Privations amounted merely to a lack of luxuries. So when her dreams of a life of work came to a head and she was offered a part in one of the provincial theaters, she hesitated little, though the contrast between dream and reality was great.
She hastily freshened up her school information about the relations of Helen and Menelaus, supplemented it by some biographical details from the life of the splendid Prince of Tauris, and decided that that was quite sufficient to produce Fair Helen and episodes from the life of the Duchess of Herolstein in the provincial theaters and at the fairs. To clear her conscience, she recalled the words of a student she had met in Moscow, who used to exclaim repeatedly, "Sacred art." She made this her slogan, because it was the easiest way out and gave at least outward decorum to the path she had chosen, the path toward which the whole of her being was instinctively tending. The life of an actress upset her. Alone, without the guidance of proper preparation, without a conscious aim, with only a temperament craving for din, glamour and applause, she soon found herself surrounded by a chaos in which many persons thronged, some coming, others going, without apparent order or connection. There were people of the most diverse characters and views, so that the motives for becoming intimate with this one or that one were not the same. Nevertheless, they were all integral parts of her circle, so that there really could be no question of motives. Her life had become like the gate to an inn, at which every gay, wealthy young man could knock and claim entrance. Clearly, it was not a matter of selecting a congenial company, but of fitting into any kind of company so as not to die of ennui. Her sacred art had really thrown her into a mire, but her head was turned and she did not notice her position. Neither the dirty faces of the porters, nor the slimy, dilapidated stage properties, nor the din, stench and noise of the hotels and inns, nor the obscene behavior of her admirers, none of these things produced a sobering effect. She did not even notice that she was always in the society of men only, and that there was a permanent barrier between her and the women of established position. The visit to Golovliovo sobered her for a moment. In the morning, almost immediately after her arrival, she began to feel uneasy. Highly impressionable, she quickly absorbed new sensations and quickly adapted herself to new situations. Consequently, as soon as she reached Golovliovo, she felt herself a lady. She suddenly recalled that she had something of her own home, her own graves. She became filled with a desire to see herself in her former surroundings, to breathe the air from which she had only recently fled. But her impression was immediately dispelled by contact with the reality she found there. Her experience in this was like that of a person who enters with a smile among friends he has not seen for a long time, and suddenly notices that everybody responds to his cordial greetings coldly. The nasty glances Yudushka cast at her figure reminded her that her position was questionable and not easy to change. When she remained alone, after the naive questions of the Pogorelka servants, after the pious sighings of warning of the Pogorelka priest and his wife, after the fresh sermons of Yudushka, when she examined her impressions of the day at leisure, she became convinced that the former lady was gone forever, and that from now on she was only an actress in a miserable provincial theatre, and the position of a Russian actress was not far removed from that of a street woman. Until now she had lived as if in a dream. She would go out half naked in Fair Helen, would appear intoxicated in Pericola, would sing all sorts of indecencies in the episodes from the life of the Duchess of Herolstein, and would even regret that it was not the custom to represent La Chose and L'Amour on the stage, imagining how enticingly her hips would quiver and how alluring her every movement would be. But it had never occurred to her to give earnest thought to what she was doing. She had only tried to make everything appear charming and chic, and at the same time please the army officers of the town regiment. But what it all meant, and what the sensation was that her quivering hips produced in the army officers, she did not consider. The army officers were the element that set the tone for the town, and she realized that her success depended upon them. They would intrude behind the scenes, would unceremoniously knock at the door of her dressing room when she was yet half clad, would address her in endearing terms, and she looked upon it all as a simple formality, an inevitable feature incidental to her profession. All she asked herself was whether she rendered a feature charmingly or not. Until now she had not thought of her body or her soul as being public.
But for a moment feeling herself a lady again, she looked on her past in utter disgust and abhorrence, as if she had been stripped naked and were being exposed on the public square, as if all those vile creatures infected with the odors of wine and the stable had suddenly gripped her in their embrace, as her body felt the contact of hands moist with perspiration, of slabbery lips, and the dull, greedy, brutal eyes that lingered animal-like over the curved lines of her nude body. Where was she to go? How was she to throw off that accumulated load, which began to leave its mark on her shoulders? The question tossed in her head desperately. Tossed indeed, for she neither found nor, as a matter of fact, sought an answer. This stay in Golovliovo, too, was a kind of dream. Her past life had been a dream, and her present awakening was a dream. Something had made the little girl ill at ease, and she had become sentimental. That was all. It would pass. There are pleasant moments and there are unpleasant ones. That is how they go. Both merely glide past, but do not alter the course of life once determined upon. To give life a new course, to divert its channel, one needs not only moral but also physical courage. It is almost the same as suicide. Before attempting suicide, a man may denounce his life, he may be certain that death is the only salvation, yet the weapon of death trembles in his hands, the knife slides harmlessly over the neck, the bullet, instead of striking the forehead, hits lower and only cripples. That is what happened in Anninka's case. She had to kill her former life, but though killing it, she herself had to remain alive. The nothingness that in regular suicide is attained by merely pressing the trigger was to be attained in the peculiar suicide called rejuvenation only after many stern, almost ascetic efforts. A pampered person already undermined by the habit of easy living will turn dizzy at the mere perspective of a rejuvenation. He instinctively turns his head away and shuts his eyes. Then, filled with shame and accusing himself of lack of courage, he will take the easy way again. Oh, the life of toil is a glorious thing. Yet none but strong people can live it, and those who are destined for it because of original sin. They are the only ones it does not frighten, the former because they realize the significance and resources of toil and can find pleasure in it. The latter because to them toil is first a duty, then a habit. Anninka did not think of remaining at Golovliovo or Pogorelka for even a moment. In this she was fortified by the business routine of her circumstances, to which she clung instinctively. She had been given leave of absence and had arranged her schedule ahead of time, even designating the day on which she was to leave Golovliovo. For people of weak wills the external checks upon their life considerably lighten its burdens. In difficult cases they cling to them instinctively and use them as a justification for their act. Anninka decided to leave Golovliovo as soon as possible, and if uncle persisted in his coaxing, to counter him by invoking the necessity of reporting for duty on the set date. When she arose in the morning, she walked leisurely through all the rooms of the vast Golovliovo mansion. She found them dreary, uninviting, deserted. There was an air of decay and haunting unfriendliness about them. The thought of living there indefinitely quite frightened her. "Never!" she kept repeating in a state of inexplicable agitation. "Never!" End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Chapter 5a of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, The Good Little Niece, Chapter 5a. The next day Porfiry Vladimirych greeted her again with his ambiguous geniality, from which it was impossible to gather whether he wanted to show her affection or suck her blood dry. "Well, you always in a hurry to get there. Did you sleep well? And where are you hurrying to now?" he asked her jestingly. "Yes, uncle, I am in a hurry indeed. I am on leave of absence, you know, and I must report on time." "Is it to play the clown again? I won't let you." "Whether you let me or not, I am going."
Yudushka shook his head sadly. "And what would your deceased grandma say?" he asked in a tone of kindly reproach. "Grandma knew about it when she was alive. But why do you use those expressions, uncle? Yesterday you were sending me to the fairs with a guitar, and today you speak of playing the clown. I won't allow you to talk like that to me, do you hear?" The truth hurts. Well, and I like the truth. I think that if the truth No, no, I won't listen. I won't listen. I don't want your truth or your untruth. Do you hear me? I don't want you to talk like that to me." "Well, well, look at her flaring up. Oh, you romp. Suppose we go in to tea while the drinking is good. I suppose the samovar is making music on the table by now." Porfiry Vladimirych wanted by joke and jest to make amends for having said playing the clown, and even tried to embrace her as a sign of reconciliation. But it all seemed so stupid to Anninka, so abominable, that she declined his advance with repugnance. "I tell you seriously, uncle, I am in a hurry," she said. "Well, then, let's go and have tea first, then we'll talk." "But why talk after tea? Why not now?" Because everything has got to be done in its proper time. First one, then the other. First we'll have tea and a chat, then we'll talk business. Plenty of time." She could not help but yield. His prattle was not to be overcome. They went in to tea, and Yudushka temporized maliciously, sipping his tea with deliberation, crossing himself, slapping his thigh, babbling about his late mother dear, and so on. "Well, now we can talk," he said at last. "Do you intend making a long visit here?" "Not more than a week. I have to be in Moscow before returning to the company." "A week is a long time, my dear. You can accomplish a lot in a week, and you can accomplish little. It depends on how you go about it." "We'd better try and accomplish a great deal, uncle." "That's just what I say. You can do a lot and you can do little, and sometimes you think you are doing little, but before you look around, all the work is attended to. Here, for instance, you are in a hurry to go to Moscow. You've got business there, you say, and what the business is you yourself don't know, I dare say, but the way I look on it is this, that you spend all your time here in real business instead of going to Moscow." "No, I must go to Moscow, because I want to see if I can't get on the stage there. And as to business, didn't you say we could accomplish a lot in a week?" "Depending on how you go about it, my friend. If you go about it properly, all will be well and smooth. But if you don't go about it in a proper way, well, you'll strike a snag and the thing will drag on." "Well, you guide me, uncle." "That's just it. When in need, then, 'you guide me, uncle,' but when not in need, then, 'it's dull here, uncle, and I want to go away.' You can't say I'm not right." "But please, do tell me just what I am to do." "Wait, don't be in a hurry. So as I was saying, when uncle is needed, he is a dear and darling and a sweetie, and when he is not needed, he is no good. But you would never trust your uncle and ask him, 'What do you think, uncle dear? Ought I to go to Moscow or not?'" "How funny you are, uncle. I must go to Moscow, and suppose I ask your advice and you say no?" "Well, if I say no, then stay here. It is not a stranger who says so, it's your uncle. And you may as well take your own uncle's advice." "Oh, my friend, it's a good thing you've got an uncle. At least there is somebody to feel with you and to warn you when necessary. Think of others who have nobody, nobody to feel with them, nobody to warn them, and they live all by themselves. And things happen to them, many things that happen in life, my dear." Anninka wanted to reply, but realized it would be adding fuel to the fire, and remained silent. She sat there, her eyes turned despairingly at her uncle, who was going ahead under full steam. "I wanted to tell you," Yudushka continued, "I don't like your going to those fairs. No, I don't like it a bit. Though you didn't relish my talking about guitars, I still must say " "But it is not enough to say I don't like," she said. "Show me a way out." "Stay with me. That's the way out." "No, that never." "Why?" "Because I have nothing to do here. What can I do here? Get up in the morning, have tea, at tea think that breakfast is coming, at breakfast think about dinner, and at dinner about afternoon tea, then supper and then to sleep. No, one can die here." "They all do it, my friend. First people have tea. After tea those who like to breakfast do so. I, for instance, don't like to have breakfast, so I don't. Then dinner, then afternoon tea, then to bed. Well, I don't see anything ridiculous or objectionable in it, but if I nothing objectionable, but it is not after my heart. But if I had offended somebody or misjudged or spoken ill, well then, really it would be objectionable. But to have tea and breakfast and dinner? Goodness! I guess no matter how clever you are, you can't get along without food. Well, yes, well and good, but it is not after my heart. But don't measure things by your own yardstick, he said. Take the advice of your elders. This I like and that I don't like. Now you mustn't talk that way. You ought to say instead, if it please God, or if it does not please God. That would be the proper kind of talk. Let's say, for instance, in Golovliovo, we don't live according to God. If we go against Him, if we sin or question His wisdom, if we envy and do other evil things, well then we really are guilty and deserve to be blamed. But here too, it would have to be proved first that we really do not act according to God. And you come and say, "It is not my style." Oh, now take me as an example. There are many things that aren't my style. Here, for instance, I don't like the way you talk to me, the way you pooh-pooh my hospitality. Yet I keep mum. I want to persuade you in a quiet way. Maybe you'll come to your senses. Maybe while I am jesting and talking lightly, along will come your guardian angel and lead you along the right path. You know, my friend, I am solicitous not of my welfare, but of yours. Ah, my friend, how bad of you! If, so to speak, I had offended you by word or deed, well then, you would have reason to complain. Though it behooves young people to heed even a sermon when it comes from their elders, yet had I offended you, I wouldn't mind your being angry. But here I am, calm and quiet and easy. I don't say a word, but only try to figure out how to make things better and more comfortable for you and for others so that all may rejoice and be happy. And look how you greet my kindness. What you want to do, my dear, is not to be rash in your speech. First think, then pray to the Lord and implore His guidance. And then, if, let's say, for example, Porfiry Vladimirych expatiated in this strain for a long time. His words flowed like thick saliva. Anninka looked at him with instinctive fear and thought, "How is it that the gush of words does not choke him?" And for all his talk, her dear uncle did not utter a word of advice as to what she was to do in connection with the death of Arina Petrovna. She tried to bring the matter up at dinner and later at afternoon tea, but every time Yudushka spun a different web, so that Anninka was sorry she had resumed the conversation and thought in anguish, "Will it ever end?" After dinner, when Porfiry Vladimirych retired for his afternoon nap, Anninka remained alone with Yevpraksia, and suddenly felt a desire to have a talk with her uncle's housekeeper. She wanted to know why Yevpraksia did not find it horrible to live at Golovliovo, and what gave her the strength to endure the torrents of meaningless words that uncle's mouth belched forth from morning to night. "Do you find it dull here at Golovliovo, Yevpraksia?" "Why should we find it dull? We are not of the gentlefolk." "But still, always alone. No diversion, no pleasures." "What pleasures do I need? When it's dull, I look out of the window. I didn't have much merriment when I lived with father." "Still, I suppose, it was better at home. You had friends, went visiting, played." "Ah, what's the use?" "And here with uncle. He says such dull things, and he is so long-winded. Is he always like that?" "Always. All day long the same way." "And it doesn't bore you?" "Why should it? I don't listen to him." "But it's impossible not to listen at all. He may notice it and become offended." "How can he tell? I look at him. He keeps on talking and I keep on looking, and at the same time I think my own thoughts." "What do you generally think about?" "Different things. If I have to pickle gherkins, I think about gherkins. If I have to send someone to town, I think about town. Whatever the household needs, that's what I think about." "So, I see. You live with uncle, but you are always alone." "Oh, yes, as good as alone, unless he sometimes wishes to play cards. Well, then we play cards. But even then he often stops in the middle of the game, puts the cards away, and begins to talk. And I look at him. It was much livelier when Arina Petrovna was alive. When she was around, he was afraid to talk too much because the old woman would often cut him short. But now the liberties he takes are the limit. Well, you see, Yevpraksia, that's just the horror of it. It is frightful when a man talks and does not know what he says, why he talks, and whether he'll ever get through. Doesn't it scare you?" Yevpraksia looked at her as if struck by a new wonderful idea. "You're not the only one," she said. "Many people around here don't like him for the same thing." "Is that so?" "Yes, even the servants. Not one of them can stay here long. He changes them almost every month. The clerks, too. And all on account of that." "He annoys them?" "Terribly. The drunkards, they stay because drunkards don't hear. You may blow a bugle, but it's as if they had their ears stuffed. But the trouble is he doesn't like drunkards." "Oh, Yevpraksia. And he is trying to persuade me to stay here." "Well, madam, it really would be nice of you to stay a while. Maybe in your presence he would be ashamed." "No, thank you. I haven't the patience to look at him." "Oh, yes, of course, you are of the gentlefolk. You can have your own way, and at that I suppose you've got to dance to somebody's music." "Oh, I should say so." "Yes, I thought so. I meant to ask you another thing. Is it nice to be an actress?" "You earn your own bread and butter. That's one good thing." "And is it true, as Porfiry Vladimirych was telling me, that strangers embrace actresses about the waist?" Anninka flushed up an instant. "Porfiry Vladimirych does not understand," she said with irritation. "That's why he talks nonsense. He seems to have no notion that it's only play and not reality on the stage." "And yet, even he, that is, Porfiry Vladimirych, when he saw you first, his mouth began to water. 'My niece and dear and darling,' like a gay blade. And his shameless eyes just devour you." "Yevpraksia, why do you talk nonsense?" "I? Oh, I don't care. You stay here and you'll see. And I don't care. I'll give up my position and go back to father. It's dull here anyway, you were right about it. It is silly for you to suppose that I am going to stay here. But you're right about one thing. Golovliovo certainly is a dull place. And the longer you stay here, the duller you feel." Yevpraksia turned pensive, then yawned and said: "When I stayed with father, I was very, very slim. Now you see how stout I am, like an oven. So dullness does one good, after all. You won't stand it long, anyway. Remember what I say, you won't." With this, the conversation ended. Luckily, Porfiry Vladimirych did not hear it, otherwise he would have obtained a new and fruitful theme for his endless sermonizing. End of Book 4, Chapter 5a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.